Hello, coffee crew. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Just want to take a minute before we actually get started. My heart fell to the floor today. Hello, Carolyn. I'll be really quick with this. When this came across as a breaking news, and bear with me if I pronounce this wrong, Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. I just want from the bottom of my heart, my prayers tonight are going to go to all the victims, all the family members, to the community at large. I'm so sorry you're going through this horrific, just horrible thing that's happened today to the high school, to the teachers, to the students. My heart goes out to you. I just don't have words, but I just wanted to take that moment, and I stand with Appalachia High School. Stay strong, everyone. Okay, guys, sorry. I had to say that. Just needed to let them know that I stand with them in this right now. What terrible news, terrible news that was. So Hugh, there was a high school shooting today, and there was, from last report, there was 4 deceased and 9 injured. So I just needed to send out my prayers and my thoughts to them. I just was gutted when I saw the news. I was like, oh, not again. I guess the shooter was a 14-year-old. They do have him in custody. That's as far as I got in the news. But I just wanted to take the time and say that my thoughts and prayers are with them. And now I will welcome everybody. Welcome Deborah, welcome Hugh, welcome Jamie, welcome Sky. Mrs. Sky, I know you're probably around. Who else do I got? Sorry, I'm welcome Wynn, welcome Carolyn, welcome Lee. Yeah, in Appalachia High School. Sorry, I wrote the names down because I knew I would say them wrong. Winder, Georgia. Oh, I know, Lee. How horrible. Welcome. Winder, Winder. Hey, War. FBI investigated him last year. They should just lock up kids who threaten this stuff. It was just dreadful. My heart really did hit the floor. It was horrible. Welcome, Margaret. Welcome, Becky. My sister-in-law is a high school principal. It's always a concern, praying for all involved. Absolutely. It was just so, I can't wrap my head around it. I just can't wrap my head around it. Hugh, I'm going to type the city. It's actually, I put it on the banner too, the ticker, but I'll type the city in for you. Winder. Okay, so that being said, thank you for being understanding that I just wanted to take that few moments. We have the cross of Katie tonight in her retrial. And I want to welcome all the mods. Thank you, all the coffee crew, all the Justice Roundtable crew. Thank you so much, everybody. Your support. I am going to take another minute. Your support is absolutely amazing to this channel, and I greatly appreciate it. Hugh, you're just wondering if it's near Atlanta. Well, let's find out for you. Let me find out. Oh, I don't want to get rid of all the screens. Here we go. Give me 1 sec. I will find out. Winder to Atlanta. I'll see what the distance is for you. And it's not very far, Hugh. It is in light traffic, Hugh. It's 52-minute drive. So, hello, True. Hello, hello. Come on, get that to go off. Oh, hit here. Oh, it's not going to. Okay, there we go. Thank you, True. Please, everyone, hit that like button. It really does help the algorithm. Welcome, Dipper. Hi, True Crime Wifey. Hi, everyone. Hello, Renee. I hope I said that right. Right. Wind, like wind your watch. Oh, wind. Winder. Thank you so much. Winder. I appreciate you correcting me. Really, truly do. Yeah. It's sad, sad news. Anything like, it's just sad. A, what drives a child to do this, and B, all the loss that's happened. Okay. Well, at least I said that right. Thank you. Yeah. Hello, Ahmed. Tragic mental health is an epidemic. Yeah. It is. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Morning Feed. You slipped right in there. Thank you. All right. We are going to jump right in and get Katie off our list. Oh, Katie. Bear with me. Oh, I do have to have this large. Oh, I thought I was so smart today. I guess I'm not. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. And
Sorry, before we get started, I showed the defense several messages from Discovery that I intend to show Ms. Magbanua as a composite exhibit. I'd like to label it State's Exhibit 136.
all right, so the defense has had an opportunity to take a look?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's a composite exhibit, State's Exhibit 136?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so just ask at the appropriate time. I'll ask if there's any objection at that time.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Sorry, guys. Where did the kid get the gun? Guns are not toys. In the wrong hands, they are deadly. I just don't get it. How devastating will it ever come to a stop or a slowdown? Right, Lee? It like I said, it floored me. It floored me. Hey, Joey, welcome. Welcome to the coffee crew. All right, we'll get back to it.
That's perfect. And then both these. Oh, no, I don't mind. Whatever you need to be comfortable.
courtroom.
Please be seated. We'll continue with the testimony at this time. Cross-examination. Ms. Dugan, you may proceed.
All right, so I want to talk about what you just talked about with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you and Charlie Adelson were together in July of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am. No, July 2014?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you broke up in August, you said?
I believe so.
Okay. And then you became friends after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you became his personal assistant in September of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that all goes on in the matter of those 2 months, July to September 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're someone's personal assistant, you have to see or talk to them every day, right?
See and talk to them every day?
Mhm.
Talk to them on the phone, but
Right.
not have to see them.
Okay. Did you and Charlie continue to talk on the phone every day, multiple times a day since you were his personal assistant?
Multiple times a day? I don't remember.
Well, every day then?
I don't remember if it's every day.
Okay. Well, how often would you talk to him?
I don't know. Do you have like phone record?
No, I'm just asking you, what's your memory of how often you talked to him?
From 2014?
When you became his personal assistant?
I don't know how often I was talking to him.
Well, if you're working for him and being his personal assistant, you said
Whenever he would call me, so I mean,
is that it's everyday duties that you had?
he was calling. I don't.
Joey says, who's getting tired tonight? I need more justice since Wade Boyd done. You're at the right channel. I just said you're on the right channel. And True says, hope Hugh is okay. So all of us do. Katie's a crook from a family of crooks. Her brother, I know what you're saying because her sister-in-law is a crook, but her brother's really stepped up to the plate. Hi, Gerald. Yes, go get her, Sarah.
I don't know how often he was calling me. That's why I don't want to answer like a wrong amount or a wrong number.
Okay. Well, you were getting paid every 10 days for your work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would have regular work and you'd have regular contact with him during all of your pay periods?
Not regular contact. No, I don't know how many times he would call me during the week.
Okay. And he had just broken up with you 2 months before that.
Like I said, like I was telling Ms. Kawass that I never had like a definitive date when we stopped like talking.
Sometime between the murder though and when you became his personal assistant, he broke up with you though. That was your testimony?
Like it was dwindling down, like our relationship.
Meaning that he was ghosting you? That's what
Something
your
like that,
attorney
yeah.
said in her opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why would he want you working as his personal assistant if he was ghosting you?
Well, I told you that I needed that favor for the insurance purposes. That's why I put that I was working for him.
And you needed that favor though. You needed that.
No, Gamma, she got 10 years. She got 10 years. She was his personal assistant, all right, eh, Lindsay? Can't believe the audacity of thinking she'll get off by saying, I don't remember, or do you have a record, right? Sarah Dugan is good. Yeah, she definitely is. They are like a dream team, those two.
Favor. And you asked him for that favor actually in June of 2014, didn't you?
If that's what the records show.
Showing the first of Plaza Exhibit State 136.
All right, well, let's make sure we're gonna get it. You're asking that State's Exhibit 136 is admitted into evidence?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as State's Exhibit 136.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I thought we'd
That's
done
all
that. All right. Looking at this, you asked him for this favor. Baby, I need your help with employment. I have to send it to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I end up moving, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. That was in June of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
June 24th, actually, right in between the trips to Tallahassee to commit this murder, right?
Say the dates again.
June 24th, that's in between the June Tallahassee trip and the July Tallahassee trip,
I believe so.
that you asked for this favor for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you guys were together at the time that you asked this favor, right?
I believe so.
Right, but he didn't put you on the payroll in June, did he?
No, I don't think I was on the payroll till September, you said?
Right. Okay, so that was a favor that he did for you after he broke up with you, you're saying?
We never really broke up. Like, I guess when we stopped having like that type of relationship.
Right, you were no longer intimate with each other?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. You said that y'all broke up sometime after the murder of Dan Markel, and then about in May, that's when you got together with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
I got in 2015.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
But you said that in August, that's when he broke up with you.
I don't know the dates that when we stopped or not stopped, but like when our communication dwindled down in the relationship.
Okay. You
Yes,
asked him for that favor in June when y'all were definitely together, though.
I believe so.
And he ghosted you after the murder of Dan Markel. That's what the argument is, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Really?
Okay. But at the same time that you're saying he ghosted you, you're also saying he asked you to become his personal assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that make any sense?
I needed the help to get my kids' insurance. I don't,
Why would he want his
Anything
ex-girlfriend who he doesn't talk to and he's ghosting to become his personal assistant?
he talks to his other ex-girlfriends.
No, I
Not
said,
them.
why is he ghosting you but asking you to become his personal assistant?
Because I'm asking him for the favor so that I can.
Right.
have
But at this
insurance.
point, y'all are broken up
What is
when he
that?
puts you on the Adelson Institute payroll, right?
Why we stayed as friends? We were friends.
Okay. So he put you on the Adelson Institute as a favor to a friend,
Yes.
to their
ma'am.
payroll. Okay. But the other employees of the Adelson Institute, so though they said that, you didn't work there. So
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
why you're saying that you worked remotely, you worked at home. That's your
Yes,
testimony?
ma'am.
Okay. And Charlie Adelson, we hear him in the recording saying, oh, you clean the office on the weekends, but you're telling us you actually did not do that,
No, ma'am.
right? Okay. So why didn't you go into the office? Why were you working from home? Like, what was so different about you?
What was so different about me?
Mm-hmm.
My whole purpose was to get insurance for my kids. I didn't like, whenever he asked me to do some stuff, like I would do it. Like I told you, the site, and I can't recall a lot of the things from 2014. That's why I don't know how to really answer your question.
Well, as his remote personal assistant,
Mhm.
what exactly did you do for him? You said earlier you set up appointments for him,
Yes,
right? And you looked at rental places for him?
Yes, ma'am. He had owned properties and like he was telling me to collect from those property,
Okay.
from the properties.
So
that
let's
he
take
had.
those one by one, setting up
ma'am.
appointments. Did you actually schedule any patients?
No, not scheduled patients on the thing. It's for the site, like his website.
So you did not schedule patients?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What appointments did you set up for him?
No, I can't recall.
Okay. What type of appointments if they weren't scheduling patients?
I can't recall.
You don't know what type of appointments you set up
No,
for
ma'am.
him? Okay. But you did not schedule patients.
Not that I can recall.
So
no.
it wouldn't have been for his work.
I'm his personal assistant. I don't recall talking to him. I don't recall what I did for him. I didn't set up dental appointments. What kind of personal assistance is that? Right, Lindsay? She sounds ridiculous. Wendy. I'm trying to, Joey. Wendy is a heartthrob, but this chick bringing cleavage into court. What the hell? Hello, April. Welcome back. Katie was Charlie's strong arm trying to collect rent. Oh, Lord. Here we go. We're off the rails, people. The morning feed. She managed his OnlyFans. Oh, could you imagine? Has anybody ever checked to see if Charlie really did? If he had one? I bet you he did. Gamma says Katie was the PA that took care of the sex toy closet. Oh, we've gone. We're done. Bumble, welcome back. She painted his nails. Oh, goodness. She is someone's mother, right? She washed his G-strings. Only on Crime and Coffee, people. Only on Crime and Coffee can we get this. Hey, Lisa, welcome. Just now joining. Is this Catherine's second trial we are watching? It's the second trial, and it's The Cross by Sarah Dugan. Sorry, she likes to be called Sarah Katherine Dugan. So I don't want to disrespect her. She likes to be called by her 3 names. She was the personal money staple person. They only get this on Crime and Coffee, right? Can only get it here where we're talking about washing Charlie's G-strings and this was Janice, the psychologist who was living rent-free at the Whale Harbor who did his toys. Yep. Can you imagine? Oh, Lord. You know, some of the things we talk in here gives me nightmares, guys. It gives me literal nightmares. Hi, Angel Baby. Welcome back. Oh, Jamie. Oh, Jamie. You're just taking it to a whole new level.
As a dentist.
I'm kind of getting confused about your question.
His work as a dentist was he did dental work on patients,
Yeah,
right?
I can't recall the patients that I've called or which ones I've scheduled
Oh,
back in 2014.
I'm not asking you for specifics. I'm just saying, what type of appointments did you set up for him if you didn't schedule patients? What other types of appointments?
I didn't the appointments. I did it for the site. Like his appointments with other, like if other things that he needed to do, not for patients in the office.
Okay, so you were not scheduling patients. You were not, this isn't the office website you're talking about?
Yes, the office website.
Okay, what type of appointments are you putting on the office website that are not patients?
He just needed to, well, like to take the pictures for his office and his website.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was setting up the appointment for.
You set up an appointment for him to get his website done
Yes.
by a company that does websites.
Yes, like my friend that was doing the website, yes.
That is the appointment that you set up for
Yes,
him.
ma'am.
Okay, and that is one appointment.
What a multi-purpose person she is. My friend to set up websites. My friend to do a hit. My friend. Everything's my friend with her. True crime. Bob, a fortune teller with a psych degree. With salami. Right, Mrs. Sky? So many friends. She's got friends in every area, right? Friend that can do websites, friends that can do hits. Like, this girl is something. And they were all friends with benefits, I bet you. You're right, Sky. Hi, Sue. Welcome. It's a known fact that this dirtbag lied the whole time she was on the stand. She supposedly told the truth the second time she testified against Charlie. Yeah, she would know what the truth was if it hit her in the face. The Lotto Burnett isn't unattractive. What's her deal? I'm not sure what Burnett you're talking about. And they're all friends. One of the offices just came in and asked me who the lying bimbo is. Nice. Friends, right, Hugh? Friends in low places. And her attorney didn't see how this would go over with a jury. Why didn't Katie take that deal? Right, tennis girl? That $1 million question right there. There's got to be something behind it. There just has to be. She is so bad at lying. Just pathetic, right, Lee? She truly is. Will Katie testify at Donna's trial? Yep. Yep. So far, she's on the list. Luis is on the list. Charlie's on the list. I know Sigfredo, but he won't. He'll say he won't. I love that song, Hugh. Yes, thank you, Hugh, for the early bird song. Always love coming in and seeing that. Rochelle, I heard Donna forced Wendy to eat a piece of banana bread before they left the condo. Her and Charlie went to the that's why she threw up at the table before they went to the restaurant. Jesus Christ, what's in this banana bread? Were they trying to off Wendy? Who knows in this crazy family? Who knows? That's just me. I just went left field there. She has her male friends back and eventually moved to the front. Hello, Steph. Welcome back. Oh, I wasn't sure who you were talking about. You meant the witness. That's Katie. In the stand, that's Katie. She's a murderous bitch, that one. Mummy's special sauce. Yeah, Jesus. She was an awful attorney in my... Oh, she should be in the lineup with Elaine, Rashi, and her in the unemployment lineup. Soon they're going to be ambulance chasing lawyers. That's what we call them up here. I don't know if you guys call them the same or not. Yes, Hugh, my favorite bar song. Banana bread is code for Donna's makeshift banana republic. There you go. She's doing life now, Joey. But you can talk to her. She's got a, what's that, inmate pen pal site.
You're saying that you set up
I
for
could
him.
remember. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you earned over $800 a month, over $17,000 over the course of a year and a half for setting up one appointment with him one time to get his website set up.
I don't remember all of the specifics of stuff that he's asked me to do.
Okay. That's the only one that you can think of.
That, I mean, like right now, yes.
Okay. Well, your defense is that you're not involved in this murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said it seems like Charlie Adelson is, obviously, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
And your children's father obviously is too, right? And you're caught in the middle of it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you're collecting money from Charlie Adelson for no legitimate purpose, that looks suspicious. It looks like he's paying you or keeping you happy for your part in this murder, doesn't it?
No.
Okay. If you're doing something to earn those payments, then that no longer would seem suspicious, right?
Well, I just don't understand when it's like, you're talking about like the checks, right?
Right. If you're doing something to earn that money, that would no longer seem suspicious.
I'm not understanding your question.
My question is, you're telling this jury that you did something you set up some type of appointments for him, but it was not scheduling patients. The only thing that you can tell us today that you ever set up for him, though, is one time you
That I can
called
recall.
a website company to have his website, him to have an appointment with them for them to set up his website. Isn't that true?
That I can recall, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that message, that's one of the ones that your attorney showed you it was an investigator Isom when he was on the stand the other day.
Yes, ma'am.
That was actually in August of 2014. That was a month before you started getting paychecks from the Adelson Institute, wasn't it?
What was the message?
About, hey, I called this person and he'll do your website. That was in August of 2014, wasn't
That's
it?
what the text message showed.
Okay. So that was before you ever received a paycheck from the Adelson Institute, wasn't it?
July, August,
If August is before
September.
September?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you keep up with his schedule? I mean, you'd have to know his schedule to be able to schedule patients, right? Or to set up a.
Sorry, guys, I don't want to interrupt. Sky, can you check your settings? You should be able to do it now. I forgot to turn it on.
Appointments for him, I mean.
That's what you keep talking about, like these appointments. I can't remember things that I was doing back in 2014.
I'm not asking.
I didn't have a schedule
Right.
of his like daily activities and stuff. So I would just call him or he would call me if he needed me to do something.
Okay. Did you keep up with him though in his schedule in order to be able to make appointments for him?
Keep up with him, like see what his other
Know what's going on with him. My boss is here today, he's there today, he's on vacation today, he's working this week. You would have to know his schedule in order to be able to set up appointments
I
for
don't
him,
know
right?
his definitive schedule at that time, but I mean, like I told you, he would just text me if he needed me to do something.
Okay, and how often would that be?
I don't recall.
Okay. I mean, you would have some idea. You would have some idea of what's going on with his work schedule if your job that you're getting paid $800 a month for is to set up appointments for him, right?
Like I said, I don't know how often he would text me. Whenever he would text me and he would ask me to do something, then I would do it. It was like odd jobs. It wasn't a specific, oh, call this patient or do this.
Okay. I mean, isn't it true you had no idea what was going on with his schedule to set up any type of appointment for him or his work,
No, I
right?
would just text him and be like, okay, are you going to be free for this, X, Y, and Z if I needed to, but not that I can recall.
I want to ask you about this text from October 2014, which is
Right.
a month after you started collecting paychecks from the Adelson Institute. You send a message to him where you say, how are you, by the way? How's work? And your love life? Didn't you say that?
That's what the text says.
Okay.
Mhm.
The following year, you say, hey, I was going to text you, but I never know if you're on vacation or not at work. Didn't you say that?
That's what the text shows, yeah.
Mhm.
The following month, you text him and you say, and this is December in 2015, and you're getting text from the Adelson Institute. So how's work? How's your office? So
Okay.
that's you did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were working as a personal assistant,
Making that money, only set up the one appointment that you can think of, and you're having to check in with him. How's work? How's your love life? What's going on with you? You're not keeping up with his schedule either, are you?
Like I said, I didn't have his definitive schedule of what he does. If he needs help and he needs to text me and needs me to do something, he'll text me and let me do something.
Well, you also said that you helped him with tenants of his properties.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with the properties?
He had a couple properties at that time. I don't remember what location or where it is, but he had asked me to collect like the tenant's payment, the monthly payment. And like they had like washers and dryers there too, and like you'd have to open it up and like get like whatever coins are in there.
Okay, so you collected rent from these tenants?
Yes. Do you want me to look? Okay.
So I'm going to ask you about a prior statement that you made. I just gave you a transcript of that particular day.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at page 58,
Grab it.
line 22 through 25.
Okay.
Okay. When you were asked in October of 20,
Sorry, guys, I've got some. Tennis girl says, so does the state have text messages from 2014 or just from the bump time? You think they'd be able to go into their iClouds and get those? I'm sure. I would say they do. I would say they do. Those washing machines can be a pain. It's that we were in slow chat when I entered the chat room. Who was Charlie in jail during her trial? Yeah, he was a month. So this is the second trial. And he was in there for a month when she was testifying. Yes, I do too. I think so too, Lindsay. She would have kept any rent money and the quarters from the washers, right? Oh my goodness. Hey, Young. Charlie is cheap. He had a parent big enough that he charged for laundry but didn't have a card pay system for them. Yeah. Yeah, they must have 2014, Lindsay Shea. Yeah, because they have her Donna Ayers saying we're outside. Let's just make sure we got everybody here. Hello, welcome back. She thinks she is cool and Charlie is her hero. So if he said don't say anything, that is how it works. There was a, did I miss it? Oh, no, I got it. Sorry.
2019, would you be responsible for collecting rent? You said initially he wanted me to try to collect rent, but those tenants were so difficult, so I just didn't do it. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't actually collect rent.
No, he wanted me to collect it. Well, obviously here it says that I didn't.
Right. And today, though, you're saying that you did.
I said he wanted to. He wanted me to collect. I don't even remember what I just said.
Right. I just asked you if you collected rent and you said you did.
Well,
and that was a lie, wasn't it?
I just said I didn't in this testimony.
Okay. And if you said that you collected rent from him today and you previously said that you did not collect rent from his tenants, he wanted you to do it, but you never did it. That's a lie, right?
I should have told you to refresh my memory instead of saying that.
Okay. Was that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I should have said refresh my memory instead of lying. Oh God, that's all we'd hear then. Refresh my memory, refresh my memory, refresh my memory. I don't know the washer dryers use coins still. We have a card that you load money on and insert it into the machine. So I'm told my caregiver does my chores. We have wash machines that still take coins here. The only place I've ever seen a card system is at the my son's university. Hello, you. Georgia pointed out yesterday, didn't Wendy get angry at Charlie and not speak to him for a long time after this murder? Yep. Yep. Probably after she puked at the table. I can't believe Katie and Tara thought this was a good idea. This just makes you want to shake your head. Like, if somebody was looking to hire Tara, they need to watch this. Do not hire Tara. Like, how do you not tell your client, listen, take the deal? How do you not? Mm-hmm.
Why did he do this favor for you? To give you over $17,000 over the course of a year and a half from him and his parents' business.
I needed to do it for the insurance for my kids, and I had to put it on a bracket so that I can apply for that.
I understand why you needed it, Why would he do that for you? That's
Sorry, guys. Yeah, somebody told me she's not the lawyer for her anymore. She just, what's this? CNC. Are you the blonde in the thumbnail? No. That's Sarah. That's Sarah Katherine Dugan. She's the lady that's crossing. Geez, I could only wish. Especially for the rent, though. Did they give checks? What name did they write checks to? If they write personal name in, can they go into an account without paying taxes? This is all going to come out in the financials, hopefully. I think he only took cash for rent. Yeah, same here, tennis girl. I've heard that she's not the lawyer anymore. Somebody probably said something in the jail and said, are you sure you want her as your lawyer? Sure, she'll give you hugs and she'll cry right beside you when you get convicted, but that's about it. Katie's the worst liar on the face of the planet. You can tell she's trying to compose her facial expression. She's trying to do all this. The girl can't do two things at once. Yeah, somebody had to have told her, Lindsay, that you don't want that lawyer. Charlie loved cash deals, so he didn't have to pay taxes. Yep. Wendy is a pretty bad liar. Absolutely, Bob. Lindsay, Shay, and Katie is can't speak tonight. But let's spend money assuming innocence. If we could understand that, it would explain everything. So sus. Absolutely. Her voice, tone, manner is dead giveaway. Everybody's slamming coffee in here at 10 p.m. I tell you, we drink a lot of coffee. I think it was Mentor Lawyer I saw it on. The one with Wendy's flying monkeys has nothing to do with Wendy and went to prosecution with info on Wendy. Oh, Sarah Yusuf. I can't wait for the trial. Come on. 17th. Let's get this started. Yeah, in my opinion, they need to go after Harvey and Charlie for tax fraud. In my opinion, that's how they get Harvey. But who knows what this trial opens up. Sarah Yusuf. Wow, he just slammed a cappuccino. Look at this. Siri's just starting to talk to me for no reason. I really want to see the depot of Sarah Yusuf. Absolutely. I've got a list of things that I'm trying to get. It's really hard. Very hard. Like, I understand Mentor Lawyer and that they know how to get in the system. I'm having a hard time doing it. Can we all just thank Wendy for driving by the crime scene and not stopping to see what was going on at her ex-husband's house? Right? Sorry, my bad typing. I had an eye stroke and half blind. Do not have to worry about that in here. We are great at picking up the bad typos and muted mics. Slumlords are the worst. Everyone hates a greedy landlord. People trying to stay from being homeless. Yep. I think the Adelsons were waiting for tax fraud charges for years. Do you wonder, Bob, if they were more worried about that than this murder charge? Thanks, Wendy, for blowing it, right? Wendy was not expecting that. I wonder if Wendy knows about Sarah coming forward. She does now if she's trolling these channels. It's great if Sarah Y has info to help the state, but apparently it took her seeing Phil Markel's impact statement to come forward, right? I agree absolutely, but I guess we just say better late than never. That's okay, true. Sorry, I'm back from personal call, but the court records are tough. I've been denied twice. Yeah. I just need to know how to get into them. To get a FOIA, there's a few that I want. That's what all the lawyers were set up for, tax and money fraud charges. Well, exactly, right? Daniel Rashbaum, that's his big thing. Yes, Donna thought the bump was about tax fraud. It's crazy. Absolutely insane.
That's my question.
If he had a business, he had
Right.
that office.
Right, but you're not doing a service for him though, right? You only set up the one appointment and you didn't actually collect rents from the tenants. So why would he do this for you if you're not actually earning that money?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I asked him for that favor for the insurance.
I understand why you needed it.
I don't know.
My
why he
question
did
is,
it.
why did he do it for you?
I don't know, ma'am.
Isn't it because
Oh, you're 100% tennis girl. When I seen that it was after Phil's impact statement that she shook her head and woke up. But I hopefully she's got something. Hopefully she's got something. It's just not a angry friend, right? Do we know when? Oh, pardon me. Do we know exactly when Sarah Y came forward? I'm not too sure of the date. I know that she sent a letter to the state after Phil's impact statement at Charlie's trial. So Charlie was afraid the bump was the IRS. Yeah, you're right. Katie has zero charisma. Zero. Thanks, tennis girl. Hey, Charlie Staple Cash, welcome back. I don't recall. I don't know, ma'am. Those poor boys being raised in their teenage years by Wendy. That's what I'm going to spell that. That's how I'm going to spell that bitch's name from now on. Wendy. Check in with him. How's your life? You're welcome. So you have info, but you only come forward 9 years after the fact. I don't like that. No, I don't like that either. That's why I said, how do we chalk it up as better late than never? Like I just, what would, it's all going to depend on what she was holding out on, right? If she's got some really detailed stuff, then girl, you need to check yourself why it took you 9 years. And people could say to me, oh, well, you take Jeffrey's side or you don't take this. You know what? Jeffrey came forward right away. Debbie, you should ask Patty from Patty's Playhouse to help walk you through getting info from the courts. I'd bet she'd help you. Mm-hmm. I'm glad she came forward now than never, though. No, exactly, Lindsay. That's why I said better late than never. Hello, welcome back. I've been really enjoying your channel. Thank you for your coverage. Oh, thank you. You are so sweet. Sarah Yusuf is an old friend of Wendy's. So she's got emails and, been around Wendy when all this was going on. Charlie said, does it make sense to have a children's home consisting of Katie's kids, Wendy's kids, and Charlie's kid, all of whom will no longer have parents to raise them because of the Dugan Act? Yeah, well, Wendy's kids won't be in that mix. Wendy's kids will have massive family love behind them. I'm going on ML feed about it and verify the dates. So she contacted the state. Thanks, Tina. Tennis girl. Almost said it. As a juror, I feel Wendy's cleavage would cause a split decision. Oh my God, Joey. Donna Ray, laugh out loud. That is funny. Donna, say something. Did I miss? Oh, I think I didn't say hello to. Sorry, Deb. I forgot to say hello. Oh, thank you so much. Genuinely. It's greatly appreciated. And like I said before, everything donated to this channel goes back into the channel. If it's FOIAs, if it's equipment to better it, it's all going back. So I greatly do appreciate very much. So thank you so much. Katie thought she would land on Park Place, but ended up with the no get out of jail card. Oh, I love you, Hugh. Oh, I love you. That is great. I'm very sorry, guys.
He's keeping you happy because you did a really big favor for him in July of 2014.
No, man.
And you did hang that over his head though sometimes, didn't you?
Hang what over
The fact
his
that
head?
you'd done a really big favor for him.
Not that I can recall.
Here, this is part of a conversation you're gonna have with him. You say, I know you're busy, but every time I speak to you, it's like you have an attitude. I know you're overwhelmed by everything that you're doing. This is in April of 2015. Don't worry about it. I'll just ask him myself. And then you send him a website. And then you say, that's the website. Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you. Right?
Okay.
What did you do for him?
I don't know what he was referring to.
I mean, you weren't doing much of anything for him, right? He was the one giving you all this money.
And I told you it was like, I did the whole purpose for that was for the insurance for my children.
I know, but my point is he hadn't done anything for you. You were the one he was the one paying you the money. You weren't doing anything for him. He was doing everything for you, right?
He was doing that as a favor for me.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about here? That's something that you've done for him.
Do you have the rest of the text? Because that's just like a portion.
It
of
doesn't
I
say
don't
that.
remember.
You're just talking about he's being mean to you and you're saying, don't be such a dick to someone who's done something for you.
Yeah, I don't know what I was referring to.
Okay. And that favor, you say it was to get insurance, and you're talking about Medicaid is what you were trying to get?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you get insurance through Medicaid, I mean, the taxpayers are paying for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. That's all of us,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people need Medicaid. It's a serious thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you were getting Medicaid at the same time that you were paying thousands and thousands of dollars in cash for a boob job, right?
Well, I've already saved up for that. That was a long-term, like for the insurance was a long-term for my son because he has a disability.
I understand you said that, but I'm just saying you
And
were getting Medicaid at the same time that you were paying thousands and thousands of dollars in cash for a boob job, right?
That I've saved up for, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You say you saved up for it, but you had a habit of depositing money into the bank. We saw all your cash deposits by day, and you deposit, I mean, sometimes multiple deposits every day in the bank of different cash in different banks
Yes, ma'am.
in cash. Okay. So you make all those deposits in cash every day, sometimes at different banks, multiple times a day, right?
At different banks at the same day.
Yeah, you deposit a lot of cash in the bank. You do it sometimes, it's not just like a once a month thing. You do it almost daily. Sometimes you do it at multiple different banks in a day.
If that's what the records show, I don't remember what I was doing at that.
But you're saying for this particular breast augmentation, you did not deposit that money. You kept that at home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was just all the other money that you had, you deposited in the bank, except for that.
I've already saved up for my breast augmentation.
Here she goes, talking about her boobs again. So now Tennis Girl says, so now I wonder why Georgia waited until June of this year to speak to Sarah and then did the depo in August. I thought that too. Do you think maybe it has something to do with more going after Wendy, protecting that evidence? I'm thinking that might be the case. Katie saved up for boobs but didn't have money for children's health insurance, right? Win. I wonder why no objection that repeatedly using the term boob jobs is inflammatory when she could have said breastfeeding breastfeeding augmentation. You guys kill me here. Maybe Charlie can give Wade some sweet loving as the older ginger dude watches. Oh, wouldn't that be something, those two in the same prison? Yeah, I'm going to get a boob job, but we'll use my salary to pay. Right? Oh, it could be because Sarah reached out in December 2023 and Georgia waited until June. Yes, that's a good reason. Crime and Coffee, very well could be. Because maybe I'm not muted, Ian. I'm not muted. He made me jump. I'm not muted. Oh, come in. Katie's the worst liar I've ever listened to, right? Oh, Becky, I know. She's horrible. She is in a protection program. I don't think she's in a protection program, but I don't think she wanted audio video great for me. Okay. I'm like, okay, everybody can hear me. I'm like, it's Ian. He probably did that on purpose. He probably did. Hello, Courtney. Welcome. Oh, that Ian, he is a hoot, let me tell you. Yeah, you received a membership during your first live. You sure did. I honestly think it has something to do. She maybe in that email that she sent to Sarah, or Sarah sent to her, maybe it had something like enough to get George's attention to where George is like, oh, I'm keeping this in my back pocket for right now. That's the only thing I can think of. If Katie wanted boob jobs so bad, why didn't she find a sugar daddy instead of committing in him? Well, maybe she thought she did find a sugar daddy, right? Didn't work out so good for her. Charlie Stable Cash. I am obsessed with WW and proud member of Kiosk Club. Oh, that Wade Wilson. I still want to get back into his calls, but this trial is more important. But if Katie I've already read that. We already heard about the boob job. Sarah Y emailed the Markel's attorney in December. Yeah. And then when Georgia they spoke to Georgia's, however it went down. I think there might be something in there that Georgia was like, let's keep this in our back pocket. Oops, Markel's attorney voted Sarah, so Georgia wasn't in a hurry to do so. I honestly think, guys, we've got a lot of surprises coming in this trial. I think this is going to be a popcorn event, let me tell you.
So that's a yes. You deposited all your other money into the bank except for the cash for the breast augmentation.
Whenever I would have money with me and I would, from working from the club, then I would save up and then I'd deposit whatever I had.
Charlie Adelson, he also gave you other gifts, right? Besides just...
It will kill your brain cells. Wendy's book will kill your brain cells. I've actually thought about doing members where I do a chapter at a time, it will literally kill your brain cells. It's that bad. What is your email? I wanted to send you some snippets from my book based on my own crazy life. I was always in the middle of controversy. Hugh, if you go to, you know what? I will just type it in here for you, Hugh. It makes it easier. Actually, could one of my mods put the email in so I don't go on mute with this darn mic? That would be greatly appreciated. Oh, I didn't say it had anything to do with Donna's trial. I said that it's something she has in her back pocket. But if it comes out in Donna's trial, that might be the trigger that gets Wendy arrested in Tallahassee. I don't think Sarah, who knows? Who knows how much time Sarah spent around the Adelsons, right? But yeah, no, I didn't say it had anything to do with Donna. It's 100% has to do with Wendy. Yeah. Hey, Tattles. We're all dumber after reading Wendy's book. It is horrible. Yeah, breastfeeding 2 children at the Oompa I can't even say it, guys. Rest stop. That was so funny. She's like, well, you wouldn't have been breastfeeding them at this time and that age, would you? No. She just tried to have her story. It was just insane. Ian, I've got Wendy's book. It's wedging the door open in the outside toilet. I got it for free and still feel ripped off. It is a horrible book. I love books. I love books. My Kindle's got thousands of books on it. I've got all my books on the shelf. And that book is horrible. It was at Goodwill, True Crime Movie 2, funny classic. Oh, yeah, her book. Dreadful. I didn't pay for mine either. It was in a little book library on the street. And I was like, yeah, I'm not giving that 2-bit horror anything, any money. Oh.
That wasn't the only benefit being on the Adelson Institute payroll. I mean, he paid for a trip to Santo Domingo for you, right?
And the kids?
Okay, and that's the Dominican Republic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that was in 2015 after you and Charlie Adelson broke up?
If that's what the record shows, I don't remember what date it was.
Okay. And he also offered to send you and your mom a cruise, right?
Where am I looking
In
at?
October of 2015.
Because I didn't go on a cruise with my mom, so.
Okay, you're talking to him about. Talking to him about, he says, where do you want to take your mom? You say, I want to do something for my mom. Let me see if she has days off on Thanksgiving. He says, so I think it would be super cool for you to go, just you and your mom, Friday through Monday on the Norwegian cruise. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates, right?
I guess so, but I never went on a cruise with my mom, so.
And he says, do you want me to get a cruise for you and your mom in 2015?
I guess so, but I never went on a cruise with my mom.
Okay, that's not what I asked. He offered to buy you and your mom.
If that's what was on the text, then yes.
He would also give you cash. Sometimes you would text him, ask for help, ask for loans, you needed cash.
If that's what the text says,
Well, he would give you cash, right?
if you can show me the text message.
Okay. In May of 2015, you say, by the way, I have a shitload of things to pay for. I need a little help. This tuition is crap for the summer. I have to stop my weekend job. I hate asking. He says, I'll lend you whatever you need. You say it's just tight this month. And that's on May 20th of 2015, right?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. It's loud.
Okay. And then
When you look at state exhibit,
Fancy Fiction has the eerie and weird news interview Wendy did to promote her book. She comes across so ditzy and brainless. Yes, it's, oh God, that book is horrible. You know what you would do with this book? If you got house guests that you want to leave, and they're those types that needs a magazine or whatever while they're in the bathroom, take all the magazines out, take everything out, and leave Wendy's book there. I guarantee they're packing up and they're going to a hotel. I think that's the best thing for Wendy's book. Yeah. $45 for on her book on eBay, and I think it was more on Amazon. But you're saying it's 20, so it's crazy. I seriously doubt Wendy's educational accomplishments. Maybe someday. I don't know. Hey, welcome back. I don't want to give her a dime. Nope, me either. She's laughing like a giddy moron while attempting to discuss human trafficking. It's disgusting. Yep. Good one, Michelle. Put it in the toilet. Put it there. They'll leave. That's the only good thing that I think that book would do. It's a horrible book. Yeah. There's no way Katie has a college degree. Prove her jobs. There's no way. I went tried to find her school information. I couldn't find any.
$81B, all your daily cash deposits. And a couple of days after that, on May 26th of 2015, you deposit $1,400 in cash, right?
That's what the record shows.
Okay. So you asked them for help and you give them cash. Isn't that true?
That's what the record shows.
who is Sully?
That's the mechanic.
Okay. So Sully and
Your attorney was asking earlier about a Sully Mech, M-E-C-H. That was in Charlie Adelson or Sigfredo's call list, right?
Yes,
Sully is a mechanic. Mech is the first four letters of mechanic,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And how did you find out about Sully?
That was somebody that Charlie used for his mechanic.
Charlie referred you to Sully to fix cars when you were having car trouble, right?
Yeah, when like if the Lexus was having issues or like my Mazda was having issues.
Right. And so you got the Lexus fixed with Sully, right? And your Mazda.
Mm-hmm.
Sully
Did I get
fixed. Sully
Yeah,
fixed.
he's fixed it. He's fixed it before.
Okay. And Sully is the mechanic for Eco-Friendly Shop.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the name of the
Body shop.
the body shop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you got work done with Sully, Charlie Adelson would pay for it.
No, I believe I paid for the, unless you have a text that shows otherwise, but I paid for payments for the Lexus getting fixed because it kept breaking down on me.
Okay. And your Mazda broke down a couple of times, right?
I believe so, yeah, because
Okay.
I got in a car accident.
At least some of these times, though, Charlie paid for it.
I don't know which times, but if you have the text message for it.
right here in October, he's saying, I just got a call into Sully for you. I did spoke to Shelly, it needs to be done, it has to be done in Monza, he said it should be about 1,200. You're, upset that it's 1,200, he says, I'll pay it for you, smiley face. And that was in October of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I was trying to read what was like after the text
no
message
problem. That's after you got back together with Sigfredo Garcia.
of 2015.
Right.
Yeah, I believe I was already with him.
Okay. And Sigfredo Garcia would drive the Lexus too, right?
Every now and then.
Okay.
We'd switch sometimes.
And whenever the Lexus had a problem, y'all would take it to Sully at Eco-Friendly Shop because that's the mechanic that Charlie had referred to you.
Well, there was also another mechanic that I think I was trying to use for the Lexus, but since Sully's been working on the Lexus, like we've taken it over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's also called in prescriptions for you, right? Charlie
Who
has,
has?
as a
I-
favor?
I
We're talking about the
believe he
favors. We
has.
talked about the trip to Santo Domingo, offering you and your mom a cruise, the car repairs. He also called in a prescription for you, right? Called in prescriptions in the past?
Prescriptions?
Right.
I guess so. I don't recall that such a long time ago.
Okay. Do you remember him paying for a catered fit meal service for you?
If you can refresh my memory,
You don't remember that?
can't remember.
All right. And then he also gave you cash.
For
When you
what?
would ask him for help or ask him for loans, he would give you cash.
Do you have any text messages that show?
I just showed you the one about,
Well, for that one, yes.
right. Okay. And those things that I would,
Oh gosh. I'm still laughing at freaking Hugh and oh, this whole scratch and sniff. I just can't. I've got tears. I'm like, I can't. Oh Lord. I am. Love the channel so much. This is my third time here. I would like to see the engagement metrics soar. So let's all hit that like button. Oh, you are a sweetheart. Thank you. Oh, I had tears coming out of my eyes, you guys. Only on Crime and Coffee are we talking about scratch and sniff Wendy's. It's just gone. It's just too much. Oh, Katie's a meathead, but without any of the dizzy charm of Jinda. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying. Oh, it's. I'm so sorry. Oh, chill. Calm down. Oh, I'm on a roll. You got tears coming out of my eyes. Oh my goodness. Hey, Rebecca. Welcome. Rashbaum sniffs his fingers. What did he scratch before this is gone down? It's done. Katie isn't answering anything. She's trying to find out what the evidence there is. Right? True? Why do you think Rashi sniffs his fingers? I know it's probably a bad tick that he has, like a nervous tick, but it's so bad. It's just so bad. Oh my goodness, you guys. You're the greatest. You're the greatest chat in all of YouTube, let me tell you.
we're showing you all of those things in 2015. That's after you and Charlie
Really bad.
Adelson broke up.
I believe so.
And you heard June say, you were here during trial, that after they broke up, they were together for 7 years. He didn't give her any gifts like that. What makes you so special that he's giving you these gifts after he broke up
I
with
think
you?
she did mention she was getting gifts from
He
him.
said a little something, not a trip, cash,
You looked into
car
her records?
repairs. No, I'm asking
Oh.
you, what was so special about you that he's giving you all
I
these
don't know,
gifts after you
ma'am.
broke up?
I don't know, ma'am. I thought you were referring that you had records for her too.
I'm asking you why you were so special
I
that he's
understood
giving
your
you the
question.
gifts. And you don't know?
I don't know.
So not just to keep you happy, keep you quiet?
No.
All right, so we saw in the financial records that you had a big cash spike
Yes, ma'am.
in August of 2014. Where did this money come from?
Oh, well, it was showing, I believe when Chris was talking about it, there's like jobs that you guys didn't account for.
Where were you working in July of 2014?
I don't know if I was in Fate or Hollywood Live, but I know that like my jobs were, and I've told you before that Sigfredo has given me cash.
Okay. Yindra says you were not at Hollywood Live in July 2014. She said she quit in July 2014 and you had quit 2 months before. So you weren't at Hollywood Live in July 2014, were you?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And she said, you said actually today, you worked at Fate and then you went to Hollywood Live, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where were you working in
Well,
July 2014?
I believe it was Fate, Hollywood Live, and I think Fate after that, like because there was a little bit of a gap between the Fate and like me being in Fate.
Okay. Where were you working in July of 2014?
I don't recall where I was working.
Okay, so you can't tell us anywhere you were working at that.
Not that, no.
Okay, where
Do you
did
have any records of where I was?
No, I don't. And now I'm asking you, where were you working?
I don't recall. That was back in 2014. I don't recall.
Where does money come from?
I don't recall where I was working or if Sigfredo gave me money on 2014.
You don't remember whether it was money that you earned or money that he gave you?
No, ma'am.
I mean, this is over twice, $13,200 in August of 2014. That's over twice the amount of money that of the most you've ever deposited before that in those 3 years.
I wish I could remember, but I don't know where from 2014.
Twice as much money, over twice as much money as any
I-
other month.
I wish I could remember. I don't even remember what I did yesterday.
You don't remember depositing $13,200 in your account in August of 2014.
No, ma'am.
You don't remember depositing $17,000 from the day of Dan Markel's murder to the end of August 2014.
No, ma'am. When I look at the records that you guys have, it's crazy. Even when I see how you guys put it and make it out to be like on my account.
Wouldn't that be a memorable thing for you if all of a sudden
Exactly, it
you
would
got
be.
over twice the amount of money you would normally have?
That would definitely be memorable.
I mean, before
July of 2014, you hadn't deposited $5,000 even close since January of 2013, over a year and a half before.
Ma'am, I wish I knew and I could recall and remember, but I don't.
And then over the course of these 3 months, you've got over 5,000 here, over 13,000 here, over 5,000 again here, and you're saying you have no memory of depositing that money or any idea where it came from.
I don't have a recollection.
and you don't think that's something that you would remember?
I would remember that, but I don't have any recollection of that date. I don't know
I'm
what.
not talking about one specific date. I'm talking about those couple
I know
of
you were
months.
saying those months, but I
Right.
remember when we were doing the chart, there was jobs that I was working and I don't remember where I was working, what exact month, and I told you I've gotten cash from Sigfredo before.
Okay, you can't tell us though anywhere you were working in July of 2014.
I can't remember. I can't
Okay,
recall.
and when you're talking about this money from Sigfredo,
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
you said he didn't steadily give you cash. It was just whenever he had it, he'd show up with it.
Yes, ma'am.
How much were you making at Fate nightclub?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
What, you didn't say today. How much did
I
you?
mean, from my testimony,
Well, how much do you remember making at
I
Fate
don't
nightclub?
remember. I don't recall.
How much did you make at Hollywood Live?
I don't recall.
Were you making thousands per night?
I believe I was making more in Fate. I don't know how much exactly. I don't want to commit to like an amount, but I was making more in Fate nightclub than Hollywood.
Looking at page 30.
I think she keeps grinning over at Tara. Like Tara's giving her, oh, you're doing so good, look. And she's like, or she'll make a smirk or something when she thinks she got one over on Sarah. And she'll look over and smirk at Tara. It's ridiculous. Like, she's so brain numbing. It's unbelievable. I can remember what I earned babysitting and which job paid which amount longer than 14 years ago. Right, Margaret? Yeah. Refresh my memory is code for tell me so I don't get caught in a lie. Absolutely. You're welcome. Oh, Jello shots 3 for 5. Oh. Her lawyer gave her such bad advice. Oh, isn't that true? Why? It's horrible. Yeah, this goes beyond dumb. This is like incoherent and yeah, this girl draws my head in. She really does do my head in. Yes, high riding shotgun, welcome. I give her a 95. Oh gosh. Oh, that's what I need to do is get some emojis that are number cards. So during the trial we can rate them. Oh. Hey, Happy, welcome. We'll go back. Oh, you guys had tears. I had to go and because you had tears running down my face. Oh, I've never laughed that hard in a long time.
36. Lines 22 and 23.
Okay.
In your prior testimony, you said that a good night for you, you would walk out of there at $1,000 to $1,500. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that you would work there sometimes 2 times a week. On the next page, page
yeah.
37.
Yeah.
That's what you said back in 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave that testimony that you would walk out of Fate between $1,000 and $1,500 a night. And that was before Ramsey Neighbor was a witness in this case. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was before we had Ramsey Neighbor to come in here and say, the club was not successful. It did not work. My employees were not making that much.
It was successful when that was happening because even like his time frame of like he was talking about like it being a hip hop club and then it became like a trans whatever club, but in hip hop nights we were making a lot of money.
No, he said that his employees made between $200 and $250 a night every time they work. So why are you saying back then that you made $1,000 to $1,500?
Because we were making that much money. We were.
Okay. We have a paycheck from Fate where it says that you made $985 for a whole month of your tips.
Yeah, that was the credit card tips. So
right.
There's whenever you work in the nightclubs, if they pay cash, like whatever the tips are, that's like your money. Mm-hmm. When it's credit card, then that's when they do like the percentage, and then that's why we got that percentage for the month. Like I guess they added everything up for the whole month.
I understand. Ramsey Neighbor says that 90% of their sales was in credit cards.
No, it wasn't.
It's credit card sales. Well, that's what he testified to, right?
I understand that. That's why we wanted to get those records so that they could show it, but they didn't have the records available.
If you were making $1,500 in cash.
Hugh, her money went into Xanax. Her money went to Xanax. She remembers that. Okay, weird, right?
Cash every night at Club Fate Why were you making only $985 in credit card tips then?
That was the percentage. I can't recall how much the percentage was. So every single time in the month that they would collect all the percentages from the credit cards, that's the check that we would get.
If you were making $1,500 a night in Club Fate, why were their checks bouncing if they were that successful?
When it's cash, when the patrons pay cash and it's a hip hop club,
They're paying their cash
yes.
to the club for the drinks, right?
Yes, and then
Yeah.
whatever our tip out is.
I understand that
doesn't
that's money that you can keep. I understand
ma'am.
that. I'm saying, why were your checks bouncing from Fate if
I-
you were making $1,500 there every time you worked?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I can't recall why the checks were bouncing.
It's because Fate was not a successful nightclub, right?
It wasn't
They weren't making
successful.
money.
Even on, like, if you look back and you'll see all the events that they had, we would have artists come in there. It was a very successful nightclub.
Okay, so successful that Yendra says that you left because you were not getting paid.
Because of those bounce checks.
Right.
After a while, whenever you work in clubs, there's times where it's like you're making good money and then it'll kind of die out. That's why we switch from place to place.
I understand that, but you're saying that you made $1,500 in cash per night when you worked at
I
Fate.
understand that, yes.
Right. The owner says it did not take off. It was not successful. They made $200 per shift.
I understand.
And your checks were bouncing from there, from what,
Your Honor, I'm
in your
gonna
bank
ask
records. Isn't that
objection.
true?
Hold on a second.
If she could let the witness finish answering, I'm
All
gonna
right,
object to
let's let-
battery.
Let's let the witness finish answer. Let's ask a question and then go to an answer. All right, I want people talking over each other. What's the question, Ms. Dugan?
Isn't that true?
I'm trying to explain to you that that's why they needed the records, because it will show on the records how much we were making. We were making a lot of money. I worked there.
Okay. Why would you leave Fate then, where you're making so much money, and go to Hollywood Live?
I believe I did both, or one kind of overlapped with the other. I can't quite remember.
You said when your attorney was asking you questions that you worked at Fate and then you left and you went to Hollywood Live. And that's what Yendra said too.
And I believe I went back to Fate after that. I can't fully recall, but I know when I was working in Hollywood Live, I was doing bottle service and I was a bartender, and I was making really good money in Hollywood when I was bartending.
Okay. And Yendra said that she told us how much she made per night.
But Yendra was working as a bottle service in that club.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the same amount of money, and I've already explained that before.
So you were working in as a bartender in
Yes, ma'am.
Hollywood Live? Okay. And how much money were you making a night at Hollywood Live?
I don't recall in that club, but I know that I was making pretty good money, because you can work there throughout the week as well whenever they have events as well.
Was it less than Fate or more than Fate that you were making
As a
at Hollywood
bartender?
Live? Yes, whatever you did at Hollywood Live.
It might be a little bit lower than being.
Joey, we'll straighten you out. We'll get you out of that fog. Don't worry about it. And I believe I disagreed being a responsible parent. Yeah, that's oh. I wonder if she remembers why she's in prison. Nope. Do you have something to refresh my memory? Like, oh my goodness. Do you think she remembers how to tie her shoes? No, she's probably got Velcro or flip-flops in there. Oh gosh. This girl does our head in.
No bottle service in Fate, but I can't recall this exact amount.
Well,
I
then
was
why did you
making.
leave Fate where you're making $1,500 a night to go to Hollywood Live where you would make less?
And I told you at that time too, that sometimes we have peak seasons and it starts dwindling down, so that maybe that's why I went to Hollywood. I can't recall. This was back in 2014.
You said that you were working in liquor promotions. What's the name of the company that you worked for?
I was trying to remember it. You guys didn't pull any records for that either?
You have bank records from Encore Worldwide and CO. Is that where you worked for liquor promotions?
That was way back. That was way back. I did other promotions for, I believe Absolute. I cannot think
Then
of
what's the
the
name
other
of the
two.
company that you work for?
I
that would have
can't
written you
recall.
These paychecks.
I can't recall.
Okay, was it Encore Nationwide?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was a liquor promotion company that we have here that you worked for from January to December of 2013?
If that's what's on my records, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what's CO?
I don't recall.
Okay, so then you stopped liquor promotions in December of 2013.
I don't recall the dates.
You said Encore Nationwide was the business that you
Yeah.
worked for? Okay, so then if your last paycheck is in December of 2013, that's when you stopped liquor promotions, right?
If that's what's on your records, I just know that I worked for another liquor promotion. I don't know if it was Encore as well.
And you said that in certain liquor stores, the owner would allow you to get tips when you handed out drinks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that you think at the time they gave you paychecks. That's what you said?
At the time, maybe. I honestly cannot recall from 14 at that time too?
2013, yeah.
2013, I
I'm
can't.
asking you about what your attorney asked you. When you were working at liquor promotions though, you said just sometimes you would get tips if the owner allowed that to happen of
Yes,
the liquor
ma'am.
store.
If that's what I had said, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, today, you said that this 2014, this cash bike was from your nightclub work and then from Sigfredo Garcia. How much of it was from Sigfredo Garcia?
I can't recall the amount.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am. When you were showing me that chart,
Mhm.
I'm telling you, I wish I could remember. I don't remember because you're asking me exact amounts and where I worked and
Well, he
names
didn't.
I can't remember.
He didn't provide you much money that often, right? It wasn't like a steady thing.
And not that I can recall, no.
So-
I mean, it's whenever.
I was trying to remember how old she is. I believe she's, I think now she's about 35, 36.
I guess it will come up on something, then
Sorry. Yes, we gave you the wrench, B Rabbit.
he would give it to me.
If he showed up and handed you $5,000, $10,000, $13,200, that's something that you would remember, right? That never happens.
It's not that it never happens. I told you like it would happen. I don't know the exact amount that he would give me. I don't want to commit to an amount that you're trying to tell me. I can't remember back in 2014.
In your prior testimony, you said that he did not, and I'm looking at page 60, lines 18 through 25. You said that he did not steadily give you cash. He did not have a set date that he'd give you anything. Sometimes he would, you were asked, was there ever a time when he'd come to you and your attorney asked, well, would you consider $1,000 a significant amount of cash? You said yes. Would then he give you a significant amount of cash? And you said yes. So you never said in that prior statement that he gave you anything more than $1,000.
Which page number again?
Page
I'm
60.
sorry. 60 and in which line?
Lines 18 through 25.
I just said that there wasn't like a set amount that he had to give me anything.
Right.
It would be whatever he had.
Your attorney asked, did he give, would you consider $1,000 a lot if he would give you $1,000? And you said yes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so $1,000, him coming and giving you $1,000, that would be a lot from him.
For my testimony, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so if he came and gave you $5,000 in July or October, or $10,000 or $13,000 in August, that would be very abnormal.
It wouldn't be abnormal. It would just, you're trying to say if I could remember that amount?
No, I'm saying that before you said $1,000 have been a significant amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if he was giving you more than that, that's something that you would remember. That would be significant, right?
Yes, that would be a significant amount.
But you don't remember. You have no idea.
Remember.
Isn't it true that the reason that you
Yeah, you're right, you.
move on. I want to ask you about this night at Yardbird you told us about.
Yes, ma'am.
In your prior testimony,
Mm-hmm.
did you have any indication that Sigfredo Garcia knew you were at dinner there, or knew that you had gone there for dinner?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Sigfredo Garcia didn't say anything to you that would lead you to believe.
Sophia, the only reason she would have been allowed to go free is if she turned the Adelsons in. That was the deal. She had to tell everything she knew about Charlie and them. So that's the only way she was going to walk free. And now she makes how much? 10 cents a day. Oh God, that's too much for her. Katie added again with free penicillin. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, and 1984 is 39 years ago. Holy, I hate math, Batman. So do I. I'm right with you, Miss Sky, on that one. So she's young. Yeah. How could she get tips when she forgot? Oh, I think you're meaning tits. How could she get tits when she forgot what people ordered to drink? Oh, how could she get tips? I'm on the boob thing. Sorry. How could she get tips when she couldn't? She always forgot. Yeah, I agree. She gave up her kids and her life outside in the free world for Charlie and Sigfredo. Absolutely, she did. I'm saying if the jury didn't convict her. Oh, if the jury didn't convict her, no, she wouldn't have turned on them. Nope. And Scott, I like boobs. Oh yeah, she wouldn't have turned on them. She would have padded her wallet though, guaranteed. Hi, Tokyo. I'm still sweating. I'm still sweating over 1981 being 43 years ago. Your current age. Oh, I'm old. I'm old. They only asked for precise criminal details, just like Luis. They still were given choices, and Katie refused to stop lying. Yeah, I'll never understand as a mother how you could do that. I just don't understand. I think she meant that if she would go free by being acquitted. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She went free by being acquitted. She could have really extorted the Adelsons. She really could have done that. It's probably a dumb question, but hindsight. If Katie Hayter spilled to the cops, would Wendy be in jail by now? Mm-hmm. I think so. And it's not a dumb question, dog mom. Not at all. Katie's career has been doing jobs for tips. I read it too. I read the other one the wrong way. Instantly, I saw tips and I'm like, oh, I'm sure they mean tits. And I was like, oh, this, I tell you, can't find this on any other channel, people. I know IQ numbers are highly debatable, but I'm going for an 85 here on Katie. And I think you're being generous, Tad. I wonder if Charlie wanted a percentage of her increased tips based on the one boob he paid for. Oh, God. If Katie gave it up at the beginning, all the Adelsons would be in jail now, I'm sure. Yeah, I agree, Sophia. Oh, thank you, Lynn. Welcome back. Oh, we are off the rails, Lynn. We are off the rails. I wonder if the offer came before or after the first trial, or both. Before both. Before both. So when Tara was doing her direct, she had mentioned, I heard it last night, that something about when she was in jail in Miami that the state had offered her. She could have walked out then. Sorry, guys. There's no way she thought she was going to get off away with this amnesia defense. Yeah, that I don't understand it. I just don't understand her. Oh, she's a lot of things. She's a lot of things. Her refusing immunity twice just speaks to how much promise the Adelsons put on her. You're right, Ian. That's why I say there's a trail. There's got to be. Whoops. I would have been very concerned about Charlie taking her for a boat ride. Agree, Maggie. Welcome. I honestly think that whole come up to the apartment thing is a little sus, but we'll never know because she didn't do it. We need that on a t-shirt for sure. Off the rails with a pic of a train tracks, maybe. Yep. I was thinking of, one of those old push carts, like for the coal mines. I was thinking of having a push cart and like railroad track behind it where the push cart's going off the rails. I was thinking that we are off the rails, people. Dogmom, I don't know the answer, but I don't think the prison will remove them. Oh, yeah, I don't think so either. But geez, can you imagine if they go bad? Like if they start leaking what she's in for? I don't even remember what I did yesterday. No, ma'am. Sanford asked her brother to talk to her. I don't know why he didn't. Well, he said, and remember in that interview with Sanford, he said that he hadn't even spoke to his sister in 2 years. She has to stop calling. So I just don't know. Do you think Charlie and the family convinced her that Danny was abusive, even though he wasn't? But I wonder what the killer family told her. I don't think they told her anything, dog. I think they said, here's some money. I don't think she did it because she felt bad for Wendy or anything. I think she just did it for the mighty dollar. They must have offered Katie quite a bit of money to keep her quiet for these years. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, win tips for tits. Yep. I can't even. Katie must be in denial to think she is a hottie. She isn't. Charlie used her to commit murder, then dumped her. I agree. Why? I agree. There was something shady there. There's more to this story. I sense I have my thoughts about it. Something is missing still, but it will come out in the trial of Wendy's. I hear you, Hugh. There's something that we're missing. Absolutely. B Rabbit. I don't believe for a moment Wendy Jill entrusted Charlie with the arrangements for Dan's murder. Wendy's personality. She had direct contact with Katie and or Sigfredo. She wouldn't be able to help it. I absolutely agree. I agree with Sigfredo because when she testified for Sigfredo, or in that case, sorry, she didn't trust in the first trial, when she's walking out, when Wendy's walking out, he's following her with his eyes. I'm like, why would he do that? I agree. There's something there. Wow. Thanks. Glad I don't have to deal with paid for boobies. Yeah. Why is SD allowing her to ask questions? Just to hang herself, I think. Prisons pay for sex change operations. Why not boobectomy? I think she should have to live with those for the rest of her life. Does anyone know how much her boob job costs? She said like $4,000. There'd be a lot of cash to keep in your house. Probably not been neighborhood she's discussing yet. She said she got it. Remember she got a deal because she was going to pay cash. Oh, thank you, dog mom. Thank you so much. Great community. Thank you. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Seriously, thank you so much. I am behind on chat. Yeah. 4,000 each boob. Oh. I think she and Wendy were buddy encrypted troll accounts after spring break. It's a good chance. There's definitely a good chance. Katie thought Charlie liked her. Remember the text that was read in court? Charlie said he told his mom about Katie, and she's yeah. Yeah, he friggin' love bombed her, guaranteed. Georgia knows there's more. She's sitting in her trump card, and when she played that card, the courtroom will go nuts. There's more. I agree, Hugh. I can't wait for that moment. Paella. The majority of people in Miami are triangle to some degree level. Next, exiting Little Wendy. Just want to make sure I didn't miss too many people here. And no, folks, I didn't do any research. My majority is like Charlie's 100%. Brian, there was a joke going around that shrimp was actually Wendy. That would have been something. I heard it too. I thought that was funny. I'm like, wouldn't that be great if shrimp was Wendy? I clicked that cute little like thumb. How about the rest of your crew? Thanks, Miss Sky. I think the world of you and Mr. Sky. Okay, we'll get back. Get on the tracks and let's go.
That he knew you were at dinner.
Yeah, that was the first time I mean, not the first time this time around, but I heard it through the trial.
Okay. So you had no indications that he knew that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And the whole July 1st jet ski incident, that was, you said, the same day as the voicemail to Harvey Adelson from Charlie Adelson?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, from Secreto Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so with this wire, Charlie Adelson gets contacted by his mom. She says she was given paperwork, which turns out to be this article about the murder. She says this TV probably cost $5,000. You agree with me that TV sounds like their code for this murder, right?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled if you know.
I don't know, ma'am.
Then Donna Adelson tells Charlie that it has to do with the two of them, and the man mentioned an ex-girlfriend, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Charlie calls you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did he call you?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
No, ma'am. I don't know if that's before or after, or when he spoke to his mom, or when they mentioned my name, or when he said ex-girlfriend. Like, it's been going round and round. I'm confused myself.
Okay, and you said that in your last testimony, I'm looking at page 154, lines 4 through 9.
If Wendy split with Jeff to frame him, then what would her limits be? I don't think that girl has any limits, Brian. I don't think she has any. I think reporting Live from my sofa guy makes an obnoxious goat sound. I've heard that. Oh, that's hilarious. Paul does have the screaming goat. Mrs. and I enjoy his work. In today's society, would they have to release Charlie if he declares that he identifies as an innocent person who didn't hire hitmen? Oh my Lord. So now for Wendy, I just think of Spanish music with an exaggerated paella. According to Jeff, she framed the bejesus out of him. She tried. $5,000 for a Walmart TV, not 150 out of the door, right? I know, I said slept. Oh, dear Lord, have mercy on me. Katie must have been promised some big stapled money. Absolutely. I think she was. Let me get this. The public has a voice in this community, and we demand justice in this case, waiting for it. Justice for Dan, justice for the Markels, and justice for those two boys. Katie can't think of a full day of logic, let alone an entire plot. What did Sky say here? Lately, you can just walk out with one. I love that Wendy reached out to her good friends to defend her in media and no takers, right? That was good. Unbelievable. She was looking a student Professor P. She has a big sex appetite. Yes, she does. That's why she gets called Turnpike Wendy. Why did everything always surround Harvey's Father's Day or Harvey's birthday versus never Mother's Day or someone else's birthday? That's the question right there. To me, it says Harvey was right in on it. Katie would never fit in our society. She is so cold, stone evil. Hi, Julia. Welcome. The world just needs more dads, even half as good as Dan, right? I 100% agree. Hi, Beach. Welcome. In Texas, you can get a 55 for 94 on the coast. But yeah, even then, they were 150 for a new TV. Harvey was the bank. Well, even like I said, even Jeffrey said, it was a TV that you'd find in a dorm room. Yes. Harvey loves his baby girl.
Which lines, ma'am?
154, lines 4 through 9.
I pray they do too. And 14 and 15 and 14.
Yes, I was saying that I'm his last ex-girlfriend.
That's what you said in 2019, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you were his last ex-girlfriend.
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
We've had testimony during this trial though, that he's had several girlfriends since you dated, though, between that and the bump, right?
Yeah, but I was explaining here that I'm his last ex-girlfriend. Like he was dating June, I think, at that time. So I didn't know about Whitney, so I was his last ex-girlfriend.
You didn't know about Whitney?
No, I heard about it now.
Wasn't that like his first serious girlfriend after you and him broke up?
I don't know. That's why I'm getting confused because I'm learning so many things from here that I don't know when I knew that was his girlfriend or I knew of that girlfriend. I know about June because she testified over here.
Okay, I mean, you knew that he was talking to lots of girls.
Yes, ma'am.
And dating lots of girls.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would actually chastise him in the messages about like him dating so many girls, moving them into his house, letting them drive his cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would check in with him about these girls. So you would say, are you still talking to this girl, right?
Thank you, Dog Mom, for even posting this. So true. Danny and all the Markels were just regular people who loved these two boys. Prayers for the Markels having to relive their nightmare again. True. If you could message me later, I want to see if I can wire you the money for those cushions for the Markels, and see if you can get them off Amazon before the trial starts. Can't remember cash, but remembers this stuff, right, Brian? Harvey definitely in on it from the beginning. Obey his wife, the henpecked bastard he is. Yes, absolutely, Hugh. Thing is, Katie should be able to make serious bank back than as a bottle service girl in Miami. She didn't need to do this. No, she didn't. I had Wendy's police interview on day of murder in my car. When I picked up my son, who's 15, he listened to part of it and never heard it before. He was like, Mom, she's a liar, I can tell. She was truly horrible. Charlie used Katie to get access to killers he otherwise couldn't. He found her and groomed her for the hit. Yep. I honestly think he probably did a background search and everything on her to see the people she knew, things like that. The thing is, the money and influence has always worked for the last 50 years. They were in a twisted reality. Taking away the grandkids, that was war. Yeah, going after Wendy's license, going after Wendy's money, all that. It just... And Jessica. Exactly. Praying for the Markels every night. I seriously feel as though I'm losing brain cells watching her. Good thing there's a fun chat tonight. Yeah, she really hurts your brain. She does. The family had months to rearrange the murder and nobody did. What a tragedy. It's just horrible. The levels of deceit and evil from this criminal family shows how different they are from those that do normal things in life. I'm not perfect, but dang, I'm no Adelson, right? That's a t-shirt. That is a t-shirt, Happy. I'm not perfect, but dang, I'm no Adelson. Right, Jake? That guy said no fixing a TV with a cracked screen. Will the Geek Squad guy testify at Donna's trial? I know they deposed him, but I don't know. Can somebody tell me? Because there's a rumor going around that he passed away. And I don't know. I don't know for sure. And I won't say it, but that, don't forget to hit the like. 139 watching, 77 likes. Come on, people. We can do it. The like button will not bite. I promise you that. How can Wendy be so evil? Yep. We are going to help you. We're going to deprogram you, Joey. We are going to deprogram Joey, guys. Donna is doomed, and then Wendy. I can't wait, Hugh. I'm so excited for that moment. Don't forget to hit the like. We hit that. Okay, Brian, you've heard that too? What a shame. Metric says, don't be an Adelson. Yep. Metric says, don't be an Adelson, and we can say, I'm not perfect, but at least I'm not an Adelson. Yep, we might get that going right away if Happy's okay with me stealing that. He's okay, Amber. Hi, Amber. Welcome. Yeah, see, it's a rumor. That's why I'm not saying anything. The Geek Squad guy is still alive. That is my understanding. Okay, Tennis Girl. Thank you. Yes, hit that like. I don't want to send any rumors out there. Crime and Coffee, Carl Steinbeck debunked the dead TV repairman myth. Perfect. Thank you, Skype. Hey, Mike. Welcome back. Car always breaking down. Tough break, kid. Yep. Yes. For Donna, it's not why. It's why not. A few shows said the guy is alive and said Wendy seemed odd. Yeah. Yeah, because even Georgia said that. He said, I guess he said that she seemed upset about something. Hi, California, Amy. Her testimonies and proffers are painful to listen to, too. She so blatantly is lying, and it's infuriating. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's horrible. Hugh says, hit that like, guys. What helps me is wanna gummy. Beach says Katie is still holding back and protecting Charlie. I guarantee there's there's got to be money. The Geek Squad guy said she was super upset that morning. Yep, sure did, Amber. That is a rumor. Several YouTubers close to people in the case say the Geek Squad guy is still living, and I believe that. It went crazy. That rumor went around. What? I'd be honored. I love you so much. Oh, thank you, Happy. There is a t-shirt coming. Welcome to chat. You are correct. I'll buy that shirt. Thanks. I will get that going because that makes... I totally liked it up. Thanks, girl. I don't know your name, but yeah. My name's not even... Oh, it's because I got this up. My name's Rochelle, and I'm from Ontario, Canada. I want the CC merch. I'll prepay. I'll get it up. I got to work on that. Q giggles. The state isn't going to arrest me, says Wendy to Georgia. I say Georgia says challenge accepted. Absolutely. In that moment, that very moment, I could see Georgia going, I'm coming for you, bitch. I'm a coming for you. Robert in New York, you must be mortified and thinking about changing his name. Anybody? This guy, I feel so horrible for him. I do. I feel horrible for Robert. Oh, Jake, thank you so very much. It was greatly appreciated. I do. All of you guys, this is amazing. This community is absolutely amazing. So thank you, Jake. I don't know, but always heard about 10 years. Be on the look for a replacement of twins. I'd love to see Depo or interview with Geek Squad guy. Yes. So would I. Any of yous here in America know how to work that FOIA request, please email me. I'm having such a hard time. Thank you for your generous contributions toward a new microphone for Rochelle. I'm keeping it so far away from me. Anyone think it's a suspect that 1 or 2 prison snitches in this case are not alive? I haven't said anything about it because I don't know too much about it, but yeah, I've heard that too. I'd like to find out what Wendy and the girl said at lunch when the murder occurred. Exactly. I'd like to figure out from those girls what they thought when Wendy walked in looking like she just came from gardening. Always a chill chat here. Thanks, Lynn. If the Geek Squad guy's testimony would help, they'd call him. Yeah. But just keep in mind the spelling. I appreciate Rob and, of course, those boys. Absolutely. You know, he really couldn't change his name, guys, because he's a doctor. He's well known. All of this. The best he can do is say he's not related after all this is done. Really happy. What is that? I heard one guy is not alive. Jake says, if they had another hour in the first interrogation, she might have snapped. She damn near gave it up then. They just didn't have enough to trick her. I agree. B says, I think that the rumor started due to a gentleman with the same name as the Geek Squad guy passing away. Oh, okay, B Rabbit. Thanks for that. Because, yeah, it did. Everybody else, so I'm not the only one that's seen that floating around. It was horrible. I was like, what? Oh, shit, it's warm here and need the AC. Oh, and I've got my heat on, guys. Your channel should have a boot page. A boot page. What is that? If Wendy was such a great actress and willing to manipulate people to get what she wanted, why in the world didn't she just manipulate her way back into Dan's life and convince him to move to Miami? Because she couldn't manipulate him. He tried to get her back. He did. Exactly. Detective was like, you were around Trescott? And then when she said it was a shortcut, he's like, a shortcut? Oh, poor Isom. I like to wear our show merch on the street of, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Happy, Daegu. I actually have more dog clothes for my pup. That's an idea. Yeah, because I have a pup too. That would be so nice to see that around. Me too. Rochelle or Rochelle, either way is pretty. Richelle, Richele. Spelled the same as Michelle, but with an R. She actually made those kids watch the Shattered TV. I wonder what she was scamming with that. I know. Like, Jeffrey wanted to use the other TV, but she was like, no. I want that popcorn while me and my girls are sharing the moment with your show when Georgia whips out that newest detail. Can't wait. Why can't you get that tape of the Geek Squad? Is it out there? It should be. It's just if you got to go through the Freedom of Information Act, you have to be so precise on what you're asking for. And I have a little bit of an issue because I'm in Canada. So they say, well, why do you want it? You're in Canada. So I need to get an insider in the States that knows how to work that FOIA website and get it that way. Robert can live knowing he didn't get sucked into a vortex of the Adelsons' evil enmeshed fam. He made it out. Right, Beach? He can be so very proud of himself. That's right, Lynn. Don't forget we haven't heard Wendy's emails and text testimony from her friends. Oh, they're going to be so good. Just going to catch up on chat because I am really far behind. Sorry, guys. Oh, yes, I do know that Happy. Yeah, he is not alive. Who is the other? Very interesting indeed. Those people there's so many branches to this family. There's so many. This is like the worst roller coaster ever. I think she just wanted Jeff to remember the TV was really broken. I agree, Steph. She wanted to make a point that it was broken. Boy, oh boy. We were on there today trying to figure it out, but it's a tough one. It is a tough one to figure out. I'm in Florida too, but I'm too scared of her. Laugh out loud. Canada. I was born in Quebec, old school. Yeah, we were neighbors then. Our neighbors up the 401. Wendy says Dan was mad because he didn't want to lose me as a wife. I say, no, bitch. He just wanted to be a good father to his children, and he got a beautiful new partner. Bam, Sophie. He did try to fight for her, though. He did try to get her back. But she reveled in that, I think. But those Adelson t-shirts would have the boy's name on it too, just reminding you. Oh, I will not put those boys' names on a t-shirt. Absolutely not. No, sir, I would not do that. Mm-mm. It's like she was shattering the chicken world. Yeah, I think Wendy didn't want them in her bedroom because she was packing and she's a lazy person, so it would have been a mess. Yeah. And you're right. And Maggie, I get what you're saying because of the last name, Adelson's. I get that. But I'm not the only one out there that's putting Adelson's on things, and I understand what you're saying. I would never put their names on there whatsoever. And I am definitely not the first person that the Adelson's name's been in the media or anything like that. I have given all my info so she can use me any way she wants. Now I should like the Katie Gross. Yeah. Yeah, Jamie did. She gave me an address so I can use that instead of a Canadian one. A boot page was supposed to be a bad joke referencing how Canadians pronounce about. I say about. Do I say it weird, guys? Do I say about wrong? I don't say about. That's more Newfoundland. And Newfoundland and Nova Scotia say about. But I say about. Hello, Paul. Not so far. Not so far. Welcome back. No trolls yet. Nope. Not tonight. Rochelle hasn't snapped yet.
I might have mentioned it, but just to say it, you'd have to show me.
Okay. In December of 2015, you say, are you still talking to the lame chick, the girl who's hot and really not? And he says, yes, or I'm still seeing her.
I'm Canadian.
Yeah, but I don't know which one that is.
Okay. I think my point is, you know that you knew that you were not his last ex-girlfriend.
To my knowledge, I was his last ex-girlfriend because he was dating June.
Mhm.
Didn't really know. I didn't know about Whitney. I don't know if I've learned it from trial, but I was his
Out.
last ex-girlfriend. If he was dating June and he dated me, I'm his last ex-girlfriend.
Well, by your own admission in the wiretap call, you say you've had a million ex-girlfriends, right?
I understand that, but I'm saying I'm his last ex-girlfriend. We're talking about this.
Right. But you and him had broken up in the fall of 2014. And this bump is in the spring of 2016, right? You'd been together with Sigfredo Garcia again for a year at that point, at the time of the
At
bump.
that point, okay.
Right. He had dated tons of girls in between that, right?
I believe so.
Okay. You were not his last ex-girlfriend then.
But I'm saying from the timeline from
You're going to bring them in, Charlize. I'll be tonight's troll. The Adelsons are 100% innocent. Jeff did it and set up the hitman, the middle woman, and the Adelsons because he's a jilted lover. Right? The Queen's English. The one trial when they kept saying to Katie, you will die in prison. She was like, why do you keep saying that? No, not direct quotes, right? Oh, when Rashi went at her. Wow, she has a real title to be proud of, right, Brian? Yeah, jilted lover. So I say out. Funny too. Oh boy. Hi, Rianne. Nice try, Charlie Staple Cash. Take 2 moldy stacks from Petty Cash.
June, like June, the girl June.
Right.
I was his last ex-girlfriend. We were talking about it in here. Like you're talking about wasn't this from
That
the
was from
bump?
October
From
of
the bump, though?
the
Like,
transcript you're looking at is from October of 2019 when you say you were his last ex-girlfriend at the time of the bump. That's what you said last time was the reason that he called you when an ex-girlfriend was mentioned.
but that's what I'm saying. But you're talking about a specific date on this, what's going on right now, too. This is not on the 19th. This is the transcripts from the 19th.
Right. I'm saying though that you knew you were not his last ex-girlfriend. Isn't that true?
I'm confused because I'm saying that I was his last ex-girlfriend. What are you talking
Okay.
about from when we were talking in Dolce Vita?
Right. So you
Okay.
thought that you were his last ex-girlfriend
Objection,
before.
asked and
I'm
answered.
so-
No, Judge.
So you're gonna ask it one more time.
Yes,
and
sir.
then that's it.
You believe you were his last ex-girlfriend
ma'am.
before the bump, and that's the reason he called you?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Oh, oh.
And he called you because he wanted you to deal with this for him, right?
I don't know if this is the reason why he had mentioned my name and why he wanted me to call.
Okay, well, even before though, that you knew your name was mentioned, you were willing to help him with the problem, right?
I was listening to him. I don't know at that moment if I was saying that I was willing to help him.
Okay, I want you to look at that same page, 154, lines 17 through 19. In 2019, you said,
And take that any way we want, right? I like being part of this group. It's like the special people's club. We are special. Oh, Lord. Is this Charlie's trial? No, Paul. This is Katie's retrial. Oh, so special, right? Oh, my goodness. I felt sorry for Katie when she saw a bird outside the window during the proffer, and she said, "I wish I was a bird flying." It was so incredibly sad. Well, she could have been a flying bird if she would have turned everybody in, or didn't hire somebody to kill Dan Markel. Genius should be listening, Katie, as the world's record holder for continuous lies, right? The Guinness Book of World Records. Welcome back, Michael. People were asking why the little clinic was named Institute. Damn, if Charlie didn't explain that farce too. Because it needed to be special. It needed to be, what was his exact words? It needed to be fancy. People making sense in here and dropping truth bombs. Are you coming out of the fog yet, Joey? Oh my God, this is painful to watch. That's why we keep stopping. Because now he has the institute of his dreams, right? Did you all catch the recording where Katie tells Charlie he sucks in the sack? No surprise there. Was that Katie? I thought that was Bree. Katie's second balls up, yeah. The wiretap calls between Katie and Charlie after the bump are fascinating. Yeah, we'll get into those. We need to get into some fun because she just brain numbs you. She should have decided and chosen not to lie, had bird breast surgery. Joey Schmo, stick around. It gets better as it gets later. It gets worse as it gets later. Where did you see that it sounds interesting? She's a worse liar than Wendy. It's very close. I'll give you that. No, Wendy is the record holder for lying in this trial. The whole case is sad. You absolutely right, Tattles. And I think that's why I like this so much, because we are all so very focused on justice for Dan and his family. And that, but we can still find in our group of people a way to lighten these idiots up, but still seriously be focused on, pardon me, justice. I'm born and raised in Boston, married for years to a New York Italian, now living in the South. I have nothing to say about how you pronounce anything. Thank you, Maggie. Oh boy, this chat is flying tonight. Oh, hello, old friend. Welcome back, Rabbit. Oh, you missed them. They had me in tears, laughing so hard. Wendy is manipulative in her lying. Katie is stupid and forgetful in a fog. Yep. Miss Sky, why are you taking the fifth? We will help you, Joey. We will help you. I'm going to Walmart. Anybody need anything? TVs, right? That's probably, I would say it was probably where Charlie got it, but he did get it from Best Buy. Yeah, nobody will beat Wendy. She's insane. Let me just see. At least Wendy made an attempt at creative bullshit while Katie is still a liar. Kindergarten. Yep. This group provides insight just in case we sniff a criminal. Run. Don't start with the scratch and sniff again. Let's not go there. Because, oh dear, Wendy lies more than she's better at it. She gets plenty of practice. Yeah. Wendy is horrid, thinks she is crafty, plays mental games, and uses the toddler voice. That makes me want to ask, who are her friends, right? Absolutely, Sophie. Over her own kids, it's just crazy. Hey there, friend. The book, though, what friggin' balls she was, Wendy. And it's a horrible book. But you're right, Lynn. Unbelievable. Not a cash and ration sniff. Not. Okay, let's go back. Let's get back on the track.
Before your name was mentioned, you were willing to help him with that problem.
I said, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're asked by Charlie Adelson to call this number. You don't know why he's asking you to do this other than you're his last ex-girlfriend. And then the person that you get to call the number coincidentally just happens to be the shooter of the crime that Charlie Adelson thinks he's being blackmailed for, right?
I mean, can you ask your question one more time?
You were asked by Charlie Adelson to call this number
Yes.
on the article.
Yes.
You got someone else to do that for you, right?
Yeah, I asked Sigfredo to do it.
So you coincidentally get the person who was the shooter of this crime that Charlie Adelson's being blackmailed.
I mean,
right?
I was just asking Sigfredo to call the number.
Okay, and just coincidentally, he's the shooter.
I didn't even know about any of that until the trial.
Okay, so that is a coincidence.
In your opinion, I believe so.
All right. I don't think it's a coincidence. I'm saying you're saying that that's a coincidence. You didn't actually have anything to do with it.
No, ma'am.
And you didn't actually know what it was about or who you were getting to call for that reason, anything.
No, ma'am.
Ooh. Okay. I think Tamara is wonderful. And Dan did read her book. I 100% believe he did. And if he read anything about Wendy making fun of the nicknames, because the husband in there gave them nicknames, like Dan gave the family nicknames, that would have hurt him. And Jonas says, if you get a summons for the Adelson trial, just show him this chat and you will be dismissed. Oh, I'm telling you, I'm so bad with that. How are the... Yeah, no, it was me, guys. Horrible. I want to call a recess so that chick can make us some fried rice and eat. Oh, Joey. Joey. You had me thinking Harvey made it a point to sign his name to distinguish himself, wanted to be known when he was typing versus wife. Mm-hmm. You seen that, right? Where he finished all of them? Harvey? Yeah, it's... Did my lock her up t-shirt keep me off the jury? I think we all would be just like, nope, sorry. Why did Wendy say that he didn't read the book? To make him look bad. To make him look like he wasn't supportive. To make him look like he was mean to her. Things like that. It's just unbelievable. I think she remembers very well while she's in prison. I don't believe for a minute that she can't remember any of the stuff she's playing stupid and doing. Yep, I agree. I got out of jury duty in LA due to helicopter crash. Simple tipping over upon takeoff. Not a great plan to get out of jury duty. No. Hey, Tom, welcome. I think Wendy is losing a lot of her friends, and that's why she's moving to Texas. Yeah, and it's been reported she was getting a lot of threats and stuff like that, because even Ruth went around asking people, right now, you can't separate the boys. You can't separate her from the boys right now, right? We could take Wendy's book and find the parallels in it to what happened. May find something. You're right, Deborah. And there's a lot of parallels. There's a lot. In reality, Charlie, Donna, and Wendy would trade places with anyone on this chat. Their money and pride destroyed them. Destroyed them. Charlie, I've done all those things and it was wicked. Poosh, yeah. Oh, that pretend voice is ridiculous. A shirt idea to wear in big bold on the front is Wendy. Yep. That's a good one too. Dan smirked through the book. Dan skimmed through the book. He was very busy. There are portions that are pretty close to the real lives. Absolutely. So sorry, guys. My phone is just buzzing off the hook here. Dan read Wendy's book. He supported his wife with her career. Reference to Dan reading the book was on his prof blog. Yep, it was. He read it. She just wanted to make him look bad. Make him unsupportive. Make him look like he was always trying to be better than her. It was just a nasty thing she did. It was horrible.
Other than the fact that they said Katie and Tuto.
Yeah, and when Charlie Adelson told you that his mom said it has to do with Tuto and Tato, why didn't you say, you know exactly who that is, Charlie? Tuto is Sigfredo.
No, he was seeing it in different ways, and then that's why I never corrected him. I know like they've asked me about that before. I didn't know that I had to correct him and say, well, you know him.
Mhm.
You know the father of my kids. Like, why are you saying the name different?
And he said that though multiple times. He said, I don't even know who Tudo is. He said that on the phone and he said that in Dolce Vita, didn't he?
On the phone, I think I heard it, but on the Dolce Vita, I don't remember.
And you just didn't correct him, just didn't ask why
I
he was
just
acting like
didn't.
he didn't know who Tudo was.
That's the whole reason why I'm even in here, because I wasn't asking the questions.
Why don't you ever mention Garcia's name to Charlie Adelson?
Why don't I ever mention his name?
Right.
Like the Tuto?
No, why don't you ever say Tudo or Garcia to Charlie Adelson? Why do you just say he this, he that?
I never mentioned his name to him.
Right. Why not?
I just don't. Like, I'm not going to be like saying, I don't know. I didn't.
Why don't you ever mention Charlie's name to Sigfredo Garcia?
I've always referred to him like my friend or vice versa. Like I always say my friend. I don't think they want to hear about each other's name whenever I'm mentioning them.
So whenever you talk to Garcia about Charlie Adelson, you always say that person or my friend.
Or my friend, yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you called him and were talking to him about that person, how does he know who you're talking about?
Did I ever message him saying that person?
In the wiretap call, yeah. You're talking to Sigfredo Garcia and referring to Charlie as that person.
I don't recall.
Why don't you just say Charlie?
I never mentioned either one of their names because I don't know. I just didn't.
I mean, isn't the reason though that you never say their names is because you were all afraid that law enforcement might be listening?
Well, apparently everybody had a burner phone, so why would anybody even be talking on the phone?
Charlie called you. Charlie said that he wanted the problem flushed. That problem was this bad guy that was
Objection, that
trying
was not in evidence.
Overruled.
Mm-hmm.
extort his mom.
That was a joke.
Okay. But he wanted you were the person that he wanted to take care of this problem, right?
Yes, because somebody mentioned my name. We've
Right.
gone over this.
Out of all the people in the world, though, he chose you. And you're saying that,
Because they mentioned my name
okay, today,
and Tuto's name, and then mentioned that.
Night Dog Mom, thank you so much. She was just being a sneaky hoe. She was banging both of them. Absolutely, she was. A lot of very unfunny jokes were being told. Where was that, B Rabbit? Isn't that something how she looks over to her lawyer? All the time. Again, the non-professional comedic group loves some jokes. The only Charlie I would listen to is Mr. Mason.
Those names. So yeah, that's why I was confused.
Mm-hmm.
all right, what happened in the car before y'all went to Dolce Vita?
I don't even recall that. That's what I was asking when they said that there's a 10-minute meetup in a car. Like, where's that video or where's that?
Did he search you for a wire?
You're talking
Charlie
about
Adelson.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got lost in that. No, you're right, B Rabbit. Katie just mentioned extortion was just a joke. Wendy and Charlie's joke about the hitman. Mm-hmm. I still think it was Wendy's joke and Charlie recycled it. But that's just my opinion, guys.
Charlie?
Yeah.
No, because I don't even recall that happening.
All right. When did you find out that Dan Markel was murdered?
I believe I found out when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay, so that
Hey, Jibs. Welcome. Katie has the mental flu, right?
was the first time that you'd ever heard of Dan Markel, his brother-in-law, being murdered.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie Adelson never told you that.
No, ma'am.
And you and him talk all the time.
Not all the time. You'll see the phone records. It shows.
I've seen them and y'all talk all the time.
You were just telling me earlier that like our conversation stopped, like dwindled down.
No, I was
Within
saying
those-
that you said that he was ghosting you.
Okay.
Okay. You and Charlie Adelson talk all the time, right?
I guess so.
Okay. And when Sigfredo, I mean, He never mentioned to you that Dan Markel had been murdered.
No, ma'am.
What was it that you thought he was saying that made national news, BBC News, Good Morning America?
What
What's
was
he talking?
what was who saying?
What was Charlie Adelson talking about? What made
I don't know. I didn't even know what BBC was.
You know what Good Morning America is,
Yes,
though, right?
I know that, but I didn't, it wasn't anything that was like popping out. He never mentioned Dan Markel. He never mentioned Tallahassee. He never mentioned anything about a murder. Those things would stick out,
Right. I would think that they would.
but he didn't talk about that. I'm telling you. And
Why didn't you ask? I mean, what was on Good Morning America? What was on national news?
I don't remember what happened. I mean, we have the whole video and it
Right,
didn't
but
even
then
pick
he
up
would have
anything I
explained
said.
to you what he was talking about.
He didn't explain anything. He was saying scenarios.
Okay. In the Dolce Vita video, he's saying it's either somebody trying to blackmail his family or it's the cops working undercover.
Yes,
Why
ma'am.
would it be the police? Why would the police be investigating his family?
I don't know.
Why isn't your first question, why in the world would the cops be running an undercover investigation on your family?
I don't even know if I ever mentioned that. I don't know. Don't remember what happened in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at page 155, lines 3 through 11.
Oh my God.
You were asked, why would it be the cops? On page 155, lines 3 through 11. You were asked why it would be the cops. You said, I don't know, because he's always talking about the cops. You were asked, but didn't you ask him why the cops would be running an undercover operation on his mother? And you said, no, ma'am.
So I didn't ask.
Right. You didn't ask.
Oh God, you guys kill me.
Why wouldn't you ask? Why would the cops be running an investigation on your family?
I don't know. That's the whole reason of why he was meeting up with me, because he doesn't even know what was going on. Now I see that he did.
Right. I mean, we're not talking about him, though. I'm saying you didn't ask why the cops would be running an undercover investigation on his family, did you?
Hold on.
No, ma'am.
What's your-
Okay.
And this may be the third time objection asked and answered.
All right, that was asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's move on.
I want to ask you about this Dolce Vita video.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna put on my headphones for this.
You need more volume. It's right here. You need more volume. Okay? Your number is on the headset. Okay, just tell me.
Everybody ready? Yes.
Oh boy. Joey. Mm-hmm.
All right, so Charlie Adelson says in that clip,
Objection, Judge, as to what Charlie Adelson said?
Overruled. This is, she can give her interpretation. It's up to the jury to decide, but she can ask the question.
when he says at the very beginning of that clip, if they had any evidence, we'd already be gone to the airport by now.
Objection.
What did you understand?
I didn't hear that.
Overruled.
I didn't even hear anything that the recording was saying.
You didn't hear
Like
any of that?
I didn't hear anything that you, like the line that you just said, I did not hear that on the recording.
When that recording started, you didn't hear him say, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the
No,
airport
ma'am.
by now. So you had no idea of what he was talking about, evidence of what?
I don't know, ma'am.
If he did say that, what evidence of what?
I wouldn't know. I don't know what I said.
Okay, so in the next statement, when he's saying if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this? I mean, what are you not talking about?
I don't know what he's talking about.
You couldn't hear anything that he said.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Maybe my volume wasn't up high enough. Maybe I should try that one again. Let's try it one more time. So you're at the beginning of the clip that time when he says, if we had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport by now?
The only thing I caught was bugged phone.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything in the beginning.
If he had said to you, if they had any evidence, we'd already be gone to the airport by now, what was he talking about? Evidence of what?
I have no idea. I told you he was saying scenarios and I can't remember what he was talking about at that time.
So he wouldn't have been trying to ease your mind, let you know if this is the cops, they don't have anything on us?
No?
When he says, even if they bug your phone, and at the end he says, you still have not been talking about this.
I didn't.
What have you not been talking about on your phone?
I didn't hear anything that said anything about me not talking on the phone.
When he was talking about even if they bug this, even if they bug your phone,
Okay.
at the end of the clip, he says you still have not been talking about this. So even if your phone is bugged, you're still not talking about this.
But is he implying to me like he might have been saying scenarios? You guys keep taking things out of context, and it's not. I don't even know. I can't answer that question if I don't know the whole thing.
Okay, so I'm telling you what I'm hearing on here, and I'm asking you about it.
What
You're
you're
saying-
hearing?
Judge, that's improper.
All right. I don't want to get argumentative. You've already.
Why is she yelling? Why is she yelling? Like she gets, honestly, that part just drives me up the wall. I'm going to go back a couple of seconds here. She comes at Sarah. Oh, God. Numbnuts didn't hear it, so it can't have happened, right? It is his Achilles heel not being able to shut his Xanax hole, right? Absolutely. Katie can't hear, see, understand, remember. I'm about to give her 2 times 4 therapy. Katie needs a Snickers. She's hangry. She does. She gets snappy right there. It's always a good idea to allow people to be themselves. Her real personality just snuck out. Yep. There she goes again with her scenario shit. That attorney is out of order. Major eye roll, right? May this be the gift of the little actress, guilty Granny and Wendy. Let's play that again.
Even if your phone is bugged, you're still not talking about this.
But is he implying to me like he might have been saying scenarios? You guys keep taking things out of context, and it's not, I don't even know. I can't answer that question if I don't know the whole thing.
Okay, so I'm telling you what I'm hearing on here, and I'm asking you about it.
What
You're
you're
saying-
hearing,
That's improper.
All right, I don't want to get argumentative. You've already asked and answered that question.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
move on.
You never went to Tallahassee, did you?
no, ma'am.
And you never shot anybody, did you?
Look at the tone change. The tone change is crazy. What you're hearing? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. The tone change is just unbelievable. Georgia and Sarah are loving this. They're playing her like a fiddle. Most enjoyable. Yep. Jim's jab. Wendy, my lawyer told me not to hear, see, smell, touch, swim, eat, or think about this crime. Right? Another crime was putting her on the stand unprepared. Their lawyers are just horrible. Katie needs to go where no man has gone before. One-way ticket to the moon. I agree, Hugh. Objection, for fuck's sakes. Bingo, you have to allow them to be themselves. Like a cat with a mouse. Yep.
No, ma'am.
I want to play the next clip for you.
Mhm.
You have to put that person at the scene. At the time, but it's gotta be seen, they got out of the
He's telling you there that you have to be able to put the person at the scene at the time in order to prove a crime. You can't just say, oh, my brother did it, or oh, I shot JFK. You've got to have evidence. That's what he's telling you, right?
Okay.
That's what he's telling you, right?
I mean, that's what it said on the recording.
What is he talking about?
I have no idea. That's what I'm telling you. He keeps talking in scenarios. I don't know what he's talking about.
Right. And last time when you testified in 2019, you said that he was just talking in scenarios. You didn't have any specific memory about what,
Exactly. I didn't remember anything specific.
right? Your attorney asked you today whether if last time you explained what was in the Dolce Vita video,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you explained was that you remember him talking about scenarios. You didn't know what they were. You didn't have any specific memory of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't know why he's letting you know that, hey, in order to prove a crime, they have to put the person at the scene of the crime. You don't know why.
I don't know why.
Well, there was some things that had, anyway, the problem is this. Okay, so this was about the house. So you're gonna ask me, why the house? You're gonna say, I don't know. You know, hey, okay. How can you did you put it in just say you did with it, this, you'll see the murderer on the street, and this person did something. You know that's what? Zero. Then what you do is you put a wire, give the person all the, and you can get the person to pass on a wire, and you have other charges. You have a detector.
In that one, he tells you, if this person went to the cops, they're going to be asked, well, where's the weapon? Did you witness it? No, you just heard a rumor. Well, that's worth zero. You have to get them on a wire. You have to get the person to confess. Outside of that, there's no evidence. That's what you heard, right?
Parts of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he's saying, right, that if you guys all keep quiet, no one's going to have any evidence of you, right?
I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know what he was talking. He's saying scenarios over and over.
Why is he talking to this about this with you?
I don't know.
What is he saying the cops aren't going to have evidence of?
I have no idea.
You had no.
They gave them headphones, and the jurors had headphones too, so they could hear some of the jail calls in the Dolce Vita video call. But she's just playing it up like she can't hear, so she's holding them closer like it's going to help. She's just a stupid lying bitch. Headphones must suck. All the defendants hold them like they can barely hear in all the trials. I've seen them being used. Yep. I nod to the Sister Sledge, We Are Family song. Joey Schmo, the audio recording is really bad, and best way to hear it is with headphones. She is a moron and deserves life imprisonment. Absolutely, Jibs. 100%.
Clue.
No.
And you didn't ask either, did you? That's your
I
testimony.
don't remember what we were talking about, or if I asked. I mean, I hear myself responding, but
Right, but you did say that you never asked why the cops should be running this undercover investigation, right?
I believe so.
Okay. You were in this Prius that Garcia and Rivera rented for the.
I know, tennis girl. Wouldn't that be something? Because somebody stated that he's like half naked when they storm his house, things like that. But they just won't release it. That's weird. Like, does that not go under the Freedom of Information Act, or is it because it's the feds it doesn't? But there would have had to been local police there too, would there not? Or do the feds trump even local police? This is the first trial before the recording was made clear, right? Yes, Maggie. Because it was way better in Charlie's trial. They can turn it up. Like, do they not know how to do audio? Probably not. They can't even figure out how to use Zoom. And to think that Katie had custody of 2 young children, disgusting person, disgusting excuse of a parent. Right, B-Rabbit? Hard pass on anything Charlie naked related. That might help. Hey, that might help Joey snap out. Half naked, like no shirt. No, I guess he was just in his tight boxers. That's what people are saying. He was just in tight boxers. Does anyone know why the feds did the arrest? Oh, there was something about him having so much weapons and things like that. That they thought it was going to be a dangerous. Somebody said they thought it was going to be a shootout. Maggie, yes, they work on the recordings to improve them, barely for Charlie's trial. But I can't hear Wade and his shanks just fine on the kiosk. Yeah, this was a bad video that they had to really, really, really work on to get it audible because it was in such a loud restaurant. Actually, have you ever seen Katie's arrest video? I haven't. Nope, I haven't either, but that's the thing I'm trying to get. That's the one thing I'm trying to get because I'm sorry, guys, and I might be a bad person for this, but knowing she pissed herself, that was brilliant. And the world needs to see that. The world needs to see this snake so scared that she pissed herself. Yeah, I hope it's not the shirt. The other half is too sick to think about. Apparently in boxers. Yeah, tennis girl. CC, Justice Crew, always making things better. You're so right. I really want to see Katie's. And she said Isom was there. She did say that. So that means that I'm sure it was FBI and local too. So there's got to be cams. If the police came into my bedroom in the middle of the night and I was half naked, they would say, "Who shaved the dog?" Only on here. Only on this. Only on Crime and Coffee, guys. Oh, gosh. Oh, SWAT usually are the ones that deal with apprehension of murder suspects. I didn't hear that he was at Charlie's. Sanford was, because Charlie says it in one of his things, but I didn't hear. She said it about hers, that Isom grabbed her phone and she was trying to call Tara. He now has his closed in fortune name institute. We shaved the dog. Who shaved the dog? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm trying to help a friend on her YouTube so she can help me with mine. I'm not sure where that meant, Jamie. He sold and took drugs, criminal, no doubt criminal. Yeah. I have a theory about his doc, but I can't really say it till I have something to go with it. That's awesome. Oh, I'm still fucking looking for the yellow pants. Yes, happy. They in guarded, gated community for the rest of their lives. They are in a guarded, gated community. I'm still thinking about a shaved dog. Oh, I just can't even. I can't even. Oh, guys. Oh.
The July trip to Tallahassee, you were in it at some point, right?
No, ma'am.
You never sat in it?
Never sat there.
Never rode with Garcia just to get food or something?
No, ma'am.
All right. The father of your children was in that Prius, though, right?
Well, with the picture that they've showed, you see, yeah, he was in that Prius.
Okay. And in this video, Charlie Adelson is giving you examples of how just because a person was in a car that someone used to commit a crime, that doesn't mean anything, right?
On what video?
On the Dolce Vita video.
I don't recall that part.
Okay.
Right back, guys. Put the dog out.
Even if, let's say, you just have my car, right? And then I go ahead and I do the crime, and I go, I get into the car, I go, yeah, he was in my car, he got out, and he did this horrible crime. Okay, they come, they get the DNA, the car, they go, he was in my car. He had a car for 2 minutes, got EAC, and I got out of the car. He has nothing to do with me.
Got one more.
Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? You know, you have a car, and you can claim this person, is that car, okay? But even if they were also driving that day, and rented it and wanted to go crime, what if you rent your car and hey, can I just rent car for the weekend, I'll bring it back on the day? You know, yeah, sure. So you rented the car, so you've been in that car, I drive it to fucking Orlando, I rock to Orlando, I come back and I go to Sears and okay, hey, you rented it, but well, what if you were fucking out all weekend, and I took your car, I did something and I brought it back? Okay, my point is, I don't have any knowledge. And then this person is pretending to who knows. I don't want someone paying to live their own parents.
So here in those two clips we listened to, he was saying you have to be able to put the person at the scene at the time, not in the car. Let's say you sat in the car, right? Then I go commit a crime, but your DNA is in there. And I said, Katie was in my car and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they get your DNA in the car and okay, Katie was in the car. No, that means Katie sat in the car for 2 minutes and got out. Katie has nothing to do with me robbing Burger King. That's what you heard, right?
Parts of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then he gives you another rental car example. He said, if you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car that's used at the scene of the crime.
Hey, when I think that they gave her those rings to wear to make her look like she was not an inmate. Because I noticed those rings too. I was like, that just doesn't make sense. But Lawyer Charlie giving advice. Lock up literally or get bent. I hope Wendy wears a shirt like this. She's not Asian, she's Filipino. Oh. Okay, guys, we need to help Joey. We need to help Joey. She did at her son's bar mitzvah. Yes, she did, Sky. Oh, Joey would love to see that picture, wouldn't he? If you haven't seen it, TSB has a video with Katie Kool-Lady reading an expert from a book about Charlie's arrest. Yes, that's actually, I want to order that book. That's where I heard that he was half naked. Thank you, B Rabbit, because I was like, where did I hear that? Hi, Broken. Yeah, jewelry can be worn in court, but she's an inmate. She's been in jail at this point. I think it was, what, 5, almost 6 years? 5 years, something like that. So her wearing that ring just makes no sense. Remember what we talked about, Joey. We're praying for you. Hey, Baker. Was it Baker or Broken? Broken. Okay, I was right. Welcome to chat. You heard it from him. He talked about it on one of the calls. I come out wearing just, yeah. Yes, but they will take the jewelry off before going back to prison. Oh, of course they will. I just like what I'm saying is that I just don't understand why go to that extreme and let her have and put rings on her. It just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, of course they're not letting her wear those rings, not taking them back.
Crime, you also have to prove who was driving that day. You know, they could have rented it and lent it to a friend. Then he gives you another one, doesn't he? He says, you rent a car and I asked to borrow it. I drive to Orlando, rob a McDonald's and come back. Yeah, you rented it, but you were out. You didn't even know I took your car. Isn't that what you heard?
Parts of it, yes.
Why is he giving you so many rental car examples?
I wish I knew. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's saying scenarios. Don't you think it's kind of odd? Why is he saying all those scenarios in front of other people or whatever? If, like, apparently, if he thought that I was, what did you say earlier, that I'm wearing a wire?
No, I think that he didn't think you were wearing a wire. I think he thought that y'all were in a loud restaurant and he's trying to ease your mind. Exactly. And he's saying to you, right, that he's saying.
But why is he keeps explaining himself, like, and he says, I don't have anything to do with it.
Oh, 100%. I get that, Broken, but they've already said umpteen dozen times that she's in jail and she's been in jail. Her own attorneys put that out. So that's why I said, and then Jamie said it only adds the illusion that she is trusted to go home. But if they never said she was residing at Leon County, then I'd understand that completely. But her own lawyer said it. Is her attorney holding up damn color cards? She looks over constantly. Yeah, I think she's looking over constantly to see if her lawyer's going to object. I just subscribed to your channel and will give a look at your work. Thanks for being here. Oh, okay. I will go and check too, Broken. She is horrible at testimony. Yep, she is, Hugh. Absolutely. If anything, knowing she's in jail but looks all happy-go-lucky would be bad in my eyes. Yep. It's like I said, her lawyers state it. Same as what Rashi did right in his first thing when he said to Charlie, where have you been residing? They give it up right away. Come on, 2 more likes. Rochelle deserves it. Thanks, Hugh. And Broken, welcome to the channel that goes off the rails. Hold on tight. When I'm done this, Broken, I'll go over and sub to you also. That's what we do here. We're a community. This is second trial, right? Yeah, I would want them to know. I can see the strategic reason why. Yeah, this is the second trial, Young.
Why is he trying to convince me that he has nothing to do with it when I don't know what he's talking?
That causes a pause, guys. Then you're on the right channel, Broken. I'm telling you, Broken says, I'm off the rails, champ. Oh, we just go off the rails.
I'm going to stop.
I'm
there.
sorry.
Okay, she's going to ask the questions and you're going to respond, okay?
He is trying to ease your mind because the car that Garcia and Rivera rented to drive up here and kill Dan Markel had been on the news, right?
I don't know of that.
Sorry, guys. Hi, Nani. People from Philippines are Asian. I stand corrected. Thank you for correcting me. Really frustrating testimony. It must have pissed the jury off too, right? I'm a lurker on your channel, Broken Baker. Great content. If we off the rails into the weeds and end up in the pond, sometimes we sure do, Sky. What can be said about the one juror from the first trial be thinking? It still comes down to she was pregnant. She didn't want to put both parents of 2 kids away. That's what I believe. And laugh at, yeah, I have a good time at Baker's streams. High praise, Baker. High praises. Okay, I got 2 sock accounts. One like for each Wendy. Oh, jeez. Guys, we really got to help Joey. He's just, I think we're going to lose him. Baker says, tennis girl, you are too sweet. She is awesome. I think you two will get along. Oh, Baker and I will get along. Broken Baker. I'm bad with names, Broken. Joey, put down those socks right now. Okay, we are so gone today. Just in case you take meds to go to sleep, I need you to text me if you can so I can share the info directly with Rochelle. Baker is fine. Oh, I'll never admit to having any sock accounts. Dear Lord, what has happened to us tonight? Yeah, Joey, he's beyond repair, tennis girl. Beyond repair. Oh.
You were nervous that police might be able to connect them to having rented it or been in that car, weren't you?
Why would I be nervous? I never even knew of it.
You never knew that the car was on the news.
I knew from when Sigfredo got arrested, and I think they put a picture of that, of the Prius.
He was trying to tell you in that video that it doesn't matter if they rented a certain car or were seen in a certain car. Police have to be able to put them at the scene of the crime at the time, right?
That's what he had said on the video, but I don't know what he was talking about.
So he's just talking about that. You have no idea why.
He's giving different scenarios.
Okay. One of the scenarios he gave was, he said, it could be the cops, trying to run an undercover investigation, or it could be somebody trying to blackmail his family. That was the other scenario, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did he think somebody would be extorting money from his family?
I don't know. That's what he was trying to figure out.
Wouldn't you be curious as to why someone was trying to blackmail his family?
Would I be curious?
Right.
I was curious. That's why I sat there and I listened.
Right. But you never asked him, why would somebody be trying to blackmail your family? Why are the cops doing this investigation on your family?
I don't know if I asked them at that time or not, because apparently
you said in
it didn't
2019
even.
You did not, right?
Well, apparently then I don't because I don't recall. But if that video said, or like it picked up anything that I was saying, then I would know what I was talking about.
Well, you said in 2019 that you did not
Okay,
ever ask that, right? And now though the video is audible, right? And it's pretty obvious you would have known what was going on in order to
Objection.
let
Characterization of the
that's
evidence.
all right. Ask a question, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Stephen.
All right, let's listen to one more.
Look at the coffee crew going. Thank you for subbing to Baker. Deb, thank you. Hi, Angela Smith. What's not true?
And about 12, 15 seconds in there, you heard him say that, you know, if this was somebody blackmailing his family, this is somebody who knows information. That's what he said to you, right?
That's what it said on the video.
Is that what you heard? That this is someone
No,
who
all I
knows
heard, I
information?
heard a little bit in the end, but I didn't hear the first sentence, like what you were just saying now.
What is he talking about that these people know information about?
I don't know. Keep telling you, I don't even remember.
Okay, got one more.
No, she just keeps saying nothing.
Thanks, Sky, for putting Baker's channel up there. Greatly appreciate it. Sometimes, right? Oh, Lord. Be right back, guys.
All right, so in that clip, he's saying if this is a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. We can go ahead and call the police. They'll contact him, arrange a setup, take him down. But then he'll be telling everything he knows, or else he's going to serve 10 years in prison. And the next thing you know, that person's singing, and he's going to start calling your name out. And my parents are going to have to say, they're going to be asked the story of what happened. Isn't that what you heard?
I didn't hear that, not all of everything that you're saying, but like I said, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, you heard him say at the end of that clip that they're going to be calling your name out, that
My
blackmailer.
name?
Right.
No, I did not hear that.
With this bad guy who knows he's going to tell the cops information, why would he be calling your name out?
I don't know.
All right, got one more.
Oh, boy.
Whoever this guy is, I don't know who he is.
What?
I got a call from a friend of mine. He reached out and they had nothing to do with what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking
Yes.
about. But the name sounds familiar. So probably do something and charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again. And let them know you had to do everything in the world that these people are supposed to do. Because they don't know anything. I don't. And then the name sounds a little familiar, and then we can help you out with some charity. And don't ever contact me, my friends. Damn it again, we build those places. That way, it's money. We also know that you know everything. And I think they have a friend, you know, what's going on to make them people, the hand people. And then, one time thing. And this is charity that helps somebody out. Less fortunate, you can be harmed. And as you want to make something come, you can have to get the whole time you're talking, you just say, I don't know. And all was going on, I was just called by a very shady woman. He's scared. And I told them that, buddy, we're just trying to help these people. But imagine you don't use anything other than the word help and charity.
So in that clip, after he explains that this bad guy could tell information to the police, could call your name out, he says, this is my idea.
Yep.
And he gives you very precise instructions, doesn't he? In that
Yeah,
clip.
he was talking about the calling to say it's, yeah.
He told you to say, my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about either, but the name sounds familiar. Who's incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose name did he think sounded familiar?
I believe it's because his mom got bumped and said that you have to help your friend's Tato or something.
Right.
Like your brother Tato. I don't know. He's talking about Tato or Tuto.
Okay. The name Tato and Tuto were familiar to you.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you never had to tell him who Tuto and Tato were. He knew and you knew. Right?
I don't know if he knew. Well, yeah, he did. He knew Tuto's name.
Okay.
I don't know about Tato.
Tato was the one who was incarcerated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that.
Oh,
I knew he was incarcerated by the feds, but I don't know where he was at.
All right, and he said, so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The only reason we're doing it is because of karma. And the whole time that you're talking, this is what he's telling you to do, right?
Okay.
He wants you to say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity, right?
Okay.
He really didn't want you to give this guy any information about what you knew, did he?
Didn't want to give who?
He really didn't want you to give this blackmailer any information about what you knew, right? He's saying, don't say anything else, right?
No, he's trying to convince me now that how many times I've listened to it. He's trying to convince me to do this. If I was in anywhere, shape, or form in this with him, why would he throw me to the cops and tell me to
Because
say
you
this?
were the ex-girlfriend who took care of this problem for him. You were his connection to these people. He wants you to take care of it.
No, they mentioned my
Right.
name. They mentioned Tuto's name.
Right.
And then they mentioned about a brother being incarcerated, which was Tato.
I know. And then he starts
So-
talking about Sigfredo Garcia right after that clip, right? That we just heard. He starts talking to you about Sigfredo Garcia, doesn't he?
Refresh my memory, like what was
Charlie
he
Adelson
saying?
starts talking to you about Sigfredo Garcia, doesn't he?
I don't know who he was talking about.
That eye shake right there. Oh, hey Shiraz, welcome back. You haven't really, well, we went really off the rails, Shiraz, just so you know. That's Luis's real name, people. Be calling him Yo Kang Tato, and then you know it's trouble. That's what Charlie has nightmares about right now. Waking up in a cell, King Tato. Howdy, Shiraz. Shiraz is getting the love. Getting the love. Shiraz, Joey needs help. He's got this, he's been drinking the Wendy Kool-Aid. He's been drinking the Wendy Kool-Aid. We're trying to help him. We're not doing so well. No, I'm not. I'm not on mute.
In that
Nope.
clip we just heard, he's saying now he's fucking with him, he's fucking with his wife. If he's fucking with the king himself, you better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. He knows who you are. And if he can't do it, have someone else do it. Right?
Yeah, but he's not talking about Tuto there. Like, where?
He's not?
No.
Okay. Well, let's keep listening, but 1 second. He's telling you, though, in that part that I just talked about, how mad Garcia needs to be about this, right? Some guy is messing with you, putting your name out there as part of this, and you need to kill him or he's going to be a big problem. He either needs to do it or have somebody else do it, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he's talking about Sigfredo there.
Okay. When he says that to you, why don't we see you jumping up from the table? Why don't we see you raising your voice saying, whoa, kill? What are you talking about? We don't,
Yeah, I would have said something like that, but I didn't even know what you're saying about killed. Obviously, I didn't react that way because it wasn't something that's like,
well, you heard him say, he better kill.
Hey, Top Cat, welcome. Why is Katie in trouble? I'm lost. Is she married to an Adelson? Oh, Joey. Yeah, Joey. What are we gonna do with you? I know you're joking. I know you're joking. I know you're joking. Oh gosh.
Kill him or he's going to be a big problem. Either he can do it or have someone else do it. You heard him say that, right?
part of it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't jump out and run out of there.
No.
Okay. You didn't raise your voice and start, whoa. I'm not being a part of anything like this. Did you?
No, but if he's like saying scenarios and he's talking about stuff, like I'm probably not even, like it's nothing that like made me like, oh my God, like what are you talking about? Like, why are you even talking? Period.
Charlie said, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit. This will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I have to spend. I swear to God. He's telling you that he needs this guy killed and he doesn't care what he has to spend. That's what he's
Objection,
saying, right?
speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, if that's what he's saying, I can't say what he was stating it for.
What did you understand him to mean when he said that?
Charlie's always talking about different, you've heard people say that he's always talking about some weird stuff. Like that's not something that like, oh, somebody's messing with his family. I get that. And somebody's trying.
Broken, are you joking? Are you on if you're honestly saying I'll tell you. But I'm there's too many jokers in here. So just say you're joking or not joking. And if you're not joking, I will fill you in. Go judge, right? Yes. Enough with the scenarios. Everything's a scenario. No, I'm not. Okay. Okay. One sec, guys. So there's a family. They want their daughter, and the daughter wants to be away from her ex-husband that wants to always be a dad to his kids. So the only way that she could make sure that she wasn't a dad or that he had no say, no nothing, her family had people murder him in his garage in his car. So now the hitman is in prison for life. The ride along is in prison for he got 19 years for it. The girl on the screen is the middle woman that hired the hitman, which was her ex-boyfriend / boyfriend. She's on trial here. The son of the ex-wife of the person that was murdered is now in prison for life. The mother, coming up in a week and a bit, is going to be on trial for life. And we're praying that the daughter, the ex-wife of the man that was murdered, is going to be arrested soon. Oh boy, but it's a big thing. I'm trying to see if there was something. And the man that was murdered, his name is Dan Markel. Let's name him because it absolutely needs to be named. His name was Dan Markel. He was a law professor at FSU in Tallahassee, Florida. He was a very smart man. And all he wanted to do, even though he was divorced from his wife, all he wanted was to be in his children's life. He just wanted to be a dad. And they didn't want that. They wanted her back down in Miami. And she wanted to be back down in Miami. She didn't like Tallahassee. She thought it was a hick town. And so they thought the only way to get her back to Miami and him out of her life completely is to take him out. And that's what they did. Oh, did I miss anything, guys? He was a fantastic father. He was absolutely, yes, Broken Baker, y'all should cover it cover it. Her jury selection starts the 17th of September, and there's a big hearing this Friday. Yep. I will be doing it live, all of it. So, Broken, if you want to come on, let me know. Broken Baker, another Florida trial. Grandma is going to court September 17th. She's a peach. Yeah, it's a Crime and Coffee. You forgot to mention the owls. Oh, yes. You're right, Rabbit. And there's a whole symbolism of owls around the wife. There's a lot. It's a lot. What time, Rochelle? Friday. So it should probably start around 8:30. I'll be on at 8:30 Friday. Just so, because the other hearing started at 9, I believe. So I'll be on at 8:30 ready for it. I've seen videos, and yes, the whole family was overly possessive of the Rugrats. Yep. But Baker, let me know, because if you want to come on Friday with me, and then after the hearing, if you want to discuss, we can discuss. Donna and Wendy will blow your mind. Yep. I'm doing the fire pit and the Craig case this month, so I'm pretty full. Oh, I'll come over and watch that on yours, because they're interesting. They hired Cheech and Chong to do the hit, unfortunately. You're right, Paul. There's folks in Tallahassee actually sitting in these jurors who didn't know about about the crime. It's really. Yes. Broken Baker, come on with Crime and Coffee. you're hearing it now. Friday, I think I have the Treehouse retrial. Just let me know. Send me an email. It's in my main part of my page. TV code, I meant not code. Oh, yes, right, TV. Broken Baker, this case has a 10-year history and 3 previous trials leading up to Donna's trial. It's a big one. I only have a brain for the Adelsons and Boone. Nothing else can keep my attention. Yeah, I was hoping Boone would get an extension, but it looks like we're going to go right from Donna right to Boone. And my God, if Wendy gets arrested in the middle of that, we're screwed. Roger. Broken Baker Treehouse retrial will be very interesting. Yeah, I'll be following that with you, Breaker. Boone is going to be insane. God, it's just going to be insane. Gotta love Florida at Tennessee Girl. It would have been way better if she didn't have an attorney. And I'd like to say I'm pretty sure that we have to thank mentor lawyer, because I have a funny feeling he's friends with this lawyer. But because I looked up where his office is and all that, and he's got to travel 6.5 hours just to get. He's on the other side of Tallahassee, further away from Orange County than Tallahassee is. So, but he's only like 2-something hours from Tallahassee. So, mentor lawyer, we still love you though.
Trying to blackmail his mom or whatever, but it's not to the point where I was like, like it didn't make me like, whoa.
I have one question.
Mm.
He said to you, you better kill him or he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, have someone else do it. And he didn't care what he had to spend, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
That's been asked and answered.
A good one.
You seem pretty calm when he's saying this to you. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know how my demeanor was. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't like, whoa, like I didn't run out and jet out of there.
Had he said that to you before? Like when he wanted his brother-in-law killed?
Said what? He's never
He wanted
spoken
someone
about.
killed. He didn't care how much he had to spend to do it.
No, ma'am. He's never spoken about Professor Markel or murder or having anything to do with that. That's why it didn't raise anything to me.
I want to show you one thing.
Weird.
Just gonna make this screen So this is the same clip we've been listening to, and I've been pausing this one. Let's keep listening and see who he was just talking about.
Paul, I am staying right with the Adelsons right till the end. If something goes on the Sarah Boone, like I'll be doing the Sarah Boone trial, but if something breaks or breaking news for the Adelsons, I have to go to that. That's my first priority. Hi, Mike. Oh, yes, and I forgot that I also forgot that the granny, Donna, after her son was convicted, decided that it was a brilliant idea to take a one-way trip to Vietnam. She was looking up extradition, countries that didn't have extradition with the United States, and she bought a one-way ticket. Never coming back. They nabbed her right at the airport. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
So right after he's telling you he needs somebody killed, he doesn't care what he has to spend.
Right, Rabbit.
30 seconds after that, he's checking in with you about Sigfredo Garcia. He says at 6 minutes and 57 seconds in that clip, he knows I have you on salary. You think he'd be happy to know that?
I didn't hear that.
You did
About
not
a
hear that?
salary or nothing, no.
He says he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never cross.
That I can assume that maybe he was talking about Sigfredo.
Right. He says, I didn't know the two of you would be working out. He's talking about Sigfredo there.
I believe so. Like with what he's saying at that part, yes.
Right after, for what we just talked about, he's saying this guy needs to be killed. If he can't kill him, find somebody else to do it. He's going to be a big problem. He's fucking with me. He's fucking with his wife, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
He's talking about Garcia right after that.
I don't know if he was talking about Garcia.
You
He's
just-
talking about Garcia now that the part that where you're saying that, oh, our paths never cross or whatever. I can assume he's talking about Sigfredo, but at that time, I don't think he's talking about kill and all of this and saying that it was him. Why didn't he just say his name?
You do admit, though, he's talking to you about Garcia right after he's telling you that he needs to have someone killed. And if he can't do it, find someone else who can do it.
Objection, asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
All right. So what he's trying to do when he's checking in is, does he have any bad feelings towards me? I have you on salary. You think you'd be happy about that? He's trying to make sure that Garcia doesn't have a reason not to help you with this, right?
I didn't hear anything about the salary and
He's saying
keeping me happy.
there was no overlap in us dating. I keep you on the payroll, right?
I'm not gonna say yes to that because I don't believe that that's what.
So was he checking with you in
It's
that clip
about-
we just heard to see if Garcia had any bad blood against him?
Not at that part, no, ma'am.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we will definitely be doing Boone. 100%. I can't. Like you said, tennis girl. I'm like, no. I wanted a pro se Boone. I wanted a pro se Boone, but we will be doing Boone.
Next, after he tells you what he needs done. He's checking with you about Garcia. Then about 20 seconds later, he says to you, you know it. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do for you. I show you what I do for you. You know how I am. I look for things to do.
What's your objection?
It's motions in limine, Judge, just in terms of Ms. Dugan's interpretation of what is being
Right.
said.
It's going to be up to the
evidence
jury
speaks
to
for itself.
decide. That's overruled.
Isn't that what he said?
Keep going, ma'am.
He's saying, I look for things to do for you. You don't have to ask me for shit. I'm the one that's like, hey, someone's birthday is coming up. I got you, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. Just like when he's offering to send you and your mom on a cruise, right?
Am I reading this right? Michael Glenn. I'm noticing the trend that the coffee peeps are coming to the conclusion the Adelsons are absolutely innocent. I don't see one shred of evidence to convict them. I don't know which coffee peeps you're talking about because they are guilty as sin, every single one of them. Which coffee peeps are you talking about, Michael? These recordings make my ears buzz. Peanuts, Charlie Brown's teacher. Yep. Womp, 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 womp. Oh, what did Joey Smo say? Oh, tennis sons. Yeah. Yep. Hold a hearing where she gets a full public warning with all the consequences laid out for everyone to see. Then, yeah, I agree. I agree, Shiraz. Michael Glenn, you are adorable. Yep. I know he's joking. I know he's joking. I know. Sarah will be her own lawyer and try to fire herself. Yeah, I know he's joking, Happy. I was just like, those coffee cups are not filled with coffee. They're filled with Adelson Kool-Aid. What evidence are you not seeing? Yeah, I know. Sarcasm. Michael knows. I'm like, have another drink, Michael, right? Here's some more Kool-Aid. Remember I said he wouldn't last more than 2 weeks? Oh, you're only giving him 2 weeks? Shrez, you're only giving that lawyer 2 weeks. Or Michael Glenn, did I miss the sarcasm? Yeah, you missed the sarcasm. No mold in these coffee cups. He's trying to be funny. Yeah. He got me. Because I'm like, Michael, don't think like that. Oh, yeah, we have a bet. Shiraz, what'd I say? 4 weeks? Wow, okay. So you're really giving him a good go. 4 weeks for him not to, before he gives up. And Shiraz, you're saying only 2. She sure did have a smirk on her face, though, the other day, didn't she? I think Sarah will use him to do all the work, then fire him. That's what I thought, too. But I didn't put a time. I said 2, you said 4. which basically means you win if he goes past 2 weeks. I kind of thought Boone's Knights will do all he can to take off the blinders. Yep. Michael, bless your heart. I didn't want to be worried about Michael too when I've got to be worried about Joey at the same time. See, and I think that there's something about the free publicity that he's getting, right? Peter spoke about that, and chances are if he tries to pull out, the judge will probably not allow it this time because he knew what he was diving into. Wynn says Katie reminds me of the gangsters in YSL trial. Yeah. Mrs. Sky's taking care of Joey now. Joey's okay. Yep, he's okay. He has relapses. We just got to help him through them.
Well, he offered it, but like I told you, I never went on a cruise with my
Paying
mom.
for the Dominican vacation, right? He looks for things to do for you
Okay,
to keep you happy.
I guess.
I know you're joking, Michael. I sounded a little too serious, I guess, but because we joke with Joey, I thought, oh no, now we got to help Michael too. I know you're joking. The mob is not coming for you, Michael, I promise. I'm not a fan of Sarah's extreme Karen haircut. I'm afraid she may be looking into ladies' luggage now. Sarah has the long hair. This is Katie. Did you get them mixed up? Oh, that Kool-Aid's doing damage to Joey, guys. Yeah, but if there is an ethical violation, he won't have a choice but to withdraw. And there was at least one that withdrew for that reason. Yeah. Road Scholar. When she puts her hands on that earphone, she's humming to herself, "We are the world." Oh God. No, Miss Guy, I don't want no trolls tonight. I've had enough of those trolls. Honestly, oh God, I am actually shocked that we haven't had one tonight. The Dominican vacation was probably just a drug run. Oh God. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh gosh, I tell you, I had no trolls tonight. Please, no trolls tonight. I learned living in the South, bless your heart, means fuck you. Oh. Just watch Sarah Boone's Lawyer #9. We'll get her out with time served, and then they'll get married. Yep, we already know he's making bad decisions. Could you imagine, Rabbit? Oh, could you imagine? I definitely think she's saying I cannot hear before she even touches her headphones. Ethical violation, as in he won't subvert perjury just because she wants him to. Mm-hmm. The shirt's pretty low, Katie. Fake boobs must be down by her belly. Oh, thank you, Road Scholar.
Yes.
When you were with Charlie Adelson, you were sleeping with both Charlie Adelson and Garcia at the same time, right?
I mean,
they weren't aware of each other. I mean, they knew of each other, but they didn't know you were with both of them at the same time, right?
That I mean, it might have overlapped, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember if it was
Charlie Adelson didn't know that there was any overlap.
That he didn't know. I don't know what he knew.
Okay, well, he told you we didn't have any overlap.
Oh, with the from the video,
right? And you tried to keep them separate. That was something that you did when you were with Charlie, right? You tried to keep Garcia separate from him.
Well, I didn't think they'd like each other.
Right. Garcia was jealous of Charlie.
I believe so.
Okay, peeps, just one final question. When I go out to singles bars, the girls say, well, you're not horrible. Is that a compliment? Coffee crew, you want to take that over? There was no spit roast, ma'am. If you like a little of this and a dash of that, do you? I suspect Boone is convinced she can lie her way out of this, and one attorney after another has decided it wasn't worth their license. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Stress. At the same time, or at the same time, or at the same time. Michael, sometimes what is tone and facial expressions? Michael, Glenn, well, it's not horrible. Miss Sky says, I'll take the 5th. Top Cat says, they might have overlapped. Is that what you call it? Charlie has given the sleeping around his best global effort. Absolutely happy. Because it wasn't intentional, times 1,000. So this Asian chick was a go-between for a murder for hire scheme. So, yep. The boyfriend she was with is the one that hired her. She then goes and hires her baby daddy. It's ridiculous. And that's what they probably mean by ethical conflict. Okay. Gotta let my dog out again, guys.
We heard Charlie say he helps you out when it's somebody's birthday. Who's he talking about?
I have no idea. I don't know if he's talking about Sigfredo because I know there was a comment about like some GoPro or whatever, but
Isn't Garcia's, when's Garcia's birthday?
the 27th of April.
Of April? Okay. So is he talking about getting Garcia birthday presents?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I'm assuming maybe that's what he's talking about, but
Why would he get Garcia a birthday present?
he always jokes about stupid things like that.
Why would he get his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend a birthday present?
I wouldn't know, but he'd make jokes like that before, just like the GoPro, but he never got him a GoPro camera or whatever it was.
After your discussion about Garcia, I mean, he checks in on Garcia's gang connections, right? See if those are still there.
Who checks in?
Charlie Adelson.
Checks in.
Connection facts
He's
not
never
in
been in a
evidence,
gang.
Overruled.
Okay,
Garcia's not in a gang.
let's listen to another one. Oh, sorry. All right. So when I first started that clip, he said, I don't think they want to mess with his connections. And he says, is he so far removed? Does he still have people? Does he have anybody that he can call up that's right?
I didn't even.
You didn't hear
I'm
that?
trying to like hear what he's saying, and I didn't hear that.
Okay. He then says to you at the end of that clip, listen, you giving money to somebody is not an admission of any kind of guilt.
I heard that part.
Guilt of what?
I don't know.
What would you be guilty of?
Exactly. I don't know.
Well, then why is he saying that to you?
I don't know.
What did you understand it to mean?
I don't know. I can't interpret what it was happening at that time. Like, I don't know what it means.
He was saying that because you were concerned that giving this $5,000 would make you look guilty, right?
That it would make me look guilty?
Yeah.
If that's your assumption, but I didn't do any of that.
All right. I have two more very quick ones. We're almost done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna object to the state's little subtitle.
All right, it's coming on.
Yes, I'm gonna object to the state using any demonstrative or anything that has their work product or their opinion on it.
All right, that's overruled. It was just your identification. It meant nothing to the jury. It came up on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Isn't that the truth, Banana? It's amazing Charlie remembers everything since the day he was born, and Katie can't remember how to spell her name.
All right. He says, let me ask you a question. When everybody was there the next day, did any of you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht. You heard that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you understand that to mean?
I don't know, but now it kind of makes sense with everything that, like with other people saying it about the money, but nobody ever got money. I don't know what.
When he said when everybody there was there the next day, what day is he talking?
Tennis Girl, I can't ever remember them playing them for her. I think all they did was that Dolce Vita video. I can't remember ever hearing her explain away the calls. I know they played the one in her first trial of her and Sigfredo yelling at each other, but that's all I can remember. In closing, they want you to believe that after murder, you experience amnesia. You're not guilty, right?
Talking about?
I don't know.
Isn't he saying when everybody, you, Tudo, Tato, were together the next day after the murder, when you gave them the money, none of you took it and did anything extravagant, right? None of y'all
I
were
guess that's what it's assuming. That's what it makes it look like to be.
Okay.
I see it now.
He's checking to see y'all weren't too flashy with this. That would draw attention to you, right?
Okay.
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled. In the form of a question next time the student.
Okay. Did you ask him what that meant?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. Let's listen to the end of that clip and then I'll go straight into the very last one.
I don't remember. Mm-hmm. First one, I think. Mm-hmm.
At the end of that conversation in that last clip, he says, said, you know who this is coming from? The inside. What did you understand that to mean?
I didn't understand what he was talking about. He keeps saying it has nothing to do with me. He's giving scenarios and you're misinterpreting it, and I can't remember because that was from 2014.
Okay. I didn't ask. Did you hear him say, you know who this is coming from? The inside?
He's saying that, but he's not saying it toward, like, he's not implying me directly.
What did you understand that to mean?
I didn't know.
Okay. So not the inside circle, you, him, Tato Tudo, of who knew
Well,
how this murder went
that's what
down?
I'm saying. You keep implying these things, and that's not, you're taking it out of context. And I know that looks bad now with everything that we've been hearing, but it's obviously it didn't make me like, oh my God. Like I said, I didn't run out of there and think it was a big deal.
He chose you for a reason, though, right? You were the person that
Apparently.
he chose to take care of this. I mean, I know you're saying you don't know today, but we heard you on the wiretap call. In that call, you say, I fuck up bitches for no reason. You say, this guy is going to have a big ass problem. I am the wrong person to, God forgive him that he said the wrong fucking name. Now this is my business. You
Yes.
said that, right?
Yes, ma'am. And that's taken out of context as well.
Well, you were
I was
pretty
angry by that. Yeah.
I'm sure you were angry. You were pretty tough in those calls, though. You were somebody who knows how to take care of things some people shouldn't mess with, weren't you?
You should have played all the other calls as well. You just, one little call that I was so upset already. He's been annoying me with this different scenarios
Right.
for all the other calls.
Today,
And I was,
you're pretending not to be that person. You just don't know anything about anything, didn't ask any questions.
Oh, I love Sarah right there. Today you're acting like you're not that person. I just love Sarah there.
Section. Improper question. She's pretending to be someone today.
All right, else we'll strike the question. Ask another question.
Today, you're saying you don't know anything and you didn't ask any questions, right?
yes, ma'am.
Why were you talking in code on the wire?
I guess that's what everybody's implying is code. I know I made a comment saying like, I'm so tired of this code shit or whatever, because I'm either around my coworkers, I'm around my children, I'm around other people. So he's probably around his coworkers.
You told Sigfredo Garcia that Ethan's clothes cost $65.70, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were actually the last four digits of the undercover phone number. That was a code, right?
And I just did not want to say it over the phone, somebody's phone number, because I was either at work or I don't know where I was.
Why would giving a phone number cause an issue for somebody at work or one of your kids?
He's trying to call some number that they want me to figure out if it's somebody blackmailing their family. Why would I say that phone number out loud?
Right, but you're not saying the whole story. You've already told Garcia the story when you're at home. On the phone, you're just giving him the number. Why couldn't you just say the number?
I just said it that way.
You didn't say the number because you were afraid law.
Why are you hiding, Katie? The CC Justice Crew will find you. That's right. We're calling out all your bullshit and Wendy's bullshit and Harvey's bullshit and all the flying monkeys bullshit.
Enforcement might be listening and you knew exactly what it was about, right?
Why would I think they were listening? I wouldn't use my phone.
All right. You say that you said that you got a burner phone, and you got a burner phone the day after the police went to his job, right?
I never got the burner phone. I said Sigfredo got the burner phone before he got arrested.
Didn't you think it was crazy that Garcia wanted you to use a burner phone?
The feds just went to go question him. And at the same time, I didn't even know that they were doing it the same exact moment that they were banging on my door.
If you had nothing to do with the murder, why did Garcia get you a burner phone, not just him?
I don't know. He's the one who got it. because
Okay,
he figured that it was somebody banging in his door, and then I guess that's why we wanted to talk.
but you'd have the same phone number your whole life. Weren't you curious as to why he wanted you to use a burner phone now?
No,
You didn't ask.
no. The feds just came to his job.
Okay. And after getting the burner phones, you fled your home.
I never fled.
You never stayed at your home again.
I packed up my stuff a couple days after, but my family
You
wanted.
had someone pack up your stuff.
No, I packed it. If they had the cameras over there, they would have seen that I went there. I packed my stuff, and then I had one of Sigfredo's guy friends to go do the U-Haul for me because I can't lift anything.
You said that you had no idea that this murder of Dan Markel occurred that summer of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Sigfredo Garcia never, where did he say that he was going when you took him to the comfort rental car?
I never took him.
Okay. It's just a coincidence then that of all the places.
I never knew his whereabouts or whatever around that time because we weren't even together.
Okay, just a coincidence then that of all the places you could be in Miami and that he could be in Miami, you're using a cell site that services comfort rental at the exact moment that he's renting a car, and you go straight there, time on the rental car, and you go back home.
I never took him to go get a rental.
Okay, so that is just a coincidence, you're saying?
If that's your opinion, yes, ma'am.
And he was also in that rental car as soon as he got back from that trip to Tallahassee. That was outside of your apartment, right?
They had that
The
car,
GPS ping?
yeah, the GPS ping on that parking lot, but that parking lot, other people live there.
Okay. Did you ever see him in the rental car?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you went right back to that area later that day,
Right back to what
to the
area?
area of comfort rental car, and you weren't taking the car back with him?
No, I did not. I never took him to get a rental.
What about when the Prius was at your house the night before the Tallahassee trip? Did he mention either of those times that he's at your house right after the June trip or right before the July trip, where he was going and what he'd been doing?
I never even knew that that Prius car was in the parking lot.
Did he say that he was about to go to Tallahassee?
No, I would have remembered if he said something about Tallahassee. He doesn't know anybody in Tallahassee.
What about during the 15 or 20 times that you communicated with Garcia during the June trip or the July trip? He never mentioned where he was? You never asked him where he was or what he was doing?
I never asked him where he was, and he wouldn't tell me even if I was to ask him. He doesn't tell me things.
What about the night of the murder, your July 18th, when you're consistent with being at Rivera's house after you go past Yindra Mascaro's residence? Did you go to Luis Rivera's that night?
No, ma'am.
Where were you?
I don't recall where I was in July 18th.
Okay, well, you were talking to Garcia, and then it shows you going up near Rivera's house. And then after that, your phone is powered off for the night, right? And that's when you go spend the night at Charlie's?
I don't know what happened in July 18th. That's what it's saying on the pings or whatever.
Well, you told your attorney when she was asking you questions, you did spend the night with Charlie that night, right?
No, I don't even remember where I was. I don't know if I was up north or whatever. I don't remember that day.
Yindra was taking care of your kids that night, right?
Well, apparently, yeah, when she had said that I didn't remember that day until she mentioned that it might have been that night.
Okay. Yindra was taking care of your kids that night then? That's a yes?
That's what I'm saying is I don't see her. My daughter was little at that time. Like I never leave my daughter overnight. That's why it wouldn't make sense to me. I never leave my daughter like overnight at
So
somebody's
Yindra
house.
was not telling the truth when she
No,
told that?
I don't know if she babysat that day. I just don't remember. I don't recall ever leaving my children at night. I was living with my mom at that time.
Well,
So here she's saying she didn't even spend the night with Charlie, and Yinder didn't watch her kids. Oh my God. To go back and listen to these lies is unbelievable.
If that was the case, I would have had my mom because the kids would have been more comfortable.
if Charlie invited you over, you're going up there, phone's powered off for the night, and you're coming back for that direction that next morning.
That's the route that it's showing, but I don't remember what I did that night.
Well, you
There's no
stayed with
text
Charlie
messages.
during that time though, right?
No, I didn't. I don't remember what I was doing.
Okay. What about the next?
I know in this one she said she was living with her mom at that point, but later it was said that her mom was living with her brother. To get all these lies, oh my God, to get them all straight, right, Banana? She is full of shit. I will say it. She's full of shit. She's about to say, I'm not Katie, I'm Charlie, the 8th I am.
Next morning, the morning of July 19th, when you and Garcia were at Rivera's place.
Me and Garcia were in Rivera's place.
Right.
That was the whole situation. There were so many different versions of that story.
Okay, well, in your previous testimony, you were asked what you were doing that day, and you were shown this text. You were shown this text. And you said that this text means that you were at the pool that day at 11 a.m. You said that in your previous testimony, right?
I didn't know at what time, but I was at the pool from the text. Like I was shown the text, and I guess I don't know what the timestamp was at that time.
Okay. This message does not say you were at the pool at 11 a.m., right? It says you just got back from the pool at 4:54 p.m.
Yeah, but what time did I go to the pool?
You said you
Probably at
went
the
to
pool.
at 12:18 p.m.
Okay, so
So you were not at the pool at 11 a.m. like you said in your prior testimony.
but when I was shown that, I'm pretty sure it had like a timestamp or something on it. I don't know why it said 11 at a specific time.
Because you were,
Improper impeachment, Judge, that's not what she said in 2019.
okay. If we could look at page 53, 52, lines 23 through 25, and 53, lines 5 through 7.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
52, 23 through 25, and 53, 5 through 7.
Objection, improper impeachment.
That's what it says. I just said that. It said,
Your lord
All
just
right, hold on a
objection.
second. Ms. Dugan, you take a look at it first.
Okay. You were asked, where were you that day? You said you took Ethan to the pool.
Mhm.
You were shown that message. You said, do you remember what time? And you said, I believe it was 11.
That's
That-
not correct.
you're not reading. You're right.
I'm looking
No,
at page
it says-
53 at the
Bill
top.
needs to make a call.
Say, I believe it was around 11 in the
I
morning.
believe it said around 11.
All right, that's proper impeachment.
Okay.
Wow.
You were not at the pool though, around 11 a.m. that day though, were you?
For me to have said this day because I didn't remember what I was doing, and for me to come up with that time, it's because I was shown something.
These are the
state that.
messages about you going to the pool that day.
I see your messages now, but at the
Right.
time when we did this, and I was shown what time I went to the pool, I wouldn't have just come up with it at 11 o'clock without seeing a text message with the time.
You said in 2019 you took Ethan into the pool around 11 a.m.
I
because
believe
that
it,
means that you wouldn't be at the money drop around 10:30 and 11 a.m. right?
Mischaracterization of what she said in
All right,
2019.
that's sustained. Ms. Dugan,
Okay.
move on. This has been asked and answered.
All right. You
We need to
called.
be mindful of the time also because I
Yes,
have to
sir.
give time for redirect.
I'm almost done. You called Luis Rivera during the June and July trips. You called his old number, right? That 934 number you had in your phone as Tato
I called the number, but I never spoke to Louis.
when you couldn't get in touch with Garcia. You called that
I
number.
believe so.
And you didn't talk to Garcia because that wasn't his phone at the time, right?
What, the 934 number?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You never talked to Luis Rivera on the phone, usually.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. You did talk to him though. You called him those 2 dates and then you talked to him the day of the money drop, July 19th, right?
It said that he had called me.
Right. You called him, he called you, and then you called him back, right?
I believe so. That's
Okay.
what the call log says.
And you spoke to him. You tried to call him in June and July because you knew that he and Garcia were together in Tallahassee during that time.
I didn't know that they were here.
Well, then why would you call Luis Rivera?
I don't remember why I called him. I called him in June and in July.
Yeah, on the June trip and the July trip.
If he was with Garcia, well, maybe I was trying to get a hold of Garcia.
Those were the only times all summer, though, that you called that number, though.
I don't
That's what
recall
the
that.
expert said.
I don't recall that that's the only time.
If you were always trying to call Rivera whenever you're looking for Garcia, you would have called it more than 2 times the whole summer,
I
right?
don't recall that.
And then on July 19th, the reason that y'all were talking that day, you and Luis Rivera, was because that was the day you were supposed to deliver money, right?
I never delivered any money.
You said, so the only time that you call him is during this June and July trip to Tallahassee and the day of the money drop that summer. And your phone locations are consistent with being at his house. But those are just all coincidences. You didn't have anything to do with this murder. That's what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Aren't you mad at Garcia and Charlie for doing this, and you're innocent and you're having to answer for it?
Am I mad at them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been upset.
If you were mad at Garcia, I mean, just
He is on the witness list though, right, Tennis Girl? Jim Lewis, I think I saw him on there. Be interesting what he has to say. Sorry, I need a sip. All right. Does anybody know if you can get a coffee thing that just comes and it's right there? That would be great. I need that. She should have used the because I like meth defense, right, Mrs. Sky? Yeah, yes, he is. Be interesting. Well, and Tara Kawass is on there. What was the result of the Harvey attending poll? I'm still a no. It's very much towards no. It's still up. I will check here in a second. But they have a lot on the list, and don't call them all. No. I same as before, like we all know Robert was on the list every single time, but I honestly think this time he will get called. Because he's really the only one inside that family that can speak to Donna's dynamics. Jim Lewis was Sigfredo's first lawyer.
not long ago, just this month, you said on a recorded call to him, I can't talk to you, I can't touch you, I can't see you, I can't feel you, and you were crying about it.
Yeah, he's the father of my kids. I'm gonna love him forever.
And this $17,000.
Oh, you're welcome, Gamma. So, yes, he's there for the whole trial right now. Is at 20%? No, not at all. It's 57%. Undecided, 8%. And just a short time, 16%. That's where the poll sits. And for would you enjoy a true crime matrix and coffee, crime and coffee? 91% absolutely, and 9% no. That's a good pause, isn't it, Happy? That's a snotty little bitch right there, if I may say so. Sometimes I get really good pauses. Marie says, if she was mad and upset with Sigfredo and Charlie, why didn't she just take the deal and be beginning and go home? Yep. Her first one was because Sigfredo was looking at the death penalty. He wanted her to take the deal. No, Gamma, you didn't miss the polls. They're still up. They're under the community tab on my page. Deborah, on the community tab. Click on community and you'll see them there. I'm still a yes, Top Cat. I'm still a yes. I will not let the poll sway me. I'm still a yes on it.
$1 cash spike during the 6 weeks after the murder being put on the Adelson payroll, even though you didn't collect rent, you made the one appointment, your $4,000 breast augmentation, all of that within the 2 months of the murder. Those are just all coincidences to it. You didn't have anything to do with this. The money had nothing to do with anything that you did.
I've explained everything already.
Okay. All the favors that Charlie did for you after you and him broke up, the trips, nothing with that had to do anything with the murder. That was just a coincidence too. Just him being nice.
I guess so.
Okay. The fact that he called you out of all of his ex-girlfriends after his mom just said an ex-girlfriend was mentioned. That's a coincidence too.
I guess so.
The fact that your husband committed a murder for your boyfriend, that's also just a coincidence. You didn't have anything to do with it?
I didn't have anything to do with it.
I mean, those are some pretty unbelievable coincidences, right?
Objection improper.
That's sustained.
Okay, you either have the worst luck or you did this, right?
Objection improper question.
Sustained.
Garcia would never do anything to help Charlie Adelson, would he?
I wouldn't think that, but with everything that's all in the evidence and stuff, I mean, it looks pretty bad.
And you said in 2019 he would never do anything.
I did
help.
say that because I would never think that they would like each other in any way or do favors for each other.
Okay.
Yeah, he was out seen shopping with Wendy at a grocery store. He's healthy. He was working out. They were working out every day at the gym. He's fine. I mean, he's not that old, but I could see his health being used as an excuse, at least. Absolutely young. Yep. And that's another reason why I think he's going to be there too, is because to show how old they are. There's this little old couple, fuck them. Dirty pigs. Harvey is fine health-wise. Yep, top cat, absolutely. You're welcome, Deb. And that's just another thing that they're going to be showing is that how frail they are, how old. She tried to play it at the airport. My husband's almost 80. This is horrible. Who's going to help him get home? Who's going to help him get out of the airport? This is horrible. Oh, shut up. Recently, though, Rashi got fat, really fat. Rashi put on the pounds. He sure did. But hey, he's eating good on that Adelson money. He's eating real good. You're welcome, Gamma. Oh, interesting. Now I'm back on the fence about it. If he's there, it's a game. If he's there, it's a game. And my first reason that he's there is because they know how bad it looked. Everybody talked about how bad it looked for Charlie not having support. Donna's not going to want that. She's going to demand support behind her. And the other reason is to make them look like this old, feeble couple that, they just were only trying to help their boy. They were just trying to help their boy. They didn't want their boy to die. They didn't want nobody coming after their boy. But yeah, I think either he will show up or he will say he is sick. Yeah. If he doesn't show, it'll be he's sick. Guaranteed. Guilty Granny gave him that banana bread recipe. Yeah, I wouldn't want any banana bread from the Adelsons. He's probably got a spring back in his step with Donna out of the picture. It's a good chance. And they have to know it was a real bad look for Charlie. It was very bad. The optics were horrible, right? It was just horrible. Cat fight money on June or Katie or Wendy. I'd be afraid of this sordid devil's creature. Gamma, How did you vote? Yep. How did you vote? Thanks. Banana bread said, banana bread. Banana says, thanks, guys. Nani says, I think you just changed my mind. Maybe he will be there. Yeah, I have stuck, you guys all know, I have stuck to my gun about him being there from the minute we started talking about it. The tension in that courtroom, if he's there, is knowing everyone despises him. Yep. But I honestly think it's going to be a show. It's theatrical. We all know they're theatrical. I feel bad for the Markels, but I just think he's going to be there. Well, he better get springing at covering up those tax crimes. Maybe he can find another launderer. Yeah, that there was the day of his that he was being convicted. There was a distant family member. The tension. I think Harvey will be there. There you go, Gamma. We'll stick together. Hey, all. Thanks for a fun night. Got to get up early. Good night. Night, Mrs. Sky. Okay, we'll go back. Yeah, it's like I said, and like some people have said last night, maybe he'll just show up for Wendy's testimony, or maybe he'll just show up for the end, like if Donna testifies and the conviction part. But Beauty Rabbit, this is why we needed you for mod. Time for me to go as well. 5:30. Night, Sky. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Sky, for modding. I think Mrs. Sky's a mod too. Thank you so much. You guys know how much I appreciate you. What bananas say? I appreciate you so much. And usually by now the trolls are gone.
I see why I'm in the middle. I'm smack in the middle. I see it. That's why I'm fighting for my life.
Mike says Harvey might want to see Charlie's testimony, like watching your child in a school play, kind of. Yep. There's so many creators out there that are up back and forth on Harvey being there. Some are saying he'll be there because Wendy, and people are talking about Wendy taking the boys. And oh God, dear God, please don't let that happen. Because if she gets arrested, I just don't want the boys to have to deal with that scene in their head. All mod, if you all in a bind, I'm up late pretty much. I thought I already had you as a mod, Shrez. I will be putting you there. And Steph's still here too. I'm here too, just kicking back. Yeah, so I honestly think, like I said, I honestly think that he'll be there. But yeah, I just don't want the boys. I know a lot of people are saying if she's going, she's taking the boys this time, and that it's going to be people are saying it's because she doesn't want to, if the boys are there, they won't arrest her, which is a good chance because Georgia would obviously speak to the Markels, and it's a good chance that might be a possibility. Don't be taking me out if you get new powers. Don't let it go to your head. There you go, Shiraz. Thank you for volunteering too. I greatly appreciate it. No. You about the boys, tennis girl? I don't want the boys there. Like, it's bad enough their mom is going to get arrested. We all know it. But I don't want the boys to have that visual. They don't need it. They don't need any more massive scars. Like, it's still going to be a scar no matter what. No matter what, she's their mom, right? Gamma says, I have this feeling that Wendy isn't going to show up to testify at her mom's trial. I think she's going to bolt. I can't see that. Honestly, Gamma, oh God, I hope you're wrong, because Sanford's going to have eyes on her big time. Nani, the kids should not be allowed in the courtroom. I had a 6th grade student who attended her aunt's murder trial. She removed herself during the autopsy. Yeah, no, I don't think she'll bring the kids to the court room, but I think she's going to make sure that people know that the kids are with her. Yeah, no effing way Wendy's going to be there. I agree. They're not letting her slip. My fear is letting her leave Tallahassee. That's my fear. Wendy is all about Wendy. I bet she's thought about it. Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. And so I have no confidence that anyone is watching Wendy. No confidence. Really, tennis girl? Geez, that's frightening to think that. Wow. Ian's back. The state isn't going to decide to arrest her. Teehee nose crinkle. Where's Wendy? No, she's in Austin. And I say that with confidence because Fancy Fiction has confirmed she's in Austin. So if Fancy Fiction confirms she's in Austin, I will say 100% she's in Austin. They're not children anymore. I don't think it'll stop them from arresting her. No, I don't think it. It all comes down to Georgia has a good relationship with Markels. She's very open with them and all of this. So if the Markels were like, please don't do it around the boys, I think Georgia would try to find another way. Oh, they are, B Rabbit. He makes me laugh so much. Ian, you should have been here earlier. They had me in tears. I was laughing so hard I had to excuse myself. I just couldn't. I couldn't stop laughing. Wendy's rich boyfriend has his own plane. She doesn't have to go to an airport. Exactly, Deb. I like the gulp Wendy does after saying that. Yep. I adore Georgia. I have a girl crush on Georgia. Wendy got a new boyfriend. What a fool. He better watch his back. He better have his bodyguard standing over top him while he sleeps. And Young said something. I'm a terrible mod. I roll in late and lazy. I encourage trolls, but don't ban them. Don't approve or deny the chats. Just let them sit there. No one should ever mod me. You've been warned. That's hilarious. Ange says Wendy's passport is flagged. And Tennis Girl says, why do you think that? So anyone else think she might try to fake her own? Wow, Shiraz, that hasn't even went through my head. How would she go about that with the boys? Would she just abandon the boys, do you think? Oh God. I could actually see her being that effing low. Hey, Paul. Shiraz exploding TV. You could see her being that low though, couldn't you? Jake, I think the villa is looking pretty tempting these days. Would make a good twist to the end of the story. She has. Wow. But what would she do with the boys? Because I do think she's being watched and is a flight risk because of her wealth. Yeah, but you also remember, Ange, her boyfriend has a private plane. It's called Million Air. Like, don't tell me that wasn't part of her who I'm going to get with next. Make sure they have a private jet. Or a TV can fall on Wendy like the Wizard of Oz. That was from last night. They were on mute. Took a long time to get the messages to you. What? There was something from last night? Okay, I hope you are correct, Angie. I just don't think they are. On Tennis Girl, I can't see Sanford not having eyes on her. That's insane to think that there isn't. Multitasking. Okay, Jamie. Okay, no. There's people aren't going anywhere. They're not too very bright. Million Air. I'm dead. Oh, you're right. They didn't have eyes on Donna. No, and they didn't even have the wiretap anymore, right? It was only because of the jail call. So you're right about that. Absolutely, Tennis Girl. If she goes in her boyfriend's private jet, can't boyfriend be charged for harboring a fugitive? Not if there's not a warrant out for her, right? And if they're not watching her, they don't know she's gone. If there's no warrant, her boyfriend's not doing anything wrong. You think they would learn from their mistakes, but maybe not. It isn't out of the question that someone in this community might actually know whether there is a hold on her passport. We are some nosy, resourceful people. Yeah, if we can find out if there's a hold on her passport, that'd be wonderful. Just for our own mind's sake, right? Wendy is the ringleader, so they'll be watching. I hope so, Ange. She could go by boat to an island somewhere, I suppose. She is the smartest of the bunch, if you think about it. Scott Radius is the reason they were arrested. Apparently, even the jail calls didn't get them to watch her. He dimed them out. He sure did. I always wonder if he kept the money for the villa and didn't refund it. Donna was arrested, not they. Oh, wouldn't that have been something if they took both of them in at the same time? No, because we wouldn't have got... No, how is he supposed to get home? How's he supposed... My husband's almost 80. This isn't right. Oh, God. Well, we'll go back to Katie again.
And so you did say Garcia would never do anything to help Charlie Adelson.
In my 2019 testimony, yes, I did mention that.
Right. And in opening, your attorney said that there was definitive proof of a link between Garcia and Charlie. What is it?
What did my attorney say?
No, what's the link between Garcia and Charlie?
That they knew each other or they spoke to each other.
How?
I don't know. Apparently everything's being done behind my back. That's why.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
Yeah. I don't think so either.
Ms. Magbanua,
Yes, ma'am.
let's talk about your memory,
Yes, ma'am.
all right?
Thank you, me.
Miss Dugan was not present at Dolce Vita, was she?
No, she was not.
Okay. And as much as she's trying to insert her opinion as what is being said, it's just that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have ears, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So does the jury.
Because, yeah, Shrez says, I wonder how long it took them to figure out Scott Radius was the one that did it. You're wondering how long it took the Adelsons to figure out? I probably think, when you think that Harvey would have got a hold of Scott right away and said, we won't be coming, this and that, he probably didn't answer their phone calls. They must have been a couple behind my back. If Charlie goes, he'll have a frizz buzz and convict outfit. That's going to be beautiful to see. And he's going to come in that side door, right? I wonder that as well. Probably only through discovery. Shiraz, they probably told so many people. And they probably weren't able to get Scott. Wouldn't have been answering their phone, obviously. He wouldn't have answered their calls. Oh, thanks, B Rabbit. Look at that. 117 likes. Nice. I think WA lives less than 15 miles from me if what you say is true. Wow. She is in Austin. Get us some good pictures, Jake. My brother was assistant AG office in Tallahassee. He says they keep their eye more open and on people than you'd ever think. Look at P. Diddy trying to leave. That's right, Angie. I remember you telling me your brother was assistant AG. Rochelle, Harvey contacted him before they fled, and then again after when Donna was arrested trying to get Charlie's investment back. Did we ever find out if Scott answered his calls or not? Or did he answer his calls and just give him the brush off? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Harvey contacted Radius after Donna was arrested and nagged him about getting his money back. I bet you he didn't get his money back. I bet you he didn't. But really, if you put money down on something like that, there's these people. It's like, look at, they had the Kmart layaway, the Walmart layaway, and now they're thinking that these luxurious villas are on layaway. Well, I haven't heard that, Shrez. That's some good tea. Scott turned in his side of WhatsApp chats and turned over his notes and documentary Harvey's person. Oh, yes. I've seen that on Mentor Lawyer. But we don't know if he gave the money back. She may think if they didn't arrest her by now, they're not going to. Oh, yeah. She thinks, well, she said it on stand. They're not going to arrest me. Oh, wait and see. Scott said he couldn't get money back. Yeah. Why would you give the money back? Go watch Mentor Lawyer's video on recent discovery. Yeah, he said on his video that all us could use his stuff, but he asked for us to give him 2 days so he can try to recoup the money that he had spent, which if anybody out there goes out and uses his stuff before then, and I sent a message, I'm trying to send a message. I didn't send it yet. I'm trying to send him a message to state, listen, let me pitch in. You've done this work. You shouldn't, and will use it. Let me give you something because it's just right. I'd be legally keeping that money just as cash and ration. Oh yeah, I did see part of it. I'll go watch. Thanks. Yeah, I feel that all of us creators, because he's put in the hard work for all of this, that I think we all should pitch in and say, hey, we're going to use your stuff. Can we give you something for it? That's what I just think that's fair, guys. So I am going to, before I use any of that, I am going to ask them. Okay, we will go back to Katie. She's so boring, guys. She drives me up the wall.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So they can listen for themselves of what happened at that restaurant.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I do want to talk about some things that Miss Dugan purposely left out that we could all hear on that video. Like the time when he said, if they are the
There is. I watched it today. There is a lot. I'm pretty sure everybody in here is. If you're not subscribed to Mentor Lawyer, please do it. He's done a lot of good work. He gets a lot of this FOIA stuff. I have no idea how he's doing it, but he's doing it. Oh yeah, now everything's clear because it's Tara talking to her and not Sarah. It's just she annoys me so much. But as you know, I'm not a channel to say, hey, let's not talk about other channels or whatever. Mentor Lawyer is an amazing person. That is fair and respectful. Maybe you creators can network, share costs and materials. Of course you try to get the money back. There is some of the FOIAs he's gotten are so expensive, like crazy expensive. Wow, I knew that because after reading Donna's notes and she sent the last payment, then he called and reported them. That's why he turned them in. Remember, he was Charlie's wingman. Or Charlie was his wingman, either way. But hey, he's doing the right thing now, so okay, if I dropped absolutely. Because listen, you mean Harvey. Okay, yeah. Absolutely, Shrez. Like, especially like Mentor Lawyer. Oh, like the work he does is amazing. I would love to speak to Mentor Lawyer. So Mentor Lawyer, if you're listening to this, Crime and Coffee would love to have you on. I'm just not that person. Like, I know there's some channels out there that get really mad if somebody puts something in their thing. Like, if my crew here, they need help getting their subs going, they let me know. I try to help as much as I can. Because I know the battle. I did how many videos before I even had one chatter? It was a hard battle. But then it just took off. So I'm greatly appreciated to all of you for that. But so I was told, I think it was True Wife that told me that Fancy Fiction gave a shout out on one of her shows last week or this week. I think she said last week. If anybody can find that video for tomorrow night and just send me the link to it, I would love to see. If Fancy Fiction said hello to me, we're on the way, guys. He's a lawyer, knows how to analyze documents, motions, etc., understands what he's reading, has been following this case forever. Exactly. I've constantly watching Mentor Lawyer. Do you know it's not in the bottle, Katie's Freedom? Do you know it's not in the bottle, Katie's Freedom? Oh, that is a good one, Mike. Good one. Oh, look at the pause we got there, too. That's a good pause. I watched Jay last night. His video titled Decoding Wendy Adelson Part 3 is a good. And I watched Shaming of Jay, too. Metrics. He's one of my favorites. Absolutely. Pardon me. He's the one I got the joke about. Write out a list of payments on a sheet of regular paper. Yeah. Donna pays $165,000 actually. Said Adelson's were worth $8 million combined and dwindling. They want that back. Yeah. He had 2 guest profilers to go over Wendy's interview. That's nice. I'm not big enough to get those people yet. He's pretty bare bones, doesn't do a whole lot of production, just tells you what's going on and how it. And that's what I like about him, right? That's what I like. Rochelle, I think I saw that with Fancy Fiction. I believe she was talking to either Jody or Patty's Playhouse. Yeah, I was told about it. I'd really like to hear it. Do you know what's not in the bottle, Katie Freedom? Oh, we got that twice. That was a good joke. We needed to hear it twice. Meant to type. Oh, do you know what's not in that bottle, Katie? Freedom. Roberta Glass on Donna's song. I sang it just the other day. Oh, that's a great song. I subscribe to Roberta Glass too. But like I picked out Fancy Fiction very, very early on in Charlie's trial. Because I watched her and I was like, oh, she's there. I'm trying to figure it out. And it was a couple days and I'm like, gotcha. I know who you are. I see ya. And then it was really cemented when her and Katie, when they said verdict and they were coming back from lunch and they ran in, I was like, exactly. We all follow the same people. It's a big community. And I say everybody can get along in it. I mean, it's got to be slightly better than toilet wine. Long. Actually, that is a good screenshot, isn't that, guys? That is a good screenshot of her. Song of the day, 1,000 Miles of Venice, Carlton. I like resourcing my true crime hobby from about 11 channels. Nice. I see a lot of people here in other chats and other channels. Yep, so do I. And I just used to lurk, but now I go in, I say hello. I'm spitting game at her YOLO. No, she's not. Patty's Playhouse, yep. I cried over the passing of Roscoe on reporting live from my sofa. That was not nice. That was sad. Yeah. But we'll get back. I'm sure we're almost done. I'm sure, guys, we're almost done. Maggie says he also had the lone not guilty juror from Katie's first trial. That was an interesting interview, although she wouldn't show her face. Yep. And that's why I say a mentor lawyer, because he is a lawyer, right? So he kind of does have more able to get certain people on. AA Legal Focus. Love Judy. I absolutely love Judy. And I always wish the best for her health. I do love Judy. I find her very down to earth too. Some of these people I'd like to meet, but who else do we got in here? Metrics, I think I would love to meet Metrics because I think we'd get along so well. Yeah. Gamma likes Judy too. I think our personalities would get along very good. He visited Sarah Boone. Some people think he helped Sarah find the lawyer, but I think that's total speculation. I don't know. I'm one of those people. Because I looked where her lawyer's office is, and it's closer to Tallahassee, and it's 6.5 hours away from Orange County. So I do believe he put the word out. I'm not saying he went to this lawyer and said, hey, but he put the word out and somebody bit, right? Lawyer Lee explains things in a way that non-legal brain can handle. Laura Lee is good, yep. Great work, beware of voice acting. Who is that, Jake? You and Matrix should do something together sometimes. You are both funny. We're working on it. We're working on it. I know he's a bit busy right now doing his brakes on his vehicle. Matrix said he will be at Wendy's trial. Then we'll be there together because I will be at Wendy's trial. He did a press conference, very interesting. Yeah, Lawyer Lee is great. I agree. In the gallery, I've seen John Steinbeck, mentor, lawyer, fancy fiction, Jared Ross, Katie Cooley. Who am I forgetting? Patty's Playhouse. Carl Steinbeck was there I think once. STS was there. Joel. Louis Baptiste was there most of the time. There was a lot of YouTubers. Yeah. Who else was there? I remember seeing. Geez, I can't remember. There was a lot of YouTubers, but I will take the coffee crew to Wendy's trial. Well, as long as I don't get booted out. He doesn't have a channel. He's usually on STS. He's a student of Dan's, but now he's part of the. He's now a partner with Dan's lawyer, Stephen Webster. And oh my goodness, if you haven't heard him talk about Dan, the way he speaks about Dan is just, it grabs your heart. Yeah, he goes on Surviving the Survivor a lot. He's so passionate about how he feels about Dan. I come here no matter how many days go. I love CC. I hit my playlist for some other 11 or so when I need laughter and sparkle of law, school, breaking news, etc. You have all the amazing input. Oh, thank you so much, Happy. Yeah, when that news broke today about Winder, Georgia, I my heart just stopped. I was like, are you kidding? I heard nice things about him. He talks with so much passion about Dan. And no matter how many times he's on STS, when they say the final thoughts, like, give us your final thoughts, he doesn't talk about him. He doesn't talk about anything else. He talks about Dan every single time. He really grabs your heart, that guy. If you want to know how people felt about Dan Baptiste, he makes you cry every time. Louis Baptiste. They have Georgia on one side. That's a bad start. She'll have every question for every witness lined up. Type A lawyer. Oh, Georgia's gonna. Oh, guys, come. Donna and Georgia showdown. Oh, it's gonna be the best. Yeah. Let's see. Baptiste always expresses admiration, DM's dedication to his voice. Yep, he sure does. Yeah, any of STS. I haven't seen him anywhere else, but I know he does a lot of STS. And he used to be a student of Dan's. Dan actually, he credits his whole career to Dan. He credits everything he's doing every single day to Dan. It's incredible. He's such an amazing guy. Yeah, Louis Baptiste. That's exactly it. We really went off. We got tired of Katie, didn't we, guys? But when it all comes down to it, it's exactly what it's about. No matter what channel it is, no matter what, it all comes down to justice for Dan. It's the support for Ruth and Phil and Shelly while they're in that courtroom. It's the hopes and prayers for those boys today, tomorrow, and their future. Like, Katie had better enjoy that last sip of freedom, right? I didn't even realize on the freeze, but we'll get back to it. I'm sorry, guys. I just started rambling there.
The cops, I'm happy because I have nothing to hide.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember when that was played, Miss Dugan skipped over that part and went to what she thought she heard afterwards, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because that makes no
Amazing.
sense.
Of course.
If you are all
Be right
involved
back,
in a
guys.
homicide together, why is Charles Adelson telling you that if it's the cops, I'm happy? That makes no sense.
No sense.
Okay, because if you were all involved in a homicide and it was the cops, what would happen?
He'd get arrested.
And if you were involved, what would happen?
I'd get arrested.
All right. Now, she also brought up all of these portions of what Charlie Adelson is supposedly saying,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
It's clear that half of that entire video is missing.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about how that enhancement came to be. You provided testimony back in 2019, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's before the state was able to create this new audio.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you testified in 2015 and answered questions,
Yes, ma'am.
you had no idea that they would even be able to create this new audio.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I stated, that everything in my testimony is consistent with everything that was on the video that they just enhanced.
Now let's get to that about just enhanced, right? You were set for trial in February of 2022, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Valentine's Day, you were supposed to go to trial.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the state provided us with this this new enhancement,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And we actually agreed to reset your case
Yes, ma'am.
so that we could all get the enhancement.
Yes, ma'am.
Because as far as we're concerned, it would only contain.
You know, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to stop it again, but you know what really pisses me off about her? Her mother passed away. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but at what point does she think, for my mom, I need to do the right thing? For my mom, I need to do the right thing. I have shamed her. I have disgraced the family, all of this. When does she do the right thing for her own mom? Tara has an awful and aggressive approach. I think she really hated Katie. She really did. Oh, Tara Kawass, sorry. I'm thinking Sarah in my head. Sorry about that. You're right, B-Rabbit. Does Donna think Double Burger Danny Rashbum can beat the 3 hours of deliberation this time? I think it's either going to be the same or less. That's where I land on it. Such a stark difference between normal, non-perfect humans and these vile humans that wallow in constant lies, criminal behavior, and hatred, right? I wonder if Sarah will cross-examine Tara. Oh, Carol, hi. Oh, I'd like that pairing. I like it. She's leading, exactly. Always leading. Georgia versus Wendy showdown round number 4. Can't wait. Because I do believe Georgia will unleash a little bit more this time. Popcorn. Is that going to be a popcorn moment, people? Wait, he. Sarah, Tara. Yep. Oh, I like that pairing. I really do. Double Burger Danny. Oh, that is a good one. I know. Now we go from Rashy to Rash Bomb, and now he's just gonna be Double Burger Danny. Oh God, that could be on a mug. That could be on a coffee and crime mug. Daniel Rashbaum holding 2 burgers. Who said that? That was Jake. Jake, do you mind if I steal that? Oh. Heavy DB. Heavy DBD. Put like a big old gold chain on him. Oh, like bling them all out. Oh my God, that's brilliant. I'm guessing Double Burger Danny always has fries with that. This time of night, we go off the rails, guys. We're done. I'm going to fall out laughing. Oh. Oh. Supersize them. Oh, wow. What happened? Where did we go? Oh. I'm hoping by what's today? Wednesday. I'm hoping by Friday I will have coffee mugs and at least the t-shirts, but I'm hoping to have the hoodies too. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. For real though, he needs that beard back bad. I agree, Shiraz. If I was, and I'm not even saying because he's Daniel Rashbaum or any of that, I would say even if he never had anything to do with this court case, he should never, never, never get rid of the beard. I always heard that if you deliver to a prison, don't say, have a nice day once it's unloaded. I don't. Oh, God. Why do they all seem to have wide throats? It was something in the water in Miami, maybe. I don't know. Oh, you guys are absolutely fun. Tonight, I have laughed so many times to the point where I had to excuse myself because I could not stop laughing. I checked him with beard and he had that massive under chin then, but it wasn't as prominent, right? Exactly. I'll be shocked if the beard does not make a comeback. May even see the start of it Friday. He doesn't have a lot of time before trial. No, because you know he was scouring these channels. You know he was. The Adelson horse neck. You're right, Ian. You're absolutely right. DBD has a very unfortunate side profile. Yep. DBD has us guessing sniff, whiff, or double. Oh, God, this is great. You guys are great. Without it, he looks like he didn't give up the pacifier until adolescence. Double Burger Danny. DBD, Double Burger Danny. He stress eats being Donna's attorney. George is like a crocodile, submerged just beneath the waterline, patient, eyes on Wendy. Absolutely, I agree. He does look like he's always puckering up. It's guilty granny's tale. He does. He always looked like he's puckering up. Yeah, Double Burger Danny. Please let me know if I can use that. Oh. I agree. I hope Georgia knows how much she is admired. She's truly admired. Like, that she is something else. Like that comment after Charlie when she said stay tuned, I was like, oh, that's Georgia. I bet Sarah Yusuf's news really makes Wendy scared AF. Yep. Who knows? Maybe it'll be Sarah Yusuf that comes out with the bomb that makes sure that Wendy gets arrested. Personally, I find Mr. Musk Rash Farm to have very kissable lips. Musk was a typo. Oh my God. When the trial starts, please let's put a number of times we write double burger Danny puzzle pieces balance boy. Yep. Oh, both Georgia and Sarah. I hope they like each other as much as they seem to. Oh, they are a perfect team. They are a perfect team. Sarah, Katherine, Dugan, because she likes to be called all three. Sarah, Katherine, Dugan. She's a great lawyer. She's a great lawyer too. Those two are like the best pairing ever for these people. And pardon me, I called the Adelsons people very lightly. Way more pucker luscious than Morris. Guilty Granny is about to recommend her surgeons. Can we add stale? Licious. Yeah, and I think Sarah Yusuf is very bad for Donna too. Because I think she was close to, she was a close friend of Wendy's, right? So she would have had this maybe a closeness to the family. I love Sarah D too. Yep, I do. Carol says Georgia has said publicly that she adores Sarah. Mm-hmm. They work so good together. Like it's almost like they knew what each other was doing or going to say, and if Sarah was up there, Georgia had things ready for her, and vice versa. It was great. Yep, at Top Cat. I just wonder, since they released the Radius WhatsApp, I hope they call him. Usually they keep things like that till the trial. Yeah. Or Mentor Lawyer's just really good at what he does and gets stuff. But I think he's going to be called. He's got to be called though, right, Tennis Girl? Because the fact is, he's the one that called it in. He's the one that called and said, hey, they're running. They call Yusuf former friend, and the unfolding awaits. That's right. On that one thing that came out in the dockets where it said former friend of Wendy Adelson's. I was like, wow. Thanks, Jake. Scott will definitely testify, in my opinion. Yeah, he FOIA'd it. I really need to learn how to FOIA something. I really do. Witness list. Mm-hmm. Like, I can get what's on the docket anytime, but to get the in-depth of it, I haven't figured out how to FOIA something. Ryan is a former friend and he just got up there and told the truth. Hey, if anybody has a way to get to Ryan Fitzpatrick, send him my email. I've been trying to find his, because he goes on the other channels. We're a little unhinged channel here, so he might feel a little uncomfortable, or might feel more comfortable on an unhinged channel. You all already know if it's me or you, I'm snitching. Yeah, I said the same thing, guy. Coffee crew, listen, do not use me as an alibi. Don't, because I don't want to do a perp walk like Donna. I just don't. I love to be able to do that. I have no clue. Yeah, me either. I've tried on there. It's so confusing. Georgia, I think, was on STS. She said they are a good team because Sarah Katherine Dugan plays closer attention to detail than even she is. So they completed each other. Yep. They're so good together. Remember, some of these friends are likely partners in more than just legal ways. Was Ryan the friend of Charlie that just smiled as he disemboweled Charlie? Yeah, he was the friend that was on the stand that said when Rashi was going after him, did you not put this on a site? And blah, blah. He goes, if it's there, I did. And he's like, is this a picture you posted? Yeah, it's a good picture of him. I was like, way to go. Does former friends infer estranged? Yeah. Or no longer friends at all. I'm heading to bed. We'll listen as I go to sleep. Night, Deb. Yeah, we won't be much longer. It's 2:00 in the morning. I would love to speak to Ryan. Yeah, so did I, Shiraz. So did I. Like I said, in this channel, like I said, we're unhinged, right? We're not so politically correct and things like this. So I think he would fit in. He wouldn't have to be as politically correct. And he's actually quite intelligent. Like I've seen him on STS a few times. He's actually quite intelligent. The entire defense, no, you are the bad one. How dare you speak against these amazing people? Yep. Like Charlie was said he was stole something like $2 million from him, stuff like this. Like, please, Charlie, you're the first to point fingers. You know what they say, when you're pointing a finger that way, there's 3 pointing right back at you. But, you know, when he said, what did he say? Keep it up. I'll call the FBI. Ryan, they sued business partner Jeff L. Jilted lover. I suspect they are former friends because Sarah politely told Wendy to get bent. Yeah, politely. That's Sarah Boone's catchphrase. Yep. I was like, oh gosh. I just want the trial to start tomorrow. Truly, guys. We got a hearing on the 6th, then we got a hearing on the 12th, and then jury selection on the 17th. Oh, does anybody think the jury selection is going to go more than 2 days? Because if it goes more than 2 days, then we won't start till the following Monday. But if it only goes 2 days, we'll start on the Thursday, which is the 19th. Boy, can you tell I'm tired? I had to think what was +2 from 17. Oh my Lord. Oh, wow. You think jury selection is going to be rough? Top Cat, you think it's 3 to 4? I think Everett said that it's I think he said something about 3 days at the most, because Charlie's was only 3 days. So 2 doesn't seem long enough. What do you think, Shiraz? How many days do you think? I don't math at midnight. No, me either. I like, did you catch me? Like, what that? So that's 17, 18. Oh, yeah, 19. I think we're seeing a start date of the 23rd, but yeah, where did that get him, right? $1 million to have somebody come in and select his jury. What an idiot. They really thought they had that. They really thought they had that in the bag. Then hours after conviction, it was a jury of non-peers. Yep. That his $1 million person bought for him. I have absolutely no rational basis for this, but I feel like they'll begin argument on Monday. See, that's what I feel too. That's what I think too. Your team selected them. Because if it was 3 days, Everett's not going to start the trial on a Friday. So he would start it on the Monday. Why would Donna's weight be heavier? I thought jail food was barely edible. Stress. Anything can put weight on you. But who knows? She might be getting those jumbo canteens that she was buying for Charlie. Yep, the 23rd. That's what I said too. The 2 hearings will keep us occupied till trial. At least 3 to 4 days. Charlie was sat in that jury selection like it was his birthday party. I agree. Jail food, all carbs. That's right, Gamma. A lot of carbs. Maybe lack of exercise. Hi, Jill. Honey buns and homemade ramen pizza. Maybe she's going to come up with a jailhouse banana bread. They can buy anything they want from commissary. Imagine she comes up with a jailhouse banana bread. Oh my God, can you imagine? Yeah, if you're a diabetic, jail is not for you. No Ozempic in jail. I'd be the prison princess for some extra ramen. Okay, guys, what do you say? Do we finish Katie or do we call it a night? It's totally up to you guys. I'd be the, Pretty Little Liars posted multiple comments there. Oh, I love Gigi too. Sorry, we forgot. Sorry, Gigi, we forgot you. South Korean has me spoiled. My son loves South Korean food, or Korean food in total. Prison bigot wine. Katie finished. Finish Katie. Okay. Before Donna's arrest and after the bump, she said she was barely eating because of stress. Maybe being in jail, the stress has eased off. True, Carol. Wait, no, I got the name wrong. Yeah. Pretty Lies and Alibis. I forgot about Gigi. I think Gigi's great. Say the word, I will send you a gift package. Oh, my son would just die. Well, he doesn't live with me, though. He lives in Ottawa. He's old. He's going to be 29 in 2 weeks. I can't believe it. All right, let's finish off Katie.
Evidence to exculpate.
Be right back, guys.
Exactly.
If you thought that there would be anything on there that would prove your guilt, you would have gone to trial in February.
Exactly.
You wouldn't have even given them an opportunity if you thought anything on that video.
Yes, ma'am.
February of 2022, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Valentine's Day, you were supposed to go to trial.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the state provided us with this this new enhancement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And we actually agreed to reset your case
Yes, ma'am.
so that we could all get the enhancement.
Yes, ma'am.
Because As far as we're concerned, it would only contain evidence to
It's
exculpate
on,
you.
yeah, exactly.
If you thought that there would be anything on there that would prove your guilt, you would have gone to trial in February.
Exactly.
You wouldn't have even given them an opportunity if you thought anything on that video
Yes, ma'am.
would have come up against you.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we sit here and listen to this video, this covert undercover thing that they did, do you hear any direct evidence in there of something to do with a homicide?
That's why I stated that I've never heard Dan Markel's name. I never heard homicide. I never heard murder. I never heard Tallahassee, nothing. And I'm telling you that he is going on and on about different scenarios.
Like one of the clips that she played where he says, starts talking about a scenario like if I go to Orlando and I rob a Burger King. There's no robbery of a Burger King, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you here for a robbery of a Burger King?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but that's what one of the scenarios he presented to you.
Yes, ma'am.
He also mentioned about something about, well, Miss Dugan says, he says something about robbing a McDonald's,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? He doesn't say any scenarios about a homicide
Yes, ma'am.
or a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like he is just trying to justify why it is that they would say your name.
And for me to make a phone call.
How many times did he repeat to you, it's because they said your name? If you can remember.
On this video, I can't recall.
How many times have you had an opportunity to sit down and listen to the video that we just received a couple of months ago?
I haven't even seen it in its entirety because they can never get anything to the jail.
And so
Can't
this,
get that evidence.
was this maybe the second time in this trial that you were able
Yes,
to listen
ma'am.
to it?
This is like the second time.
Okay.
And we still don't know what the first half was, or this time that I went to the car for 10 minutes. Like,
They have no record of that, right?
apparently, that's what I wanted to know. Where was the record for that?
There's no video of that?
No video.
Okay. And how,
Oh. Armand is saying, why is the lawyer testifying? She's done it the whole time. The whole time. Why is she asking how many if she claims to not have been able to hear it, right?
had they been able to enhance the entire audio, not just bits and pieces of what Charlie is saying, we wouldn't have to speculate about what that conversation was, right?
Exactly. That's why I didn't want to commit to a certain thing that I'm saying or how I'm interpreting it, because clearly it wasn't big enough for me to be like, oh my God, why are you talking about this? Or, oh my God, we got to call the cops, or me run away because you said this. It's like everything was taken out of context, just like my phone calls, just like this video. And
everything that we've all sat down and listening to, every single thing, there is no direct evidence of you being involved in a homicide.
no, because they've had this video forever. I would have been arrested a long time ago.
Let's
If
talk
that,
about that. These wiretaps and this Dolce Vita, that was all known to them in May of 2016, right?
I believe so. Before Sigfredo was arrested.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
They released your probable cause affidavit, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And said it's because there's no probable cause to arrest you.
Yes, ma'am.
So they didn't have probable cause to arrest you until Luis Rivera was arrested, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, if they had some direct evidence in those wiretaps, they wouldn't need Luis Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so everything is innuendo and speculation.
Yes, ma'am.
You would expect, if you are wiretapping people who are involved for over 400 recorded phone calls, that there would at least be one thing in there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In the Dolce Vita video, you can hear that you're talking,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Your voice isn't raised.
No.
You don't sound like you're, well, we can't hear you at all,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? So where Miss Dugan keeps asking you about things of what it is that you said, we won't know because they can't clarify your voice, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This case has always been focused on Charles Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
The video was pointed at who?
Charles.
Whose voice is the only one that was able to be amplified?
Charles.
And you're always the person that is left in the dark.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Going over, I want to go over some of the text message that Miss Dugan tried to commit you to try and explain what they meant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me what we talked about, I don't know, 4 months ago on February 23rd of this year?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you even know what day of the week it was on February 23rd of this year?
No, ma'am.
You were asked questions about text messages.
Well, hello, friend. How are you this morning?
Over the course of 2013 to 2016.
That's why I was getting a little upset, because I can't remember those times, and I know they want me to commit to a certain date, certain time, certain scenarios, and I just like, I want to be able to provide that information, and I can't.
Now,
When Kadiette finally admitted to the crime, she gave the state truthful statements, stapled money, etc. That likely she wouldn't have. Chat keeps moving on me. Likely she wouldn't have only known about after her conviction. Amnesia gone, right? Oh, that's good. Metrics, you truly needed some sleep. Oh, Metrics is getting the love. Show the love, coffee crew. Show the love. You see the poll metrics where 98% wants a collab.
I'm referring to one of the exhibits that are marked that was previously shown to you in regards to a text message dated 12/11/2015. Right? I'm showing you this. This is a snippet of a full-blown conversation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The state did not include the entire conversation.
Well, that's why I had asked what did the rest say, because they always take bits and pieces of everything and make it to look like something else, and it looks bad. I get it. I see it. This is my second time around. I see how it makes it look so bad.
You see, when you see these things in pieces, even though it's you, you're like, this looks bad.
It looks bad.
And you understand why Ms. Dugan says, oh, all these coincidences. You understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's because they don't have the whole story.
Yes, ma'am.
We tried to introduce some of the phone calls, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can't.
I don't know why not, but we couldn't.
I'm going to show you another text message that was shown about Charles Adelson offering to buy you a trip for your mother. Okay? Can you read that to the jury, please?
I'm scared.
No, right above it.
Oh, by the way, she's having a major surgery for her spine on January. She has to be out for 6 months.
What was going on with your mom while she needed surgery?
After she had something was hurting on her spine,
Okay. And
a
so,
back surgery that she needed to do.
this had anything to do with her cancer diagnosis later on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so,
Yes, you stupid bitch. Your mom's dying of cancer. She's got cancer, but oh, what do? Go out and arrange a hit on this piece of garbage right here.
Charles knew that you were going through this with your mom.
Yes, ma'am.
How close were you to your mom?
Very, very close.
And he was offering for you and your mom to take a trip.
Yeah. Apparently, yes, ma'am.
And you then took that trip, right?
No, ma'am. I couldn't.
you can never take that trip with them.
Objection irrelevant.
Just, if you can answer the question, overruled.
No, I can't, because my mom passed away while I was in here.
And you've always felt that you.
Whose fault? Looking for sympathy. You put your fucking ass in there. You had 2 get out of jail free cards. Bring it down. Bring it down.
You hold the key to your own freedom, right?
They said that themselves, that I hold the key to my own freedom.
Motion to eliminate.
That's sustained.
Your Honor,
Jury to disregard that statement.
it goes to our state of mind.
That your objection's overruled.
Okay. Now I want to show you some
Has
other
my
text
head in.
messages that's already been introduced into evidence. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant Exhibit 33.
Yeah, let me help you.
Okay, do you see the date of the text message?
3/12/2014.
Okay, and this would be the morning after you had dinner at Yardbird, right?
He called me and said, yes, ma'am.
Oh my God. Right, Shrez. I'm guessing she wasn't aware that arranging someone's murder was against the law. Like, she truly does my head in. She truly does. Why did I hide club funds? It just looked bad. Angie's saying hi to metrics. No, you moron. You are your reason, right? Amnesia clause. Oh, I tell ya. She does my head in.
I guess, I don't know. He called me and said, have a nice dinner and to never call him again. I'm like, WTF.
And you're talking about Fredo there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
These text messages come from Charlie's iPhone.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't have your text messages from that there.
I don't know why we don't.
But that indicates that someone was watching you at dinner, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, and it sounds like he's mad.
Objection to leading.
That's
Yeah.
sustained.
Does it sound like he's mad?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, too, kind of strange, don't you think, that Charles would be asking you about tutors the next day
Yes, ma'am.
to see if he's maybe told you about their meeting. the
And
night
we're
before.
supposed to believe
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Now, let's look at Defense Exhibit 29.
Good. Good. Good, right there.
Can you read that to the jury, please?
I'm letting go of the night job. I'm not going in this weekend. They're behind on paying me and shit, and it's a lot of work. Like, we shouldn't have to clean up after that. What I tip out the bus boys for, and they suck.
This is evidence of you working at the night.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, can we ask for a date on that?
April 30th of 2013. And this is in evidence. I'm also going to show you it's already put into the evidence, which is the thing. 5 from November 6th, 2014. What does that say?
Put that you work in the office, not at home.
All of these little statements that come from the iCloud,
All of these are just little pieces of evidence that prove that you were working for him,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And there was a text message also about you paying for the Lexus.
Yes, ma'am.
There's also paperwork to support that you're paying for the Lexus.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is not a response that they want to hear from you.
No, ma'am.
It's only about their truth,
Yes, ma'am.
not the real truth.
Or what they have.
Now, I want to, she asked you about Charlie, that there being evidence that Charlie called in prescriptions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Charlie treat your son? Or his father did dentally?
Gotta go. I'm on hold with Google customer service trying to get my parents' complimentary 50-year joint email address. Oh, Ian, we love you. We truly do. There are pictures proving that the signature for at least 2 checks did not match, but I guess none of the fine detail folks there did it. I think they were Harvey's signature. Rochelle nodded, so I didn't bother replying. Oh, you can still reply. I was just answering too. Imagine the riveting conversation Sig and Katie used to have. They didn't have a brain cell between them, right, B-Rabbit? One would be saying, I don't recall. The other one say, I don't remember. Or then somebody says scenario. Oh God, they do my head in, guys. They really do.
Is that,
I don't quite remember. He might have.
but you got services from them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe one time they're bringing up something about you pulling your wisdom teeth.
Yes, ma'am.
You need a prescription after that, don't
Yes,
you?
ma'am. Yeah. Oh, no, it wasn't for any type of weird prescriptions. It was for the pain.
The Vicodin, I'm assuming it's
I
Vicodin.
don't even remember what it was for. But yeah, from like an extraction.
Now, the state tried to discuss with you about that money spike,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And she wants you to pinpoint where that money came from.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that money came from?
No, I didn't. Didn't even know that it was spiked up like that on that exact month and from
You
their
could
chart.
easily look at this jury and say it was on that day, right?
No, ma'am.
I'm saying you
On what-
could do that,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? If you wanted to make the evidence look better for you,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? But that's not what you've done.
No, ma'am.
Even though you keep saying, I don't remember, you've said I don't remember a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk to the jury why it is so difficult for you to remember what happened in 2014. Why do you think it's so difficult for you to remember things?
Besides the fact that it was 8 years ago, I've been incarcerated for 6 years and I had COVID twice and I can barely remember anything.
Okay, and then you were able to recollect certain specifics once these text messages were shown to you,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's because it jogs your memory.
Yes, ma'am. And it's right there. Even that I'm scared because who created those?
Now,
Oh my God.
the state is saying that it would be weird for Garcia and Charlie to be speaking, as far as you knew, right?
Right, B Rabbit. I wonder if Tara is embarrassed about this case, how she advised her client and how she behaved. Oh God. She should be in the unemployment line with Elaine and soon Rashi. Like seriously, unemployment line. They're going to become ambulance chaser lawyers. Joint email proves Harvey knew a lot of what was going on. I agree, Top Cat. Absolutely, metrics. COVID made me an idiot. Oh, there's no helping her. So what was her excuse in Charlie's trial? Now she's telling the truth. The COVID fog lifted. Oh, I just want to hit her. Honestly, like I said before, open up these jails. Make some money, save taxpayers' money, have it like a fun fair where you get to go in, pay your $5, $10, $15, $20 to punch an inmate in the face. I will gladly go down to the States to punch a few inmates in the face. It will cost me more than $20 because I need airfare to go down, but I'll still do it. No ish. If I were innocent, I'd need a tough attorney, but with all of the coincidence, there's no way she needed to be this way in court. Just take your loss and go to the next client. Absolutely. Yeah, it's COVID's fault. Everything's COVID's fault. Angie says she's as much of a thug as her ex-husband, and Charlie is pure loudmouth scum. You can say that again. Matrix. Considering Kawass went on to have a hand with the Courtney Clenny defense, I don't think she's adapted much. No, but did you hear that too, Matrix, that she's no longer Clenny's lawyer? Maybe somebody in the jail said, "Are you sure you want her as your lawyer? Because this is what she done." There was a picture of her hugging Courtney that one day. Oh, I thought, here we go again. Here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wouldn't it be more weird if Charles Adelson asked his girlfriend to ask the father of her kid, who hated him, to commit a murder for him?
That'd be extremely weird.
Okay. The person who doesn't tolerate cocaine use is going to be okay with a murder, right?
Exactly.
Now, if law enforcement
Okay, this girl's not squeaky clean. Somebody that doesn't tolerate cocaine use is going to be okay with a murder. She was a Vicodin popper. She was a Xanax popper. Oh, she is not squeaky clean. In Charlie's trial, she admitted to lying in her trial. Yep. Your one boob fun is extremely weird. Oh, here we go. How did we get on boobs again? Just popping Xanax. She gets way too close to her clients, just like Rashi. Yeah, I would be shocked if we don't find that Rashi's trying to breastfeed. Oops, did I say that? Yep, I did. Oh, well.
If you are even worried that you did anything wrong, okay, and that it could possibly be law enforcement monitoring what you're doing, what would you or any other reasonable person do?
She's not a reasonable person by any way. I was looking at her cocaine nostrils before. She's definitely lying about that one. Yeah. She's truly lying. Charlie was always doing it, right? So I wonder if they've asked for their hit money back yet. If the Adelsons have asked for their money back? Could you imagine? Oh no, just pucking on his man boobs. No, I'm talking about breastfeeding with Donna. He's way too close to her, way too close.
Apparently everybody had a burner. Like, I'm learning it every single time. Or don't speak on the phone.
If you were involved in this homicide and Charles Adelson came to you and said, listen, some dude from up north
So was Charlie.
went and mentioned your name and Tuto's name to my mom. What's up?
Yeah,
You were involved in that. Would you have freaked out?
of course.
Would you have agreed to call someone who could have potentially been the FBI?
Yes.
You would have if you were involved?
Oh, no.
If you were involved,
I
you'd
took that out.
probably say, don't ask me to do that. You do
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. And he kept pushing for me to do it. That's the part that I don't quite understand. He kept telling me.
And he kept saying to you, it's because they said your name.
Yes, ma'am.
He also says to you, because they brought this out, go in there and say that this is charity and give them the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because he says if they take the money, then it's not the cops?
Yes, ma'am.
He also insinuates that, hey, we're helping out the cops by finding out who this person is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He even mentions in there that when we kind of bring him out, we'll then call the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
He was trying to convince you that he had nothing nefarious going on.
Exactly.
Okay. And he just kept repeating himself over and over again.
And over. That's why I wish they heard the other, however many other calls.
Or if there was an actual full recording of what was happening at that table.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Dugan keeps saying that you didn't say this or didn't say that, or your voice didn't get loud. If you were involved, your voice probably would have gotten louder, right?
I mean, I would probably be pissed off and reacting a completely different way.
Because you'd be suspecting that, oh my God,
If you were at the effing table and the guy was going on saying all this about murder and hits and pay this person and talking about taking a rental car, robbing a Burger King and shit like this, you'd get the fuck off that table and walk away. You would just walk. You'd be like, you're a fucking whack job, and you'd walk out. You wouldn't sit there. So yeah, we can't hear what you said, you little bitch, but you wouldn't have just sat there. You just wouldn't have. Sorry, guys. I went off the rails.
I'm about to go down for a murder.
Exactly.
And I have 2 kids.
Exactly.
You wouldn't sit there and let him talk his mouth off, right? Or continue to use the phone.
Why? Exactly. Why use the phone? Why meet up? Why be in even a public place? I mean,
can you pinpoint all of the recordings that you listen to? Okay. Is there ever a time where there is something about anyone, you,
Yes,
talking about being worried about getting called by the police.
No, ma'am.
You are actually, explain to the jury why you got so angry on that phone call.
On the one that I was,
Yelling at Charlie to stop aggravating you and to do something about this.
because it was just so many phone calls after phone calls, and he's been talking about the same thing over and over and over, different scenarios, or do this or do that or whatever, and like, you call him, you call the number.
And is that part of what annoyed you, is that he was pressured, like, you call.
Yeah, because they kept saying my name. That's the only reason, because they kept saying my.
Because it's really is useless. It really truly is. She's just burying herself, and Georgia and Sarah Katherine Dugan are just letting her bury herself. At this point, it's just useless for them to even waste their breath to say objection.
My name.
And every time you start saying, I'm gonna call the FBI myself, because if anyone's messing with me, because they said your name.
I hear that now, and I hear it from the phone call that he was trying to calm me back down.
Immediately as you suggest that you're gonna call the FBI, what does he say? No, Katie, listen.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's, yeah.
The other things about them talking about, oh, you hear them saying, oh, they can't put you in a car. And if that segment is in relation to his scenario talking about a robbery, right?
I believe so.
Like he's explaining to you probably why, hey, listen, the FBI might be suspecting us of something, but don't worry, we're not involved in anything.
That's why I was getting kind of confused, and like how she was saying like what was being said, because I could barely hear it and I can barely understand it. And like I said, I don't want to commit. I know how it is with this whole thing, committing to certain things, and then they go back and they make it look bad. It already looks bad. And I don't even know like which clips. I don't know if it's a consistently happening like that, or that's what happened right after it, because we were seeing different clips of the video.
And you trust that the jury can listen for themselves,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
entire video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am. That's why we waited for this video to come out, so that my jury will be able to see this.
And we were hoping we could hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
But coincidentally, we can't.
I don't know why. I never moved from the table. I was the same exact spot.
And we just can't hear you. Now, the state also brought up the fact that Charlie, this paper.
And says, this is so hard to stomach. I'm embarrassed for the attorney. I'd say objection for being a dumbass, right? It's so hard to stomach because you know it's lies. And I go back to every single time that I don't give a shit if her husband, so-called husband, boyfriend, whatever, was looking at the death penalty, and then her money bags, like whatever, boyfriend, one night stand, booty call, whatever you want to call them, was on the other. She never thought of her effing kids. She never thought of her effing kids. And I have a hard time stomaching that. Even in the beginning, when Charlie says, hey, do you know anybody that can take care of a problem? She says, yes. At what point do you think of your kids? Oh, I can't with this. Isn't that convenient? Yep. I can only watch this because I know the outcome. Oh, watching her the first time, she's Murphy and Joseph, I knew she was lying instantly. But it's hard to even watch her when we know the outcome, right, War? It's just, you get angry over and over and over again.
Papers for you and paste for things for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
No. There's three.
Your Honor, may I approach the
May.
remarks as a composite?
Yes.
Like her redirect is as long as her direct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Magbanua, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 39. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see your name there?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see Charles Adelson's name there?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this look like a fair and accurate representation of a segment of his iCloud account,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Cellbrite printout?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence what's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 39.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted as defense 39.
Thank you.
May I publish?
Yes.
And this is from February 2nd, 2014. You say, by the way, I need a favor. Whenever you get a chance, I need to borrow from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charles Adelson's response, no problem, I'll call you tonight. Thank you. You know I'll pay you back.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
No worries. I know you're listening. It's not a situation where Charles Adelson
We just shower you with gifts and money.
No.
He'd help you out sometimes
Yes, ma'am.
and you'd pay him back,
Yes.
okay? You weren't driving around in fancy, expensive cars, right?
No, actually, that Lexus that I bought from him always broke down. That's why he was helping me with Sully, because of the fact that I bought that and then he just breaks down every time. Anyways, I was getting frustrated with the car.
He didn't pay your rent.
Did not pay my rent.
He didn't pay your kids' tuition.
No, ma'am.
Okay. He didn't buy you fancy bags like how June has and
Mhm.
fancy shoes.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Did buy her, like, wasn't it?
Okay, one,
Fresh
Judge, I'm gonna just
results?
take they're two separate exhibits. Let me show the state. I'm gonna go ahead and give them to Tracy so she can mark them.
Okay.
And then I'll ask a few questions so that when I do this, I can.
All right.
Now, you had mentioned previously, and Ms. Dugan brought it out, that there were times that you were speaking in code on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can hear it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, back in 2019, when you were on the oath and you were asked about this, you admitted that you were talking in code, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said to the state exactly why it is that you were speaking that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Does Charles Adelson, whenever he talked, for example, about marijuana, how does he refer to it on the calls?
And in code?
The bonsai trees,
Yeah, the
right?
bonsai tree, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't unusual to him, to
No.
you, that he was kind of behaving that way.
And that's the thing, when he starts talking, it's like you kind of like pick up like kind of how his, like his way of talking, his little lingo, and then it's like you're talking kind of like back like him, but you're not really, it's not like because you're doing a code or you're coming up with this elaborate scheme of how to talk on the phone. You wouldn't talk on the phone to begin with.
Since the date of your arrest, have you heard a peep from Charles Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Has he done anything to help you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you even spoken to him?
No, ma'am.
And you've known from the date of your arrest who the state wanted,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? They made it very clear.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know they wanted you to,
Objection, motion eliminate.
the next question is, do you know they wanted you to cooperate?
All right. You can ask that.
You know they wanted you to cooperate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's Christopher. You can hear him whispering in the background. so certain about the two details that may not be accurate, right?
And it would be as easy as you could have pled guilty and just given them what they wanted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that wouldn't be what?
Truthful.
You'd have to lie about your involvement.
Exactly. Or whatever they wanted me to say.
Okay. And you've tried to explain yourself to the government over and over again.
Plenty of times.
Okay. And your story has never changed since day one.
Never changed.
Not like Luis Rivera's.
Definitely not like Louis.
Okay. And you know that this is a very tough time for you right now, sitting here having to answer all of these questions about your personal life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a camera behind us.
Yes, ma'am.
So you've had to go through this before and have all of your
Yes, ma'am.
personal business all over, everywhere, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not easy.
No,
And you still elected to get up and do it again today.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Because I want them to know the truth. It has to come out for me. All this
Not
speculation
tonight,
and all of this
Not tonight.
evidence and how everything's been, I've been living this for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, if I didn't come up here and I didn't talk to my jury, I don't even know. I don't know what the outcome would be.
Right top.
Okay.
No objection to those.
All right, so that's 40 and 41.
40 and
Mhm.
40.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Thank you. So just so the jury can see, this is a text message from Charles Adelson. I decided to stop lending money to anybody that's not in an emergency. It just adds a lot of stress to my life, and almost nobody gets an end. And that's in October 28th of 2015. Charles Adelson apparently lends a lot of people money, right? And then this one, when we talk about one of the times the car goes down.
It's so dreadful. I don't know if somebody said to me, what would you, if you only have two choices to watch something? Rash bomb, or Tara Kawass. I don't know. Honestly, I cannot say which way I would go. I really don't. I thought that clip should be played every time she says she doesn't remember, but we'd still be here in 2 weeks. Yeah. Oh, I just, if you had the choice, guys, where would you go? Tara or Rashi?
11/18/2014. Oh my God, I have a bad and bad news. FML. I have to
Hey, Mona, welcome. You would say Tara. Wow.
take it back tomorrow, but the car loan is expensive for both, so I need a loan, buddy. Wow, imagine if I took it to another mechanic.
Absolutely.
I just texted Sully my CC, which is the credit card.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm taking care of Katie's car. Thanks, bud. Are you sure it's going to be like a grand or so, bro? Now, this is between Charles Adelson and Sully, right?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
This is Charles Adelson going behind your back to try and pay for the car.
Incorrect.
Is that because he knows that you are not somebody that just takes all these handouts?
No, I don't. I don't like to owe anybody anything.
No further questions.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Magbanua, you may step down to the council table.
If you're honest. Just thinking, do you want?
Also get it later.
Thank Jesus, we did it. Thank Jesus, we did it. Rashi with Charlie is worse, but only just. Rash bomb's worse. Sure as you're right. At least we can watch DBD climb the lectrum. He's scaling it like it's one of those rock walls. Oh God. At least we don't have to worry about the next trial, it being Tara. We just got Rashi oh, he's going to go off. I think he's going to be worse in this trial than he was Charlie's because he's got more affection for Donna. Yeah, he's more entertaining. He's like a capuchin monkey. Gold medal all around. Oh, gold medals all around. Oh my Lord, let me tell you. Do you guys think that Rash is going to be more unhinged? Or is that just me thinking? I'm going to need big pot of coffee, my coffee pot near me. Oh, you agree, Top Cap? Agree much worse than this trial. Yeah, I think the affection he has for Donna, we're going to get more of an unhinged Rash. I wonder if he'll go at Katie the same way. He's already failing his arms in emotion hearing, only going to get worse. Yeah, that was insane that he was like that. I think you're right. Rashi will be terrible. Given his performance at the pretrial hearing when there wasn't any juries, right? I am shocked Everett didn't say, "What's your problem? Who you yelling at? Like, what's going on?" He's one phrase from a pop music chart top hit. Forget coffee, I'll need whiskey. Oh, I'm telling you. Oh. Hey, JRZ, welcome. It's going to be insane. I'm actually thinking about moving my whole computer system and screens out to my living room and doing the trial from my couch. I truly am, because it's going to be a long go. Like, you figure, 8 hours just of trial every day. And then I'm sure we'll want to discuss a little bit afterwards. So it's going to be a lot. So I'm thinking of doing it from my couch. That way I can line up snacks and I can be good. If I was Everett, I'd keep a squirt spray bottle right next to my gavel. Bad Rashi. He'll have Tallahassee attorney to remind him to calm his arse down. He didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing at that hearing. I honestly think Alex Morris is there to cross Charlie. I don't think we're going to see him take a huge role. He's there to help pick the jury. This is all my opinion. I think he's there just in case something happens where Rash becomes his own witness. Morris was busy chewing his tobacco. Like, I'm not saying he's a bad lawyer by any means. I just, like I said, I don't see Donna being okay with not leaving it in Rash's hands. They think he's the best. Doesn't matter in front of a judge, but maybe calmer in front of a jury if he's smart anyway. Yeah, but he went off last time, Ange, right? Like a Looney Tune. Yeah, make yourself as comfortable as possible. It's a long haul. Oh, it's going to be. Hey, Purple Smurf. Hey, Rochelle, just got home from work. I can't believe you're still on. Well, yeah, I can. Donna's going down. She is going down, and we're going to be watching it. I need a Morris. Just fine line My crime, sir. Is he a tobacco chewer for real? Yeah, is he? I honestly, I didn't notice. I was too busy. I was too busy staring at Dawn. I was like, holy. Yes, he also tried to belittle a few witnesses. He sure did. Shrez, some say gum, some say tobacco. Well, I could bet you he's a smoker of some sort because he was chewing on those, chewing on his arms on his glasses. It's their job, but it's their job, but why look like a clown when your client is guilty? Why lower yourself like that? Yeah. There's a law tuber, MLS, who watches trials in his treehouse. Really? MLS, who does that stand for? Because I've watched a lot of the law tubers. That law tube whole thing got a little crazy. Like, I know it's off topic, but that Ricada law, oh Lord, that guy is something. Judge won't let him chew during trial. No. If I can get into the gallery, I'll confirm with which, if any. Oh, that's right, Shraj, you're going, aren't you? The trial of the nose sniffer and the chewer versus the powerhouse females. I like you, hey Mona. I like you. Making law simple. He followed the Crumbly trials. Oh, making law simple. Okay. I wasn't heard that. Do you guys follow the Law Tube group at all? I was on YouTube one night way back, and because I used to watch the Ricada Law during Johnny Depp, and I happened to go by his channel, and he was pissed drunk, and and then he was doing some nasty stuff on screen. I was like, what is going on? Yes, I watched the Crumbly trial on his channel. And JRZ, yes. I was like, this guy's allowed to still have a YouTube channel? How is that even possible? Hey, at Top Cat, we're warming up for the trial. He is not very active anymore. Went back to lawyering full time. He checks in with Broken Baker and a few others every now and then. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't. I just, when Broken Baker came on tonight, I subbed to him, so I'm gonna go and check his channel out. And if the Coffee Crew recommends him, I'm good with that. If you guys recommend him. But yeah, that whole LawTube thing got a little crazy during, or a little after Ricada, or after Johnny Depp. Oh my God. But lovely, oh, Ricada is bonkers. I have to look away. No, I get it. Shiraz, did you see the one where he was really drunk? I was like, holy Moses. And his court case is going on too. I'm heavy into them except Ricada. Yeah, talk about another. He could have been Katie's lawyer. He could have been Charlie's lawyer. Oh, his court case is coming up too. But it won't be televised. He is something. But saying that, guys, we've been on for 6 hours. We got through Katie. No, he's out, Top Cat. He's out. He paid $50,000 so he didn't have to take urine tests and things like this. Like, he literally paid $50,000 when he was released. I saw it. I wasn't watching him by that time, but there was a whole lot of folks replaying it. I got secondhand embarrassment. He's an a-hole. Absolutely. I was actually watching his stream that night because I was like, oh, I wonder what case he's following now, because I hadn't watched him for a while. And when I turned in, I'm like, holy cripe, does he have the C? Does he, like, something really wrong with them? And then I'm like, oh, he's plastered. Katie, it's not a victim, Tara. It's not a victim. Yeah, neither. Oh. Nick Ricada. Yeah, Nick Ricada. It was, I'm sad to say, it was like a train wreck and you just couldn't look away. And then when the really bad stuff started happening, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm like, I gotta get off. I can't watch him no more. Yeah, it's bad. You're welcome. I watched him, Law and Lumber. I watched him through the Johnny Depp trial. Emily D. Baker, of course. There was another one that I watched through the Johnny Depp trial. I don't think he really followed cases for a long time now. He just got on and rant about stupid stuff and drank himself silly. It was boring. Yep. Yeah, and like I said, I hadn't watched him for such a long time. And I thought, oh, I wonder what case he's following now. And when I turned it on, I was like, what is going on? And that's why I said it was like a train wreck and you just couldn't look away until he started doing that other stuff. And then I'm like, I'm out of here. Because that was just gross. DUI guy. Thank you. It was DUI guy. And what's his name? The Canadian lawyer, Runkle. Yeah, I think it's Runkle. But I just showed him support because he's from Canada and he was going all the way down there. So I was like, I'll show support. Ian Runkle. I like Emily D. Baker, Andrea Bernhardt, LYK, and Lawyer Lee. They're all really good. Yep. And now you like coffee, crime and coffee, right? Rochelle, do you think you might cover the Delphine murder trial? I live pretty close to Delphine, Indiana. When does that start, Gamma? That's it. Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Oh, yes. Let's not forget Tug. Yep. Amber Heard went after Tug. Andrea Burkhart. Really, really good. Amber Heard really went after Tug. Starts in January, I believe. I can find out. Yeah, because then we definitely should be, because Sarah Boone will be done. She's in October. God help us that it's not a long trial. But we'll look into that, Gamma, for sure. Especially if you're close. How far are you away from there, Gamma? Yep, he's still around. His intro is really good. He's got a really good intro, about 45 minutes. Yeah, I like Tug's new intro that he has. Yeah, Sarah Boone, if she testifies, will be a long trial. Pardon me, guys. I'm jumped on the Shiraz bandwagon, hoping that it'll be 2 weeks and she'll be lawyerless again. Oh, Gamma, if you went to part of it and we're covering it, please tell me you'll come back and report to us. So weird to me that how cases are so open, and here it's very hard. It's very hard. Yeah, Corey Richards. I agree. That one too. I'm trying to remember. I think I have that written down when that one starts. I don't have my book here with me right now. Oh, there's so many. Damn. Judge Gall isn't going to televise it. So if you go take copious notes, it's going to be locked down tight. Oh, no. Agree, but that's not starting until May. Well, see, that's good, though, because there's so many going on. And I want to keep an eye on that. That probably won't be till next year anyway, that it even comes of that doctor that I was speaking about the other day. I want to keep an eye on that one. I will going to be very dramatic. Lots of problems so far. You could be our eyes and ears, Gamma. Wow, May next year. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that doctor from, do I have it here? I put it in chat the other day that he was using stuff to put people to sleep and then assaulting them. East Indian doctor. Where did I put his name? I must not have that book here. But I don't suspect that that's going to be... Oh, yeah, there it is. Dr. Omari Ajaz from Oakland County. I want to keep an eye on him. But because that's just... And that, like, he practiced in many places, so they think that this could spread very far through the U.S. of victims. And I'm almost betting that one will be closed, I would think, because there's child victims. So who knows? Gamma Marty, I mod for a channel that's been covering Delphi for a while. It is seriously weird, and people are dug in hard on their own theories. It's gone on too long. And then I've been watching Murdaugh to see what's going on there. You got so many. I got a book for each one. Like, okay, what's going on? Where does it might go? And then, but the Adelsons keep you, right? I can't go off the Adelsons. I just can't. He is another imbecile doctor that has gotten away with crimes for years. He is too much for me to watch. Yeah, I don't think that there's something evil about this whole thing. at Shiraz. The Murdaugh. That do we think he's going to get a new trial? What's your guys' opinion on that? He should have asked Charlie what a reasonable drug usage claim could be. I'll always be a Murdaugh fangirl. That's the trial that brung me here. Still fascinating. I was glued to that trial. I was glued to it. I hope not. So over Alec, yep. Shiraz, I agree with you. Murdaugh said he used thousands a day. Hold up. Can still walk upright. Stop lying. Yeah. Can you imagine? There'll be a fairly big gap between Donna and Wendy trial. Do you think that, Top? Or do you think John Laurel is already prepared? I don't really have much on that. I was disgusted by him. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm back. Watch Mentor Lawyer. I see Katie getting off Stan. Welcome back. Hey, B Rabbit, always good to see you. Is the trial that show how they tried to get away even after being caught, and then they find even more crime. Yeah. I have friends that live there. They moved from here and now they live in the States down there. And well, I said Hilton Head is where they live. So Murdaugh goes back. I'm going to see if I can arrange it so I can be down there. Murdaugh and his papa, right? The only thing that makes sense is that he was dealing. Like, that's another family that had everything. And it's just gone. Hilton Head is nice. I've never been. They moved down there, so I do want to get down there to see them though. But I don't get all these people that are just so everything. Their life is what's going on? Why? But all right, everyone. I thank you so much for all of your support. I am grateful for all of yous. Please, let's remember this is always and will always be about Dan, the Markels, and those two amazing well, they're not little boys anymore, but those two amazing boys that our thoughts and prayers always for them. If I could ask also for tonight, please add the families, the victims, everybody from that horrific school shooting today in your prayers. In Georgia, they really truly need every good vibe we can send to them. And just justice for Dan, and let's get Wendy. Yeah, Buster lives in Hilton Head. Justice for Dan. Justice for Dan. Yep. It's still fun. That's right. We can have justice for Dan and still laugh at the Adelsons, because you know what? Dan is beating the Adelsons. The Markels are beating the Adelsons. And the world is standing behind the Markels So where did the Adelsons end up? With nothing. And they'll always have nothing. Good night, all. I will see you tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some fun wiretap calls instead of this. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the coffee crew, the Justice Roundtable crew. Without you guys, there wouldn't be a channel. Thank you so much. Have a good night, everyone.